leaned in closer. Do you know where I can find him? Bishop's mother rolled her fingers, her nails tapping against the aluminum. Do you know where he is? The smile was there again, although she tried to suppress it, a hint at the corner of her lips. Give me a pen. I don't have one. She frowned. I suppose not. They worry someone like me might plant it in your neck. So mistrustful. The powers that be. She kicked her feet beneath the table. And me, all unshackled, ready to spring. Give her a pen, Porter told Sarah, his eyes fixed on her client. Sarah's eyes narrowed. Sam, I don't think. Please. Her posture stiffened, the tone of his voice taking her aback. She let out a breath and reached down into her briefcase, retrieved the blue ballpoint pen, and set it on the table in front of Jane. The woman picked it up and removed the cap. Her free hand flew across the table, and Porter pushed back in his chair, almost toppling over. He regained his balance as her hand took the diary and pulled it back to her with a soft giggle. No need to be jumpy, Sam. I don't usually bite. Something about hearing his name come from her mouth sent the fingers of a dead hand over his spine. She opened the cover of the diary and wrote on the first page. When she finished, she capped the pen and handed it back to Sarah, who quickly returned it to her briefcase. Porter reached across the table and retrieved the diary, opened the cover. What's this? She smiled, then stood. I'd like to go back to my cell now. She stood and went to the door and knocked twice at the glass. The guard's face appeared in the small window, and a little door opened at waist height. She turned, facing them, and placed both hands in the opening. The guard locked a pair of handcuffs on her outstretched wrists and tightened them with a click behind her back. She stepped forward, and the door swung open. The guard took her by the shoulder. We'll talk again soon, Sam. I'm looking forward to it. Pausing at the door, she added, Look to the place where the monsters hide, Detective. That's where you'll find answers. With that, the guard led her away, the sound of her soft shoes shuffling down the hallway. Sarah turned to Sam. What did she write? He flipped the diary around so she could see the page. 12, Jenkins Crawl Road, Simpsonville, South Carolina. Chapter 59. Pool. Day 3. 2:03 p.m. Pool knocked again. Louder this time. The icy wind numbed his cheeks and neck, and he cursed himself for not wearing a scarf. His knocking at the house on the left side of the abandoned property had gone unanswered. He'd peeked in the windows, and it didn't look like anyone was home. A dog spotted him, looked up from under a blanket on the floor, and then went back to sleep without a single bark. A neighbor had been home at the house on the right of the abandoned property, but she offered little in the way of useful information. The woman answered the door in a huff, her fingers clasping her thick pink robe tied around a rather rotund body. Golf blared from the 70-inch television behind her at an ungodly volume. The display seemed completely out of place, much too large for the small living room, an outdated decor. Empty Amazon boxes were stacked precariously just inside the door next to a coat rack dripping with at least a dozen coats, hats, and scarves. 2 small dogs sat on the couch and began yapping the moment he knocked, their agitation increasing as the door swung open and he came into view. The house smelled like cheese. The woman frowned at him, yellow teeth behind chapped lips. What? Poole held up his badge. I'm with the FBI. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the house next door. She ignored the badge, her stare fixed on him. I don't know nothing about next door. She turned back to the dogs. Shut the fuck up! The both of you! They hushed, long enough to regain their breath, then started again. Have you seen anyone enter or exit the house in the past few weeks? The owners don't give a two rats' asses about that place. Since Hector died, his kids have let it go to shit, the ungrateful lot. You should have let me have the place. I was the one who took care of him when the cancer began to eat him up and he couldn't go to the store no more. I was the one. Poole could only imagine the caregiving skill set this woman possessed. What about after Hector passed? Who was in the house? Her hand shut up and scratched her cheek, leaving the dry skin pink. Ain't nobody been over there but maybe kids. Better they hang out there than in the streets so nobody says much about it. If Hector's kids don't want them in there, they should install a better lock. Maybe put some paint on the place. Hector wouldn't have let the house go like that. What about the mail? Is someone keeping an eye on the mail for Hector's kids? I didn't see anything piled up, so someone must be collecting it. Man across the street took to collecting the mail. Nice fellow. Which house? The woman pointed. The green one there. When she released the robe, the frayed terry cloth fell open enough for Poole to get a glimpse of the happenings underneath, and he wished he hadn't. Poole now stood at the green house across the street. He knocked again. Chapter 60. The Man in the Black Knit Cap. Day 3, 2:04 p.m. Knocks. So loud. The damn incision on the side of his head ached with the noise, and he wanted to shout out. Tell them to stop. Put an end to it. But the knocks came again and again, each louder than the last, until he found himself sitting at his desk with his hands pressed to his ears, the marker falling from his fingers to the floor at his feet. He stood up. He stumbled for the door of the small room, for the stairs, nearly tripping over his daughter's clothing strewn about. He descended the stairs carefully, releasing his ears only long enough to steady himself on the railing. Each knock echoed in his head, the pain worse than a migraine, worse than a knife to the eye. He wanted it to stop, needed it to stop. He reached the bottom of the stairs and stumbled across the foyer to the front door. When he reached it, when his fingers slipped over the brass doorknob, he drew in a deep breath. He forced the breath into his lungs, into his muscles, his flesh. He forced the calming air to fill his body and relax the pain. He felt the burning at his cheeks dissipate. He felt the pain begin to lessen. His thoughts cleared. He forced a smile onto his face and opened the door. Chapter 61. Poole. Day 3. 2:04 p.m. When the door opened, Poole was looking down at the badge in his left hand, his right hand about to knock again. When the door opened, Poole didn't realize it was Anson Bishop doing the opening. He didn't look up into the other man's face until a moment after the man spotted his badge. He had time enough to register his mistake before Bishop's fist wrapped around the collar of his jacket and pulled him inside the greenhouse with the strength of a man running on pure adrenaline. He had time enough to hear 4 words slip from Bishop's lips before he pulled him inside and threw his body against a small table in the hallway, sending him crashing to the floor. You're not Sam Porter. Chapter 62. The Man in the Black Knit Cap. Day 3, 2:04 p.m. He opened the door. 2 people stood on his porch. Teenagers. A boy and a girl of about 16. The boy was the first to speak. He wore a white shirt and a black tie beneath a heavy downcoat. "Good afternoon, sir. We are visiting you and your neighbors today to spread the truth. Mind if I ask what religious beliefs you follow? Are you Protestant? Catholic?" The girl was staring up at the wound on his head, an uneasy smile on her face. He tugged the black cap down tight, covering the inflamed incision as best he could. He returned her smile. I recently had surgery. I'm sorry. I usually keep it covered. It can be offensive." The boy glanced over at the girl, then turned back to him. "If you are still with us, the Lord clearly meant to spare you. Scars are not offensive. They are a sign of healing, proof of faith, as are the trials that lead to them." The man in the black knit cap found himself nodding, the pain and itch all but gone. "Would you like to come in? Get out of the cold?" The girl shuffled her feet. She weaved her fingers into those of the boy at her side. The boy smiled. "We'd love to." Chapter 63. Pool. Day 3, 2:05 p.m. The small table shattered, and Poole's shoulder burned. He crashed to the floor with pieces of wood raining around him. Bishop grabbed him by the knee with one hand and just below the shoulder with the other, picked him up, and threw him against the opposite wall of the hallway with a half spin. Poole felt his head impact first the wall, then the hardwood floor with a deep thud. A burst of white light filled his vision, followed by a pain so intense he thought he might black out. The pain started at his shoulder, right below his neck, and traveled down the length of his arm. Poole crashed to the floor in a puddle, the butt of his gun digging into the sensitive flesh under his arm. Bishop kicked him in the ribs, a new pain, harsher than the first. Through cloudy vision, he saw Bishop take a step back and pick up one of the broken legs from the table. He knelt beside Poole. "You'll have to forgive me. I wasn't expecting guests. Had I known you were coming, I would have picked up something nice from the bakery down the street. They make these delicious scones, not too sweet. I believe the shed adds a dab of honey, although she's a bit tight-lipped about it." Bishop raised the table leg and brought it down on the base of Poole's neck. All went dark. Chapter 64. The Man in the Black Knit Cap. Day 3, 2:05 p.m. The man in the black knit cap ushered his two visitors inside and offered to take their coats. The boy removed his and handed the coat to him. The girl did not. She didn't so much as lower the zipper. He smiled at them both. "I was about to make hot chocolate. Why don't you join me? Nothing better on a cold day than a cup of hot chocolate. Let's get comfortable in the kitchen, and you can tell me all about your cause." Without waiting for a reply, he turned from them and proceeded down the short hallway to the kitchen. The boy followed him, the girl behind them both. It was her footfalls he listened to, the hesitancy in her step. Her boots had hard soles. In the kitchen, he pulled two chairs out from the table. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. This will just take a minute." "You're very kind," the boy said. From the corner of his eye, the man in the black knit cap watched the boy pull out the chair a little farther for the girl. She gave him a look and sat down, a soft thank you from her lips. "Please tell me, what are your names?" He retrieved a deep copper pot from the cabinet above the stove, poured in some milk, and set the pot atop a gas burner. The blue flame licked across the bottom. "My name is Wesley Hartzler, and this is my friend Katie Quigley," the boy told him, setting some reading materials on the table before folding his hands. The Watchtower and Awake.
Jehovah's Witnesses? Are you familiar?
The girl said. Her hands were on the table too, but she still wore thick gloves, her fingers a blur of nervous motion. Her voice was sweet. It held the ring of a crystal bell. He retrieved a large wooden spoon from the drawer at his left and began to stir the milk.
I am familiar with God's word in many forms. I have to say, though, when witnesses come calling, they're usually much older than the two of you.
We're 16, sir. Plenty old enough to spread the word, the boy said.
Wesley, is it?
Yes, sir.
I couldn't help but agree. There is so much to be learned from today's youth, and you are so often disregarded.
He fetched 3 mugs, located the tin of Godiva hot cocoa mix he kept above the stove, and scooped a large helping into each mug. When the milk began to simmer, he poured equal portions into each mug, then added a drop of vanilla.
My mother used to make cocoa like this, with vanilla, and even after all these years, I haven't been able to shake the habit. Vanilla adds just a bit of mystery, a hint of something special.
He placed the mug in front of each visitor and returned to the table, cradling a third. He sat and smiled at them both.
I imagine spreading the word is a difficult task in today's world. So many people are lost. It must be frustrating. What religion do you follow, mister?
Katie Quigley asked. She removed her gloves and wrapped her fingers around the mug. He noted that she did not drink.
You may call me Paul.
He smiled at her and sipped his cocoa.
Like the apostle,
Wesley said, before drinking from his own mug.
Just like the apostle.
He wiped his lips on the sleeve of his sweatshirt.
I suppose I'm a bit of a searcher when it comes to religion. I've pulled a little from here and some from there. I found that discovery can be just as enlightening as scripture. Our hall is less than a mile from here. You should join us. We have open meetings every Saturday beginning at 8 in the evening, and they only go on for an hour or so. I'm sure everyone would love to hear your views.
Wesley took another drink of his cocoa. A drop of chocolate stuck to the corner of his mouth.
This is delicious.
At his side, Katie jumped, narrowing her eyes at him. Had he kicked her under the table? Wesley went on.
After the meeting, there is usually cake and refreshments. Maybe you can share your hot chocolate recipe. That sounds like a splendid time.
Katie raised her mug to her lips. He watched her sniff at the steaming beverage. She took a short, hesitant sip.
This is wonderful.
She placed the mug back on the table in front of her, turning it several times before dropping her hands into her lap.
I'm glad you like it. Do you have a family, Paul?
Katie said.
I have a daughter your age. She can be a little shy, too. Oh, I'm not shy. No?
Katie shook her head, sampling the hot chocolate again. He couldn't tell if she was really drinking or only raising the mug to her lips in an attempt to appear like she was drinking.
Katie can be very talkative when she gets to know you,
Wesley chimed in.
Where is your daughter? Is she home?
Katie's eyes darted over the small kitchen.
She's resting. Upstairs. She hasn't been feeling well lately. Is there a Mrs. Paul?
The man in the black knit cap lowered his gaze.
I'm afraid we lost her when my daughter was born. There were complications. God works.
He waved a hand at her.
I'm very familiar with his mysterious ways. These are trials. He's testing you. Testing your faith.
Wesley said.
That may very well be true, but it makes such things no less painful. Have either of you ever lost someone you care about? Someone who means the world to you?
Wesley and Katie exchanged a glance, then shook their heads.
You're both so young. Let's hope you don't have to experience such things for a very long time. Let's hope God has no reason to zero in on either of you. If he does, hopefully you'll catch him on a good day. Every day is a good day with the Lord in it,
Wesley said.
Yes, I suppose it is. Will you bring your daughter to the Kingdom Hall?
Katie asked. He smiled at her.
I'm sure he would like nothing more than to attend.
Wesley finished off his hot chocolate and made a bit of a show of setting the empty mug back on the table.
Well, Paul, I think it's time we get going. We may have many others we would like to touch today.
He slid one of the pamphlets across the table.
The address of our hall is on the back. Like I said, not very far from here at all. We'd love to see you and your daughter.
The man in the black knit cap finished his hot chocolate and scratched the wound on the side of his head. A slight throbbing began behind it.
Tell me, Wesley, what do Jehovah's Witnesses believe happens to the soul after death?
Wesley had begun to rise from his chair. He glanced over at Katie and sat back down.
Well, we believe the soul dies with the body as punishment for sins committed by Adam and Eve. So, no heaven? No hell? Oh, there is a heaven. But God only permitted the souls of 144,000 to join in there, to rule under Christ, to help create a heaven upon earth. What becomes of the rest of us then?
Katie crossed her arms.
According to Genesis 3:19, God said, "You will return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. For dust you are, and dust you will return." So, no hope then.
He gestured around the room.
All this, and we are nothing more than dirt. All those we love, nothing but food for worms and trees.
He heard an anger brewing in his voice and stomped it back down.
I suppose we should strive to be one of the righteous so we can hope to become one of the 144,000 then.
Wesley edged the pamphlet closer to him.
Joining us, spreading the word, that offers the best hope. It is never too late.
The man in the black knit cap wrapped his fingers around his empty mug.
Oh, I don't know. For some of us, it just may be.
With a wide swing, he brought the mug up and bashed it into the side of Wesley's head. The ceramic cracked with the impact, and the little loop handle dangled from his index finger for a second before falling to the table. Wesley toppled sideways and crashed to the floor, his chair dropping with him. Katie took a moment to process what had just happened, her eyes wide and fixed on the boy on the floor at her side. She watched like someone engrossed in a television program, her brain unwilling to accept what she had just seen. The man in the black knit cap took this moment of hesitancy to leap up, his fingers seizing the collar of her coat. Katie swatted at his arm, breaking his hold, and threw the remains of her hot chocolate in his face before spinning away and running back down the hallway toward the front door. The liquid burned his eyes, the soft flesh beneath them. He didn't care. He didn't feel it. He scrambled over the chair and chased after her.
Katie, sweetie, hasn't everyone ever told you it's rude to leave the table before you're excused?
She reached for the front door and tugged at the knob, fumbled with the deadbolt. He had the key in his pocket. She banged on the door with both fists. She screamed. He could barely hear her. Her cries were muffled, underwater cries. Katie turned, her back against the door.
Please.
He reached for his wound. His fingers came away, wet with fresh blood. He imagined the blood seeping down through newly turned dirt in some forgotten graveyard.
Please, don't.
Her head made a satisfying clunk as he slammed it against the hardwood door, his fingertips leaving bloody streaks on her forehead. Chapter 65. Porter. Day 3. 2:06 p.m.
What does it mean? Is that where she's from?
Sarah Werner asked. They were in line at the lockers, waiting their turn to check out of the prison. You can't go, Porter said flatly. Sarah frowned at him.
I didn't say I wanted to go. If I did want to, I would.
There's something brewing behind those eyes of yours, and I don't like it.
She's my client. I have just as much as a right to go as you do. Whatever there is may give me some insight into this case, something I can use to help her.
Whatever is there is part of the ongoing 4MK investigation.
I want to read that diary too.
That's evidence.
Sarah smirked. Evidence that is not tagged and you are carrying on your person without gloves or any regard for the chain of custody. They reached the front of the line. Porter slipped the key into his locker, opened the small door, and retrieved the contents. His belt, shoelaces, wallet, a disposable cell phone, and a knife. A Ranger buck knife with collapsing blade. Bishop's knife. Do you want to grab a late lunch? Sarah asked. Porter shoved the various items into his pockets and relaced his shoes.
I need to get to the airport.
We need to talk about this. You can book your flight from the restaurant. She tilted her head to the side, her dark hair falling over her shoulder. You can't run off on an empty stomach. I don't think TSA will let you pass once they hear you didn't try any genuine Creole cooking during your visit to the Big Easy.
You're a hard girl to say no to, Porter said, the weight of the knife pressing against his thigh. 30 minutes later, they sat at a small table in the corner at Dookie Chase's on the corner of Owens Avenue and Miro Street. Porter had 3 plates in front of him, one with shrimp and lima beans, another with cheesy potatoes, and a third holding a sandwich. There was a direct flight from New Orleans to Greenville, South Carolina, leaving in a little less than 2 hours. He'd have to rent a car and drive from there to Simpsonville, about 20 minutes away.
When exactly was the last time you ate?
Sarah asked, staring at the food in front of him. She had a bowl of gumbo and sipped from a tall iced tea. Porter had to think about that for a second. Candy bar. Yesterday, I think. He looked down at his plates, his eyes jumping between the various offerings. Poor boy, or shrimp. Poor boy, or shrimp. Poor boy, or shrimp.
It's po' boy, not poor boy. You're going to get shunned by the locals before you take your second trip to the buffet.
Porter dug into the shrimp and followed with a forkful of the cheesy potatoes. His eyes lit up. This is amazing.
Leah Chase has been cooking here for 70 years. She's in her 90s now. Still has the best fare in the city, Sarah told him. I've seen Ray Charles in here. Martin Luther King Jr. used to stop by whenever he was in town. Barack Obama's even a fan. You gotta try this gumbo.
She held a spoonful out to him. Porter hesitated for a second. A flash of Heather feeding him passing through his mind. Their anniversary 2 years ago at Carl's Steakhouse.
Sam?
Porter snapped back, took the spoon, and tried the gumbo. Delicious.
Are you okay? I lost you there for a second.
The sun streamed in from a window beside their table, the rays glinting in Sarah's eyes. The thumb of Porter's left hand passed over the surface of his wedding band. He flexed his fingers, moved his hand to his lap. We had a secondary development back at the prison, he said, digging back into the potatoes. I've been on the fence about telling you, but I think you should know.
What?
He reached into his left pocket, pulled out the burner cell phone, and set it on the table. Then, he reached into his right pocket, extracted the knife, and placed it beside the phone. I didn't have a knife or a phone with me when I arrived at the prison. Someone put these in my locker while we were talking to your client. Sarah's eyes went wide.
We should go back. Tell the warden.
Porter shook his head. That would be a bad idea. He would probably confiscate the phone, start some kind of investigation. He arrests whoever did it, and I lose an avenue of contact with Bishop. He flicked the knife with his finger, the blade spinning on the table. Bishop mentioned a knife like this one in his journal. This might be the same one.
You think Bishop gave you those things?
Not personally, but someone working with him. Yeah. Porter looked down at the display. The phone was switched on and fully charged.
Can I see it?
Porter handed it to her. Sarah scrolled through various menus.
It's not a smartphone. The call log is empty, no stored contacts, no text messages. I don't think it's been used before.
She gave the phone back to him.
So now what? We wait for him to call?
Porter bit into his sandwich. Now, you go back to your office, and I head to the airport.
Do you really think I'm going to let you do this on your own?
I don't recall extending an invitation.
She's my client. I deserve to know where this leads.
I'll call you.
From your burner phone?
She leaned across the table.
How many cops travel on official business without a gun or a phone of their own? How about you show me your badge? All I've seen are business cards. You could have made those down at the quick copy.
Lower your voice.
She did lower her voice, and yet it cut him harder than when she shouted. How do I know you're not some psycho pretending to be a cop?
Let me see your phone, Sam said calmly.
Why?
Sarah, please. She drew in a deep breath, then pulled her iPhone from her purse and handed it to him. Porter opened a web browser and typed in his own name. Dozens of articles came up, along with several pictures not only of him, but of Anson Bishop and a few of 4MK's victims. He handed it back to her. Sarah glanced down at the display, scanned the headlines, then shut the phone off.
You need to level with me, Sam. You can trust me. I want to help you.
So, he did. He told her everything. Chapter 66. Pool, Day 3, 2:23 p.m. Poole's eyes fluttered. He caught a glimpse of the hallway, tried to stand, and blacked out again. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out for the first time, or when he woke again. When he woke for the second time, he stayed down. He scanned the hallway through watery vision. He tried to listen to the house, but the sound of his own blood pounding in his ears fought him, drowning out nearly everything else. He lay there for minutes, perhaps seconds. Time and consciousness weren't fluid anymore, but instead became a rope ladder without a top, without a bottom, something he only tried to cling to. The drumming at his ears faded, replaced with the steady tick of a grandfather clock down the hall. He could see the side of it, but the face was turned the other way, the sweeping hands pointing towards something else. He freed his right hand and tugged his Glock from the shoulder rig. There was no sign of Bishop. Poole sat up slowly, first to a crouch, waiting for the dizziness to leave. His left hand found the tender spot on the back of his neck where Bishop had struck him. There was a lump, the size of a fist back there. No blood, though. He might have a concussion, but couldn't be sure. Poole found his feet and forced himself to stand. A wave of white washed across his vision, and he steadied himself on the wall to keep from passing out. The gun felt heavy and almost fell from his fingers. He gripped tighter, purposely pressing his finger into the sharp corner of the trigger guard, the bite of pain helping him focus. Poole started down the hall, his arms outstretched in a double hold, the gun's barrel pointing at the ground ahead of him. The entrance hallway led to an open-concept dining and living room with a kitchen set into the back corner, all sparsely furnished. He swept all three spaces, then focused his attention on another hallway on the far side of the house, to the left of the living area. Unlike the one at the front door, this hall was narrow. He found a small bathroom at one end and a single bedroom at the other. The sheets atop the double bed were pulled taut. Bishop had made the bed. There was a dresser along the far wall. 3 of the drawers stood open, all empty. Back in the bathroom, he found a wet sink, but none of the typical toiletries. He got the feeling Bishop had been here for a little while. that it was some kind of sanctuary. He hadn't expected a federal agent to show up on his doorstep. He got spooked and cleared out, fast. Poole reached for his phone. It was gone. He returned to the hall, thinking he dropped it during the struggle with Bishop, but it wasn't there either. Diner. Poole went to the door, tugged at the knob. Locked. Bishop had taken the time to lock the deadbolt on his way out. Poole fumbled with the thumb latch, his movements still not entirely his own. The winter wind rushed inside. Across the street, the door to the abandoned house stood open. Poole darted across the road, still holding his gun out in front of him, partially aware of the curtain falling back in place at the neighbor's house. Her body highlighted by the large green display behind her as the golf tournament cut to a car commercial. He didn't realize he shouted Diner's name until the sound of his own voice echoed back at him from the otherwise silent house. Nor did he spot his body at first, propped up against the corner of the living room wall, his neck, coat, and shirt, all soaked with blood. Chapter 67. Poole. Day 3. 2:26 p.m. The blood was warm. Poole pressed his index finger against Diner's neck, already knowing what he'd find, but compelled to check anyway. One of Diner's lifeless eyes watched him, staring out from a narrow slit. The left eye had been removed, leaving a black void. Diner's left ear and tongue were also missing. Bishop had punctured the retromandibular just under Diner's chin, then sliced with a downward motion, opening the vein. Diner's hand and arm were covered in blood. He'd apparently tried to stem the flow, but the effort proved futile. Most likely, he had bled out in under a minute. Poole could see the butt of Diner's gun still secured in his shoulder holster. Bishop, somehow, surprised him. No time to retrieve the weapon. Diner probably heard the front door and assumed it was Poole returning. There was little blood at the missing ear and eye, suggesting they had been removed post-mortem. Poole didn't have much trouble finding these missing appendages. Portions of the graffiti had been cut out of the drywall, 4 squares in all. Bishop had cut out the poems written in black marker and placed Diner's eye, ear, and tongue in 3 of the 4 dark openings. Poole's heart thudded wildly in his chest, and the bump at the back of his neck ached. He bent back over and searched Diner's body for his phone. Gone. When he stood back up, the sudden movement caused his balance to falter. He reached for the wall, his fingers feeling the dirty grit of it. 10 minutes would pass before he'd find the strength to get to the house next door and call for help. Chapter 68. Claire. Day 3. 2:30 p.m.
Why would Bishop be working with Libby McKinley?
Claire asked.
More importantly, why would Libby McKinley work with Bishop? He killed her sister, for Christ's sake,
Nash replied. They were back in the war room. The image of Bishop in the truck had been blown up and printed, and was now taped to one of the whiteboards at the front of the room.
We need to share this with the FBI,
Claus said from the conference table.
These cases are connected to 4MK. They need to know.
Both Claire and Nash stared at him. He raised both hands defensively.
What? We can't hold this back.
Where is Libby McKinley now?
She's out of prison, right? Did she have a parole officer or someone keeping tabs on her?
Claire asked. Klazowski pulled his laptop close. After a few keystrokes, his face turned white.
What?
Klaus's eyes went wide, quickly scanning the text.
This is not good.
Claire shook her head, crossed the room, and turned the laptop screen so she could read.
Go ahead. I wasn't reading that,
Klaus said. She raised a hand. silencing him. Claus pushed back from the table on his wheeled chair. Fuck. Claire finally spat out, turning the display back to him. Yeah, Claus said. What is it? Nash asked, crossing behind them. Libby McKinley was found dead last night by Poole and friends. Eyes, ear, and tongue removed. Tortured too, Claire replied. Nash frowned. If Libby and Bishop were working together, why would he kill her? That doesn't make sense. Does anything about Bishop make sense? Claire glanced toward the door, the room across the hall occupied by the FBI. Why didn't those guys tell us? Claus blew out a breath. 2 seconds ago, you wanted to withhold what we learned about Bishop, and you're wondering why the FBI cut us out the loop? He spread out both hands. Their case, our case, different cases. Until now, Nash said. Until now. Claire crossed the room and looked into the hall. I haven't seen those guys since yesterday, have you? Their door is closed. I haven't seen any of them since Porter's apartment, Nash said. Claire turned to him. We should try Sam again. Nash took out his phone and dialed. A moment later, he shook his head. Still voicemail. No answer. We need to get over there, Klazowski said. Something's wrong. I thought you were afraid of getting into trouble. Thought he needs to take his medicine. Got to follow orders, Claire said. That was an hour ago. Now it feels like something is wrong. Nash was still staring at his phone display. The kid's right. This feels off. Sam doesn't just drop off the radar like this. He'd answer for one of us. Claire let out a breath. All right. We figure out our next move, and we hit his apartment while we're out. Nash nodded. Yeah, that works. Claire walked back over to the whiteboards. Okay, let's focus here. We need to connect these dots. How does Bishop play into this mess? There was a knock at the door, and all three turned to find Sophie Rodriguez standing there. Claire felt her face go slack. Oh no. Sophie stepped inside. There were bags under her eyes. Her arms hung limp at her sides. I took the call 10 minutes ago. Larissa Beale. About the same age as the others. She was supposed to attend a school dance tonight. Her mother wanted to surprise her, though she bought them a spa day. She went into the office for a few hours this morning, and when she got home, Larissa wasn't there. She started calling around to her friends. None of them had seen her either. Because of the girls in the news, she got panicked and called missing children. Sophie paused for a second. I don't know. This could be premature, but something feels wrong. When was she last seen? Claire asked. Her mother said she was still sleeping this morning when she went to work. That was 6:30. Her father said there is no sign of a break-in and her room looks normal. His word. Her boots, coat, and phone are gone. Nash reached for his coat. We need to secure the parents. If this is Bishop, they could be in danger like the others. Sophie frowned. What makes you think this is Bishop? We'll tell you on the way. He turned to Klazowski. Klaus. He was back at his computer. I'm already on it. Checking all obituaries published in the past 2 weeks for Beale. What are the parents' first names? Darlene and Larry, Sophie said. Do you have Larissa's cell phone number? I'll start a trace on that too. Klazowski's phone dinged. I texted it to you, she told him. Their home address too. Get uniforms over there. Tell them we're on our way. Claire shouted over her shoulder as the three of them raced down the hallway. Chapter 69. Pool. Day 3. 5:18 p.m. Poole stood in the center of the greenhouse. Bishop's house, with an ice pack pressed to the back of his neck. Federal agents had taped off this property as well as the abandoned home across the street and now swarmed over both. He watched them take Diner's lifeless body on a stretcher about an hour ago. only after all evidence was collected and the scene was properly documented. The woman in the pink robe moved the chair to her picture window and watched the activity with a mug in her hand, gulf long forgotten. Agents interviewed her upon arrival, but got nothing beyond what she had told Poole. Special Agent in charge Foster Hurlis stood beside him, his usual scowl etched on his face. "Tell me what happened again." "I didn't see a car in the driveway. He left on foot. He might still be close. I'm not doing any good standing here," Poole said. "Medical needs to clear you. And we have a dead agent. I've got people going door to door. The only footsteps in the snow outside are on the walkway and the driveway. There's no garage." Hurlis told him. "This place is small." "Well, I'd remember a car." "He could have parked on the street. There are cars up and down this road." Poole said nothing. "Tell me again." "There isn't much to tell. We traced the fake identification to a mailing address, the abandoned house across the street. We cleared the house. I drew the short straw, and Diner opted to photograph the interior, particularly the walls with the graffiti, while I talked to the neighbors. The woman across the street said the man living here collected the mail, so I came here next. I didn't expect Bishop to open the door. He took me by surprise. We struggled. He bested me when he got a hold of the table leg. But when I woke, I cleared this house and went back across the street and found Special Agent Diner." "So you knew someone used the house across the street as a mail drop. You knew that someone came from here. And you still came over without backup?" Poole felt his face flush. "I had no reason to believe there was any danger. I most definitely didn't expect Bishop." "And he was expecting Sam Porter, the Metro detective?" "His exact words were, 'You're not Sam Porter.' I'm not sure what that means." "It means he wouldn't have been surprised to find Porter on his doorstep." Poole shook his head. "I know what you're thinking. But Porter is a good cop. He made some mistakes, but he's not mixed up in this. Not like that. He wants this guy found. That's all." Hurlis touched his chin. "Maybe. Maybe not. I just learned there was a diary on the body they found a few months back. The bus victim they thought was 4MK. Apparently, it was Bishop's diary. Porter never checked it into evidence. It's mentioned in the report, but Metro doesn't have possession. Never did." "Why would he withhold evidence?" Poole asked. "Why would Bishop expect him on his doorstep?" Poole grimaced, pressing the ice pack harder against his neck. "Why mention the diary in a report if he planned to withhold?" "The diary is in Detective Nash's report, not Porter's. Porter doesn't mention it once in 43 pages of typed text." A crime scene tech approached and stood silently beside SAIC Hurlis, waiting for a break in the conversation. They looked at her, and she raised her voice. "Sir, we've completed our preliminary of this residence. There are no prints. We found traces of latex residue on many of the surfaces, so he most likely wore gloves while here. Other surfaces have been wiped clean." "What about the table leg he hit me with?" "Wiped," she said. Poole nodded toward the bathroom, regretting the motion the moment he did it. "What about the bathtub or shower? Maybe he bathed here." "The bathtub was dry and covered with bleach stains. We think he cleaned it after each use. Same with the sinks in both the bathroom and the kitchen. He removed the traps on the plumbing as well. We're taking all the remaining pipes with us in case something got caught up inside. We're also vacuuming all surfaces. We'll find something," she assured them. "Nobody can hide completely." "Any way to tell how long he was here?" Poole asked. She shook her head. "He was ready to bug out in a moment's notice. Probably got it in less than 10 minutes. He could have been here for days or months. The woman across the street said she remembers seeing him as far back as 6 months ago, Hurlis said. So Bishop put this together as a safe house before he was outed as 4MK. Looks that way. According to property records, the house is owned by a subsidiary of Talbot Enterprises. They've been buying up houses in this area for about 2 years and turning them out as rentals. They keep the utilities on to prevent the pipes from freezing while they're vacant. The whole neighborhood is a hot spot for the homeless and squatters. Once he jimmied the lock, he'd be able to come and go as he pleased. It's not tough to run a disguise in weather like this. Everyone's got multiple layers on. He wouldn't stand out. If he set up the safe house in advance, most likely he has others. That would be my guess. Poole turned back to the tech. What about the cell phones? Bishop took mine and Agent Diner's. Both went dark at 24 minutes past 2 this afternoon, she replied. Poole lowered the ice pack and turned back to SAIC Hurlis. Can we go back across the street? I want to get a better look at that wall. Diner's body was gone, but the dark red stain remained. Poole could still hear the man's gruff voice, the shuffle of his gait. He half expected him to come walking out from the back room, followed by one of the remaining crime scene investigators. SAIC Hurlis motioned towards the graffiti wall. What can you tell me about these cutouts? Diner's eye still sat precariously on the edge of the dusty drywall, a tag with the number 37 placed beside it. Poole traced the opening with the tip of his finger. There was a poem here. Dickinson. Written with a black marker or a Sharpie. It said, Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held, but just ourselves, and immortality. He crossed over to the second hole, where Diner's ear now lay, tagged number 38. This one was Hanshin. He recalled the poem, verbatim. A telling analogy for life and death. Compare the two of them to water and ice. Water draws together to become ice, and ice disperses again to become water. Whatever has died is sure to be born again. Whatever is born comes around again to dying. As ice and water do one another no harm, so life and death, the two of them, are fine. At the third hole, Diner's tongue now lay in the silent reflection of the words that had been here earlier, the number 39 beside it. Let us return home. Let us go back. Useless is this reckoning of seeking and getting. Delight permeates all of today. From the blue ocean of death, life is flowing like nectar. In life there is death. In death there is life. So where is fear? Where is fear? The birds in the sky are singing, no death, no death. Day and night, the tide of immortality is descending here on earth. He motioned toward the opening, toward invisible words. Home, fear, death. We're all underlined. The poem is Tibetan. Old. It was the fourth hole that intrigued him most, higher on the graffiti wall and off to the right. Nothing sat within it, only an empty space in the drywall, but clearly cut away by Bishop with the same careful technique he used on the other spaces. Nearly a perfect square, missing. Poole had not studied whatever was here as he did the others. With those, he read the words, took in the measured handwriting. He could see each letter with perfect clarity in his mind's eye. This hole was different. At best, he had glanced at this portion of the wall. What about this one? Hurlis said. What was written here? Poole raised a hand, silenced him, then closed his eyes, concentrated, focused on what he saw when he first walked the abandoned house. He had seen this wall, but he hadn't seen the wall. He hadn't made a conscious effort to memorize it, to take it in. The haphazard artwork and words were nothing more than a smear in his memory. A Pollock painting, slightly out of focus. Are you trying to tell me something, Bishop? Or are you hiding something? Poole thought. He pictured the wall, every inch of the wall. He visualized himself walking past, his eyes taking in every speck of color, his eyes glancing over this very spot, this missing spot. The same black handwriting, the blocky letters. He could see them, but they were out of focus, like the background of a photo, with a subject front and center, and all else blurred. He concentrated on those black words, on the blur. Not so much the meaning of the words, but the image of them. He concentrated until they came into focus, one letter at a time. And only then did he read, speaking them aloud. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil. Chapter 70. Katie. Day 3. 5:20 p.m. Katie Quigley woke with a start. It had begun slowly, her ascent from sleep. But that last moment when her consciousness climbed out of the well and burst through the opening at the top came fast, and it caused her to jump. Her hands were tied behind her back. Her feet were bound too. Her eyes covered. Some kind of blindfold. The ground felt damp beneath her. The air smelled of waste, feces and urine, and something else. Hello? The sound of her own voice seemed thin. A stranger's voice. A pain throbbed against her temple, and for a moment, she couldn't remember why. Then, the memories of what happened came flooding back. A horrid onslaught of images ending with the man with a disgusting wound on his head, chasing her down the hallway, bashing her into the door. Oh, God. Wesley? A shuffle beside her, only a few feet away. A thin light crept through the cloth over her eye, but not enough for her to really see. Only vague shapes and shadows. Strange monsters dancing in the distance. Wesley? Is that you? Are you okay? She remembered the ugly man, diving across the table and slamming his cocoa mug into Wesley's head. The terrible cracking sound it made, followed by Wesley falling to the floor. She ran then. She should have tried to help him, but instead she ran, thinking of nothing but herself as the ugly man came after her. I'm sorry, Wesley, she said quietly, sobs threatening to choke her words. A groan, then. Again. Only a few feet away. Not Wesley. This was a girl's voice. Even though it was muffled and faint, she could tell. Who's there? Who are you? Katie pulled her knees to her face, tried to slide the blindfold from her eyes with her knee. It didn't work, though. The cloth was secure. Too tight. She forced her body to shuffle towards the voice, like an inchworm, using her legs to push the rest of her. The pain on the side of her head cried out with each movement, rushing over her with waves of nausea. She didn't stop, though. She forced herself toward the voice until her arm brushed against something soft, something warm. The other girl jerked as their skin came in contact, and then she pulled some sort of blanket or quilt up between them. Who are you? Katie said again, feeling the squirm beside her. She wasn't pure. She will never see. Instead, she has cast herself
into the fiery lake to drown in their own blood.
Katie jumped at the voice, a shiver rushing over her body like fingers across a coffin lid. A man's voice, the man with the wound. He had trouble with the letter S. He said the words at just above a whisper from only a feet away, from the direction she had just moved. Katie shuffled closer to the warm body next to her. She felt the body twitch beneath the blanket.
Where are we? Where's Wesley?
The man coughed, his breath catching, sounding wet.
Your friend Wesley is there with you. He's not doing well.
Katie thought of the smells, feces, urine, and something else. She didn't want to think about that something else.
The people at the Kingdom Hall, they know where we are. They know we were on the street, what houses we plan to visit. If you let me go, I'll tell them it was an accident. I'll tell them Wesley fell and you tried to help him. I don't care if they come for you. I don't care if they come for me. We'll be done by then.
His voice drew closer now. Katie could hear him crossing the floor, the slight drag of one of his feet. She could hear it. Something wrong with the way he walked. A rustling noise, metal on metal, a door opening.
Will you see for me?
Beside her now, she could feel his hot breath on her neck.
Will you tell me what you see?
Katie screamed, and the moment the sound left her lips, he shoved something into her mouth, a rag or cloth. It tasted like dirt and something sour. Then his arms were around her. He lifted her off the ground and carried her. A hand came out from the blanket beside her and wrapped around her arm for a brief second before falling away.
You are a believer, a follower. You will see.
Dropping then, the man let her go, or lowered her. She couldn't be sure. She felt the water first. Then his arms were gone, and she sank deeper into it, whatever it was. She sank until almost completely submerged. All but her face, her blindfolded face reaching for air from the highest point. Her hands and feet touched the bottom, and if she tilted her head, she could keep it above the waterline. The water was warm, nearly hot. Had Katie been able to see, she would have watched the man in the black knit cap as he pulled the tarp from the stack of the car batteries, wired in a series next to the freezer, converted into a water tank. She would have seen him pick up both ends of the jumper cables attached to the last battery in the series. She would have seen him drop both ends down in the water. Katie didn't see any of those things. Katie saw nothing at all, as the electricity caused her body to spasm with such strength, she broke the zip ties at her hands and feet. She saw nothing but the brightest of white lights. Chapter 71. Claire. Day 3. 5:43 p.m.
I'm not going to sit in here, locked up like a common criminal while some maniac has her daughter,
Larry Beale spouted. He continued to pace the small hotel room. They had been there for nearly 2 hours, and he had yet to stop moving.
Larry, this isn't helping. Please come here and sit next to me,
Darlene Beale said from the bed. Claire watched them both from the small table just inside the door. Uniformed officers had arrived at the Beale household within 4 minutes of Claire's call. Both were found safely inside their narrow 3-story home on West Superior Street. Darlene Beale was on the phone, cycling through her daughter's friends for the 5th time, while her husband, Larry, sat at Larissa's computer, digging for the data. He knew his way around a computer, then had installed a parental monitoring program called Kid Be Safe on her PC 2 years earlier. He reluctantly handed the laptop off to Claire, who in turn had it rushed to Klosowski's team back at Metro. Claire then explained that while they had no reason to believe their current unsub had their daughter, particularly since it had only been half a day since she was last seen, she would like to place them both in protective custody anyway, while they ruled it out. It took 20 more minutes for her to convince them to leave their home. Darlene moved fast. She was in pharmaceutical sales, spent a lot of time on the road, and kept the travel bag packed and ready. In less than 5 minutes, she was at the front door. Larry was not so fast. He lingered in each room, as if expecting his daughter to appear from some shadow corner, an extended game of hide and seek, until finally, Darlene packed the bag for him and helped get him into a waiting cruiser. Although Chicago Metro owned 3 safe houses, Claire opted to take them to a hotel downtown, one she picked at random and paid for with cash. If Bishop was somehow involved, she had no intention of leaving a paper trail. Only Nash knew her location. He and Sophie Rodriguez remained at the Beale house to supervise the search. Undercover cars were parked at a few houses down on both ends of the block, ready if the unsub made an appearance.
Larry, you're making me nervous. Please sit down,
Darlene said again. Larry Beale crossed the room one more time, then dropped onto the bed beside his wife. His red face turned to Claire.
How many girls did you say this guy has grabbed? At least 2 others that we were aware of. But let me stress, we have no reason to believe this person has your daughter. You said yourself she could be with one of her friends. We're just taking every precaution. She's not with any of her friends,
Darlene Beale said.
She planned to go to Carrie Ann's house to get ready for the dance, and Carrie Ann hasn't heard from her all day. None of her other friends have heard from her today either. She doesn't disappear like this. Never. She always tells me where she's going. We don't keep secrets from each other. And this guy killed the girl's parents too,
Larry Beale said, ignoring his wife.
The man they found in his backyard, packed in snow. Is that what happened to him? Is that who you're talking about? I can't comment on an open investigation. The reporter said his throat was cut so bad his head almost came off. You're safe here. We're not going to let anything happen to you.
Larry ran his fingers over the pressboard nightstand, tapping them nervously. Claire was beginning to think the man was better off pacing. There was a knock at the door, and Larry jumped up. Claire held up a hand.
I got it. Please stay there.
With a hand on her gun, she looked through the small peephole, relaxed, and opened the door. She had ordered a patrol officer to pick up pizza. He handed both boxes to her and held his hand out, hoping for a tip. Claire closed the door on him, secured the deadbolt and the inner latch, then placed both boxes on the table.
We've got plain cheese and pepperoni. I can't eat anything,
Larry said.
Hopefully, this will be over quickly, but it's always best to keep your strength up,
Claire told him. Darlene pulled a slice of plain cheese and sat on the corner of the bed. Although she appeared calm, her hand was shaking. A clump of cheese slipped off the side of the slice and splattered on the carpet.
I'm so sorry. I'm a bit of a mess right now.
Larry stood up and resumed pacing. On his third pass, he took a slice of pepperoni.
We should be hanging posters. We should be talking to the media. I can get a bunch of guys from the construction site to help comb the neighborhood. I can't sit here like this. I can't do nothing while some psycho has my baby girl. This guy's not going to hurt me. I'll tear him apart if he tries to hurt me. I'll kill him if he touches my baby.
Larry was a big guy. His job kept him in shape. but Randall Davis had been more than 6 feet tall and exercised regularly. Floyd Reynolds, too. Both were dead now. Claire's phone rang. "Hey, Claus. Did you find something?" Darlene stood up from the bed, looking at her hand. Both were covered in pizza sauce. "I'm going to clean up." Claire nodded at her and watched her disappear into the bathroom. Larry continued his pacing. "I found the obituary. It ran 2 days ago in the Sun-Herald," Claus said from the other end of the line. "So, not the Chicago Examiner?" "Either our guy's branching out, or he's been placing ads in multiple papers, and the Examiner was just a lucky break." "What does it say?" "I texted it to you. Did you get it?" Claire's phone dinged. "Yeah, hold on." She glanced down at the display. Dealer of dope. Mother and wife. Darlene Beale finally found peace at the business end of death's knife. A crash came from the bathroom, the sound of a body hitting the floor. Chapter 72. Claire. Day 3. 6:04 p.m. Larry was the first to the bathroom door. He jiggled the handle. Locked. "Darlene? Get back!" Claire shouted, her foot missing him by less than an inch as she kicked the door just below the lock. The frame protested, but didn't give. Larry plowed into the door, shoulder first, hitting hard, and Claire heard the splinter of wood as the frame cracked. Darlene was on the bathroom floor, her body spasming. A white foam dripping from her mouth down her cheeks and chin. Her eyes were open wide, all white, rolled back into her head. Larry dropped down beside her, cradling her head against the tile floor. His hands were covered in blood, as was the tile beneath her head. Darlene's body shook. Her toothbrush snapped with a loud crack between her convulsing fingers. "Turn her on her side. Make sure her tongue is clear. Don't let her choke," Claire shouted out, scanning the room. Toothbrush in 2 pieces. Toothpaste tub open on the counter. Mouthwash. The white foam at Darlene's mouth pooled on the floor as Larry turned her on her side. Claire grabbed the liquid soap dispenser from the wall and tore it loose from the plastic mount. Then dropped down beside Darlene. "She needs to drink this." Larry's eyes went wide and he pushed her away. "Hell no, that will kill her!" Claire fought him, turning Darlene's head. "She's been poisoned. Something fast-acting like cyanide. Most poisons are acidic. Soap is a base. It will neutralize the poison, cause her to throw up." Before Larry could object, Claire had twisted the cap off the soap and poured the thick pink liquid into Darlene's open mouth. Then she held the woman's mouth closed and pinched her nose, forcing her to swallow. Darlene's body jerked with a terrible force, and Claire lost her grip. The woman's head twisted and her arms flailed out. She kicked at the air. "You're making her worse!" Larry shouted. Claire forced more soap down her throat, forced her to swallow it. It came back up a moment later with a gurgling cough, spewing over the wall and tile. Claire made her drink more. She threw up a second time, then a third. Her body finally stilled, and Claire checked her pulse. Beside her, Larry's face was white and long. "You killed her! Oh my God, you killed her!" Claire tried to draw in a breath, but every muscle in her body fought her. "Go call 911. Chapter 73. Porter. Day 3. 8:06 p.m. Porter and Sarah Werner had landed in Greenville, South Carolina at 7:25. The sun had vanished over the horizon about midway through the flight. At that point, Sarah closed the plastic blind. Porter wasn't aware that she'd been looking out the window at all. Her eyes seemed transfixed on Bishop's diary in her hands. He had watched her fingers slide down each page as she read, taking in every word. At the airport, she paid for the tickets. At that point, she understood Porter was trying to fly below the radar. And the fewer hits on his credit card, the better. He offered her cash, which she refused, citing this trip as a business expense. And she had no problem covering the costs from Uncle Sam's usual cut of her earnings. She had finished the diary shortly before the flight landed. In Greenville, the rental car, a well-equipped red Hyundai Sonata, had gone under her name as well. Sarah plugged the address from Bishop's diary into the GPS app on her phone and drove off in relative silence with Porter in the passenger seat. Once they left the airport property and eased onto the highway, Sarah was the first to speak. "Maybe we should get a hotel and go in the morning, when it's light out. We'll have a hard time seeing anything in the dark." It was dark. In the city, lights found its way into every corner. Street lights, traffic lights, offices, businesses. There was always light. Out here, there was nothing. The sky was pitch black, dotted with distant stars. Along the edge of the highway, Porter could see maybe 30 feet before the darkness blotted out their headlights. Within minutes of their leaving the airport, civilization seemed to drop away, replaced by sprawling fields and nothingness. Porter glanced over at the GPS. "According to your thingamagizmo, we're only 13 minutes away. I'd rather scope it out. See what we can see tonight, and maybe go back in the morning." "Don't you ever sleep?" "I slept during police school." "I find that hard to believe. Where else would you learn a fancy term like thingamagizmo?" "Heather." He had learned it from Heather, one of her favorite non-words. His thumb drifted to his wedding band. Sarah caught him looking at it. "Tell me about her." Porter felt his face flush. "You don't want to hear about my wife." "I do," she said. "I'd really like to." He hadn't really talked about her much since her death. He had tried with both Nash and Claire, the two of them loading him up with alcohol not long after Emery was found and he returned to duty. Although they were his friends, he was technically their superior, and he'd always had a problem showing emotion. There had been plenty of private moments after Heather's death. He still found himself talking to her a couple of times a day. Every day as he got dressed, he lingered a bit too long at the closet, his fingers brushing her clothes. Her death left a void in him, a big, empty space. He missed her dearly, every second of every day. Her name was Heather. She was killed in a botched convenience store robbery a few blocks from our apartment about 6 months ago. They caught the guy. Just a kid, really. Harnell Campbell. Porter went quiet for a second, his gaze drifting to the window. Somehow, he escaped. He should have stayed in jail, because Anson Bishop tracked him down, killed him, we think. His body never turned up. Bishop left the kid's ear, sitting on my bed like some kind of gift. I guess in a way it was. I sure as hell wanted to kill him. The idea of him spending a few years in prison and getting his freedom back while my Heather was lost ate at me. I came home, and there it was. Her killer's ear, in a neat little white box with a note.
What did the note say?
It said,
Sam, a little something from me to you. I'm sorry you didn't get to hear him scream. How about a return on the favor? A little tit for tat between friends. Help me find my mother. I think it's time she and I talked. B. Wow.
yeah,
So that's why you're here. That's why you came to New Orleans. To help him find his mother.
Porter shook his head. I'm here to catch him. Period. She's a lead. Nothing more. Him killing Campbell. That was a one-sided deal. I don't owe him anything other than a comfortable cell.
But he could be in New Orleans, too. He might have been watching the entire time.
Sarah pointed out.
He can't enter the prison without risk of getting caught. But he probably followed your every move.
Maybe.
So he could be here. Following us.
Porter hadn't thought about that. He assumed Bishop kept tabs on him in New Orleans. But here? I don't know about that. He couldn't have known what was said between us and his mother. Nobody has seen what she wrote in the diary but us. The address.
There are cameras. In the interview room. It's possible one of them caught a good angle. Somebody on the inside slipped you that cell phone and the knife. He could have followed us to the airport. Hell, he could have been on our plane. Somebody high profile like him, to be able to hide as long as he has, he's got to be good at disguises, blending in. I think I've seen his face on the news every day since you ID'd him. To not get caught, with all that heat.
She let the words trail off, reached up and brushed an errant hair from her eyes, then glanced up at the rearview mirror.
He's not out here, though. I haven't seen another car in a while. Of course, he could be driving with the headlights off. That's what I'd do.
I don't think he'd follow us. I think you're right. He's good at hiding. I also think he's smart enough to stay hidden. If I had to bet, he's hunkered down somewhere, waiting for things to cool off a little bit. People have short attention spans. I'm surprised the press has stayed on it this long. As soon as some other big story hits, he'll get put on the back burner. If he plans to make a move, he'll do it then.
I see what you're doing,
Sarah said. What?
You completely changed the subject. I asked you about your wife, and somehow you managed to turn the conversation to Bishop. I'm not having that. I need answers. I'm a sucker for a good love story. Tell me how you and Heather met. And if you try to weasel out of it and go on about Bishop again, I'm going to pull over and beat you with the tire iron. I see plenty of places to hide a body out here.
You are one scary girl.
Woman. Scary woman. And proud of it. Now, tell me about Heather.
Porter sighed. We met at the hospital. Of all places.
The hospital? What happened?
I was a rookie cop. Not far from here, actually. Near Charleston. I took a bullet to the back of the head. She was one of the trauma nurses lucky enough to be working the ER when they brought me in.
Sarah's eyes went wide. You got shot in the head?
Porter reached to the back of his head and found the scar. A small bump to the left of the center. It was a pea shooter, a .22. My partner and I were trying to take down a petty dealer, mostly dirty heroin and some crack. On the street, they called him Weasel. We cornered him in an alley. I came up from behind him. My partner circled around the block so he could come in from the other side. He saw my partner first, spun around, and panicked when he saw me standing behind him. He was wired on something, real jumpy. He had the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger by accident. He didn't mean to shoot me. The gun wasn't even pointing at me. It was more of a reflex than anything else. The bullet hit a dumpster behind me and ricocheted. I caught it in the back of the skull.
Holy hell, how are you still alive?
Porter shrugged. My thick head, I guess. The bullet lodged in place, got caught in the bone. It didn't make it into my brain, but got real close.
Whoa, that was lucky.
Yeah, I guess. They think the ricochet is what saved me. A direct hit, and I would have been done. There was still damage, though. Pressure started to build up almost immediately. He paused for a second, recalling. It's funny. I actually remember the hit. It was like a hard slap to the back of the head. It didn't knock me off my feet like it does in the movies. I stood there like an idiot. Thought I could get back to the car and drive myself to the hospital. I touched it. Saw the blood on my fingers. I took about 2 steps before I passed out. I didn't wake up again for nearly a week. Sarah slowed as a small animal scurried across the road and disappeared in the bushes at the side.
Were they able to remove the bullet? Or is it still in there?
No. They got it out. Then they put me in a coma until the pressure finally reduced. His fingers found the small scar again. The bullet went in from a weird angle. Came in low on the left. Most of the pressure was centered above the hippocampus region. Sarah held up a hand.
Wait, I know this. That's the portion responsible for emotions and memory.
Give that girl a gold star, Porter grinned. It also runs our autonomic nervous system and handles spatial recognition. They knew my nervous system was intact even while I was in the coma. But until I woke, they weren't able to tell if anything else had been impacted. When I opened my eyes, Heather was standing over me. This beautiful smile on her lips. And I knew I was in love. Chapter 74. Claire. Day 3. 8:07 p.m. Claire stood in the hallway outside room 316 at the Piedmont Hotel. Her hands balled up in fists and her stomach in knots. CSI had arrived 10 minutes earlier and sealed off the room. Claire Bear? She turned to find Nash stepping off the elevator, unfastening his thick coat.
What the hell happened?
Claire shook her head. She was still trying to piece everything together. He poisoned her. At least, I think he poisoned her. I forced her to throw up. She was stable when the paramedics took her away. Still unconscious, though. But alive. Yeah, still alive. She took a couple of steps, her back to him. How is this happening? How is this bastard able to stay ahead of us like this? We'll get him. When she turned back around, there were tears in her eyes. I was supposed to protect her, and he got right past me. Tried to take her right under my nose. Nash wrapped his arms around her, gave her a hearty squeeze. This is not your fault, Claire Bear. There is absolutely nothing you could have done differently. I should have seen this coming. With Randall Davies, the unsub got into their house and poisoned his coffee with lisinopril. The unsub knew only Randall Davies drank it, and he targeted him. Somehow he got poisoned to something belonging to Darlene Beale, either her mouthwash or toothpaste. She traveled regularly for work. He got into her travel bag and set his poison. After Randall Davies, I should have seen that coming. Should have. Her voice trailed off. She pressed her face into his shoulder. Detectives? Claire pulled away from Nash, wiped at her eyes, embarrassed.
Yes?
CSI Lindsay Rolfe stood at the hotel room doorway. She averted her eyes as Nash released Claire from the hug.
You were right. The field test came back positive for cyanide. Toothpaste or mouthwash?
Claire asked.
Toothpaste. We found a small puncture hole in the tube. It looks like the unsub injected it into the toothpaste tube with a hypodermic needle, about an inch down from the top. Because of the toothpaste consistency, she may have used it for days without encountering the poison. Honestly, toothpaste makes an excellent delivery method. The paste acted as a primitive timer. If the unsub would have placed the poison lure in the tube, he could have bought weeks rather than days before she encountered it. I keep that in mind. Most likely, he wanted it to hit around this time.
Claire drew in a deep breath and let the air back out before speaking again. She wasn't going to let this guy get the better of her. No way.
Anything else?
Rolfes pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose with a gloved hand.
That's all so far. We're still testing her personal items. I'll finish up at the lab. So, nothing in the husband's belongings?
Nash asked.
Nothing we've found. I'll call you if we turn up something else.
She turned and disappeared, back into the hotel room. Claire massaged her chin, walking in slow circles around the hallway.
The obituary was Darlene Beale. She was the target. That means this guy isn't going after only the fathers. He's going after a parent. There's a thread connecting them. Connecting the girls and connecting the parents. We just need to find it. You need some rest,
Nash told her.
You've been running on empty for 2 solid days. You can't think straight like this. Neither can I, for that matter.
He lowered his voice.
When I got here, I tried to climb out of my car. I forgot to take off my seatbelt. I actually sat there for a second or two trying to figure out why I couldn't get up. My brain is toast. We all need to get some rest and regroup.
Claire was shaking her head.
I'm going back to Metro. I need to work the boards. See all the data. There's something there. I know it. Their daughter is still out there, and she may still be alive. She's only been missing a day. We have half the force out there looking for her. I'm not going back to Metro,
she said defiantly. Nash must have known this was a losing battle.
Okay, but under 2 conditions. 1, you try and get some sleep on the couch in the war room. And 2, you let me drive you. You shouldn't be driving. You're still shaking from the adrenaline. And when you crash, you're going to crash hard. And I'm supposed to entrust my life to a guy who can't work a seatbelt? I'm all you got. God help us.
Claire's phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket and read the text. Her heart sank.
They found the truck. And the missing water tank. We've got another body.
Chapter 75. Porter. Day 3. 8:07 p.m. The GPS chimed, told them to make a right turn, and Sarah slowed, following the sign towards Simpsonville. Porter's gaze had returned to the window. After I saw Heather standing over me, I saw my partner. He was getting up from a chair in the corner of the room. My captain showed up about an hour later. It was weird at first. I recognized him. My partner. I didn't realize anything was wrong. I remembered chasing the dealer. I remembered the shot. All of it was fresh. Heather asked me my name. I promptly told her I was the love of her life. She asked me for the name of the current president, and I told her. Then she asked me for the name of the last president, and I drew blank. There was no other way to describe it. like someone had taken a razor and smudged it out. I could picture the guy's face, but his name was gone. The testing started after that. A lot of testing.
Some kind of amnesia?
Fluid, illicit, retrograde amnesia. That's what they called it. My mobility wasn't impaired, which was lucky. Most of my memories were intact. My childhood, teen years, even recent events. That was all there. But there were these big, blank spots. Entire months and years missing. He paused for a moment, his finger tapping against the window glass. Heather used to make me do this exercise, where she'd have me write down the bullet points of my life in chronological order, date them as best as I could. We'd do it every day. Start with a blank piece of paper and fill in everything I could remember. For the first few days, the list got longer with each attempt. There was progress. After about a week or so, that ended. I didn't lose anything else, but those blanks held tight. The doctors assured me the memories would return in time. Somehow, I suppose. But to this day, I'm still missing time.
Through all this, Heather stuck with you?
Porter nodded. She refused to go out with me on an official date until I was out of the hospital and had resumed a normal life for at least a month. We both felt a spark, knew there was something there. But apparently, it's common for patients to fall for their caregivers during prolonged hospital stays, and she was wary, that's all it was. I knew it was more than that. But my word didn't hold a whole lot of water in that particular discussion. We still met every day to run my list. That's what she called it. Running the list. But she wouldn't go out on an official date. When they finally reinstated me on the force, about 3 months after I landed in the hospital, she agreed to go out. Dinner and a movie. We saw The Princess Bride. We were married 4 months later.
Aren't you bothered by this missing time?
Porter shrugged. My best memories are with Heather. I remember all of our time together. I don't need anything else.
What about the police force? Was it difficult to go back to active duty?
Yeah, that was rough. I didn't think it would be. Aside from the memory issue, I was fine. Physically, I had no problem. A few written and physical exams. Then an interview. And I was back on the streets. New partner, though. My last one transferred to narcotics full-time. That shot took something else from me, in a way. Charleston was ruined. The city felt a bit darker, dirtier. I felt uneasy any time I was near the alley where it all happened. I began to feel like this anxiety could get me hurt, distract me at the wrong moment. Heather and I talked about it quite a bit and decided to make the move to Chicago, get a fresh start someplace new. I made the transfer to Chicago Metro Patrol, and when there was an opening in homicide, I took it. Hell, that was all so long ago. I was just a kid.
You never had children?
We considered having kids. Talked about it more times than I can count. But the timing never seemed to be right. Heather was a bit of a rising star at Chicago General, and I was doing well at Metro. You tell yourself next year will be a better year for it. Things will slow down. Finances will get in order. So you put it off, and you put it off. Before you know it, it's too late. I don't regret not having any, though. I don't think there is a single moment of my life I would change.
Not even getting shot in the head?
Not even getting shot in the head. Hey, pull in there. Porter pointed towards a small stop-and-go gas station coming up on the right.
What for? We had a full tank.
Supplies. Sarah slowed and maneuvered the car off the narrow two-lane highway and into the gravel parking lot. A beat-up Ford pickup was parked in front of the store. Aside from that, the place was deserted. She pulled up next to the truck and slipped the car into park. She held the diary.
Go ahead. There are a few sections in here I want to give a second glance.
Be right back. He unfastened his seatbelt and climbed out of the Sonata. An electric chime went off as Porter pushed through the doorway, and a clerk behind the counter looked up at him for a second before returning to a copy of Auto Trader. There were only 5 aisles in the store, and Porter hit each of them. He picked up 2 flashlights, a package of C-cell batteries, a box of Ziploc bags, a box of latex gloves, a cheap digital camera, and a large bag of Cheetos. He carried everything to the front and dropped the supplies onto the counter. The cashier looked no more than 16 or 17. He had a large pimple on his pink chin and a nose that was much too large for his narrow face. He set down his magazine, nodded at Porter, and began scanning the items. He scanned the box of gloves 4 times before it took. Porter was curious if he even knew how to ring something up manually.
2348,
the kid said, looking over the items.
Starting a proctology office?
The brain surgeon thing didn't work out, so I figured I'd try my hand at something new. Porter handed him a 20 and a 5 and bagged everything himself while the cashier counted out his change.
Have a nice night, Doctor.
Yup. Back in the car, he retrieved the Cheetos and dropped the rest of the bag onto the floor. Sarah held the diary against the steering wheel as she maneuvered back onto the road, her index finger marking her place. You've made it through that entire book without so much as a word about it. What do you think? She blew out a breath.
I'm not sure what to think. Part of me feels sorry for the kid. Then I think about all the people he's hurt, all the lives he's ruined, and I remind myself that he's a monster. Then there is his mother. She said, "This isn't how it happened." What did she mean by that? None of it? Some of it? We just flew 600 miles because a convict scribbled an address into this book.
Porter said nothing. She tossed the diary into his lap.
Give me some of those Cheetos.
Porter opened the bag and held it out to her. Sarah plucked out a Cheeto and dropped it into her mouth.
If my client really did half the things in this book...
She shook her head and licked her fingers.
I can't represent someone like that. No way.
The GPS spoke up, advising them to turn left on Jenkins Bridge Road in 1,000 feet. Sarah clicked on the blinker. Porter thought it was dark after they left the city. It was even worse out here. Not a single house or car anywhere. Nothing but roads and farmland. Sarah made the turn, and though Jenkins Bridge Road was paved, it was rough. She swerved left to avoid a large pothole in the middle of the street, then immediately swerved back right to stay out of another one. At the sides of the road, nature had begun taking back the land. Weeds and foliage ate away at the blacktop, leaving the pavement cracked and ravaged.
BFE,
she said, slowing down. What?
Bum fuck Egypt.
I'm not sure what that means.
It means we're in the middle of absolute nowhere. And I'm about 3 minutes away from second-guessing many of my recent life choices.
The GPS instructed her to turn left in 100 feet. Sarah turned on the high beams.
Do you see a turn? 'Cause I don't see a turn. I don't see much of anything.
Porter leaned forward. There it is. Right after that big rock. Sarah turned left, and the road turned to a combination of gravel and grass. If you kill me out here and leave my body in a shallow grave, can you at least find a nice home for my fish? You have fish? I have a fish. His name is Monroe. He's an excellent listener and only slightly judgmental. The farmland had given way to trees, dogwood, oaks, evergreens, that loomed over the car, the branches reaching across the narrow road and twisting above like dozens of interlaced, bony fingers. Your destination is ahead in 100 feet, the GPS told them. It will be on the right. Sarah frowned. I don't see anything, do you? Do you think she lied? I don't know what to think. The GPS played a happy little melody. Then, you have arrived. Sarah hit the brakes and stopped the car. There's nothing here. She played us. Porter stared out the windshield. Up ahead, the road petered out, ending in an overgrown mess of wild bushes and trees. He saw nothing at all around them but dense woods. He unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out into the chilly night air. Sarah killed the motor and got out too. Porter's shoes crunched in the gravel as he walked towards the side of the road. The energy drained from his body. His shoulders slumped. I'm an idiot, he said. I should have known better. Sarah rounded the car and stood beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're a good cop. You chased a lead. They don't always pan out. Something scurried through the bushes a little to their left. Porter turned to find shining eyes staring up at him. They paused for a second and disappeared into the growth. What's that? I think it was a raccoon. Porter took a few steps to the left. Not the animal. He reached up, his fingers wrapping around a thick vine growing over. Is that a mailbox? He tugged at the weeds and shrubs, freeing the crooked post and the cracked white box fastened to the top. His eyes fixed on the faded words scrawled on the side in black paint, barely visible in the thin light. Bishop. Chapter 76. Pool. Day 3. 8:07 p.m. Frank Poole stepped into the basement office of Metro and flicked on the light switch. The fluorescents buzzed to life, casting a yellow glow over the space. His nose crinkled at the strange odor permeating the far back corner. They had yet to figure out what it was, but traced it to an oval stain on the carpet under an old desk. Poole removed his coat, scarf, and hat, and dropped them onto a table by the door. He crossed to the center of the room and sat on the edge of a desk, his eyes locked on the whiteboards at the front of the room. He should go home. He should sleep. He couldn't, though. Poole knew the moment he closed his eyes, Libby McKinley would be there waiting for him, desperately trying to tell him what happened, but unable, silenced. Diner had left his scarf on the floor near the door. Stewart. His first name was Stewart. Poole hadn't known him well. He remembered seeing him around the Chicago bureau office a number of times, but this was the first case they worked together. He wasn't married. No girlfriend. At least, he didn't mention one. Poole knew nothing about his home life. He didn't know where the man grew up, went to school, whether or not he had any brothers or sisters. SAIC Hurlis said he would personally reach out to Diner's family, but he hadn't said who that was. Poole knew at some point, as the last person to see him alive, he would also have to reach out to that person or persons, that someone special to Stuart Diner. He wished he'd taken the time to learn just who that was. God damn it, Diner, he muttered, shaking his head. He went to the whiteboards and cleared a spot on the far right and wrote, Greenhouse, 518, 41st Place. Bishop, hiding there since. Wiped. No evidence left behind. Planned for fast escape. Drop house, 519, 41st Place. Libby McKinley's fake IDs shipped there. Bishop organized. Why would Bishop help Libby McKinley? Why would Libby agree to help? Killer of sister Barbara McKinley. Why would he kill Libby McKinley? Poole paused at this one. It didn't make sense. Why would he kill Libby McKinley if he was somehow helping her? Maybe they had some kind of falling out. That would mean they had a relationship to begin with. What kind of relationship could they possibly have had? He killed her sister. He tortured and killed her sister. Did they somehow know each other? If that's the case, did they know each other before Barbara was murdered? Or did they just somehow get in touch while she was in prison? There would be a record. Not a single piece of mail, phone call, or visit goes unrecorded. He wrote Stateville Correctional on the board. You'd have to pull all her prison records. Somehow, Bishop had been able to correspond with her. Finding those messages would be key. Finding the how. Poole cleared another spot on the board and wrote out the 3 poems and the sentence excised by Bishop from the drop house wall. Had Bishop taken their cell phones because they took pictures, created a record of this writing? Originally, Poole assumed he took the phones to slow them down, to give him a head start before Poole could get somewhere and call for help. Now, he wasn't so sure. Bishop expected Detective Sam Porter to find the house, not federal agents. That meant he wanted Porter to find the writing. He wanted Porter to try and figure out the meaning. He and Diner had spoiled that. Shown up first. Ruined whatever timeline Bishop may have had in place. Poole had taken out his phone to photograph the wall. But Diner had stepped in. Stopped him before he got a single picture. Had he killed Diner because he saw the wall? Photographed it? Would he have seen the images on Diner's phone? Bishop hadn't found any pictures on Poole's phone. Maybe that's why he let him live. Figured he hadn't seen the writing. It was possible. Poole had seen the writing, though. He remembered every word. He stared up at the poems, particularly the underlined words. Ice, water, life, death, home, fear, death. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil, Poole muttered. Death was the only repeated word. He circled both, then wrote death ×2 at the bottom. The knot at the back of his head ached. The paramedic said he probably had a mild concussion. He needed sleep, but probably shouldn't. He didn't really want to. He wanted to keep working the problem. Sleep would clear his head. He went back to the desk and ruffled through his briefcase, found a bottle of Advil, and dry swallowed 3 of them. The contents of the boxes he'd sifted through earlier were still spread out. Polaroid pictures and spreadsheets were strewn about on the desk beside him. He glanced back, up at the boards. Poole had never believed in coincidences. This was all connected. Chapter 77. Porter. Day 3. 8:07 p.m. Porter stared at the mailbox. It seemed familiar to him. The name Bishop scrawled on the side in a childlike hand. The mailbox itself. This place. He didn't recall a specific mention of it in the diary. Yet, there was a sense of déjà vu here.
Sam, are you okay?
Porter had closed his eyes. He didn't remember closing his eyes. When he opened them, he found Sarah watching. Concerns across her face, barely visible in the pale moonlight. She put a hand on his shoulder.
I lost you again. Like back at the prison. I really think we should get a hotel and come back here when it's light out. We both need some sleep, and we can't see anything out here now anyway.
Porter's heart thudded in his chest. He couldn't sleep. Not now. I'm fine. I bought flashlights. He turned back toward the car, nearly stumbled as he crossed the gravel road. He braced himself on the frame of the vehicle. Sarah was at his side again.
You're not fine, Sam. You look like you're going to pass out. Sit down in the car for a minute. Catch your breath. You're pale as a ghost.
Sam rubbed at the back of his head, the scar, his other hand still on the car. I'm okay. The words came out harsher than he'd hoped. Sarah took a step back. He took a breath. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound like
an ass?
She finished for him. I didn't expect this to be real. He nodded at the diary, still on the front seat. I didn't expect that to be real. I can't leave now. I need to look. I need to see what's here. I'm afraid if I leave, this place won't be here in the morning. I know that sounds silly, and probably is, but I need to stay. You don't have to, if you don't want to. But I do. I don't think I have a choice. She reached up, put her hands on either side of his face. He was grateful for her touch. He needed her touch.
I'm not going to leave you to stumble around alone in the dark. Whatever this is, we do it together. But I'm going to make one thing very clear. When we get back to civilization, you owe this lady one hell of a dinner.
Deal.
A smile edged across Porter's lips.
I think I saw some old Arby's coupons on the back seat. They stood there, like that, for almost 10 minutes while Porter's strength returned and his head cleared. At some point, Sarah slipped her hand into his. He didn't remember the moment it happened, and he wished he had. These were the moments worth remembering, not some of the other thoughts that rattled around in his head. He gave her hand a squeeze. I think I'm okay now. I guess I just got a little overwhelmed. Porter let go and reached inside the car for the bag from the convenience store. He placed it on the roof, removed the flashlights from their packaging, and loaded batteries in each, handing one to Sarah. He put the diary in his pocket. Sarah flicked on her light and ran the beam up and down the deserted road, while Porter read the instructions on the digital camera.
There's a gravel driveway here. Or maybe it's an old road. I can't tell. The weeds took it back.
She stood about 5 feet away from him, near the mailbox. There's something else, too. Looks like there used to be another mailbox next to this one that says, Bishop. I found a post, but it's busted off about 2 feet out of the ground. It would have said Carter. We lived next to the Carters. Oh yeah, from the diary. Satisfied he had the camera under control, Porter loaded the gloves, Ziploc bags, and camera back into the bag, closed the car door, and went over to her. Her beam was still on the remains of the post. When she saw him beside her, she ran the light up and down the gravel she found. This is what I was talking about. I don't think anybody has been down here in years. Porter followed the beam of light, watched it bounce over the rough gravel strewn with weeds and dirt, watched it dance over the trees, waving silently in the moonlight. He watched the darkness engulf the light at the edge of the flashlight's reach. Then he took Sarah's free hand and started toward that darkness. Not another word between them. Chapter 78. Claire. Day 3. 8:15 p.m. Claire spotted the flashing red and blue lights as they came down Ashland Avenue. She pointed out the windshield. Over there. I see it, Nash replied, turning into the Walmart parking lot. They followed the signs around the side of the long building to the loading docks at the back. As they rounded the corner, they came upon 2 patrol cars with a barricade set between them, blocking the road. The officer on the left picked up the side of the barricade and ushered them through, replacing it behind them. Nash pulled up between one of the CSI vans and an ambulance. Both paramedics were standing at the back of the vehicle, smoking cigarettes. Little for them to do here, but wait. Do you smell gas? Claire asked. That's just Connie, Nash explained. When she's in park, the smell comes up from somewhere underneath. I need to get her checked out. This car is a death trap. You know that, right? Don't knock my baby girl while she's down. She'll fix up nice. Isn't that right, Connie girl? He reached up and ran his hand over the dashboard, then blew a kiss in that direction. Bishop's got nothing on you. You're one crazy fuck. Claire climbed out of the car into the cold air and slammed the door behind her, her hands deep in her pockets. Nash followed, nearly slipping on a patch of ice. A gray Toyota Tundra pickup truck with a water tank hitched to the back was parked on the ramp leading up to the loading dock. CSI surrounded the truck with the large halogen floodlights. The perimeter was roped off with bright yellow tape. At least half a dozen uniformed patrol officers stood around the site, keeping the growing crowd at bay. They were mostly Walmart employees. The store was open 24 hours. They must have called them friends, though, because a few of the onlookers weren't in uniform, and the car approached from the opposite side of the parking lot, heading directly toward the lights and crowd. Claire knew, once word got out, it wouldn't take long for this crowd to double or triple in size. It would be even worse once the press arrived. Claire counted 3 CSI investigators, all stood inside the perimeter awaiting orders. Lieutenant Balkin saw them and approached from the crowd, shuffling over. He wore a puffy navy coat with his badge affixed to the large outer lapel and Chicago Metro stamped across the back in large white block letters. We sealed off the scene as soon as we got here. He pointed at a semi-idling about 50 feet away. That truck arrived a few minutes before 8 and called inside. The pickup was already on the ramp, blocking his path. The warehouse supervisor came out, saw someone inside the truck, went to tell him to move, then backed off and called 911 when he realized. Well, you'll see. He touched the door frame. We took his prints for eliminations. Also took a cast of his shoe to rule out his prints around the vehicle. There's a second set in the snow, but they're pretty muddled from this weather. CSI got casted those. Probably your unsub. They circled the vehicle a few times. Might get something. The supervisor's name is Willis Cortez, and we're holding him inside the building. You can talk to him, but I don't think he's got much else to offer. Nash pointed at the security camera above the loading dock. Any footage? Balkin shook his head. There are 3 cameras back here. Someone knocked them out last Tuesday. Maintenance hasn't had a chance to replace them yet. Knocked them out how? They're mounted pretty high up. Cut the video line and bash the cameras with something good and heavy. They don't know exactly, but the cameras are a mangled mess. Whoever did it had a good handle on the camera's capabilities. They came in and out of the viewing angle. According to security, the feed is live, then goes black. No shot of the person or persons who did it. I've got one of my guys looking over the hardware and footage in case they missed something. Nash gave Claire a quick glance. They were both thinking the same thing. Bishop. Balkin pointed a thumb back at the truck. That's a fucking mess. I've never seen anything like it. Show us, Claire said. Balkin nodded and turned back toward the truck. He ducked under the yellow tape and held it up for Claire and Nash. He approached the driver's side door. The window was open. Best we can tell, your unsub took the hose from the water tank and emptied the contents into the cab. Close to 500 gallons. It would have taken some time, 20, 30 minutes, maybe longer. When I got here, the temperature was 7 degrees with a wind chill of a -2. The CSI folks are still trying to figure it out. But they said whoever did it would have had to spray for a few minutes, then pause for 5 to 10, then spray again. They said this was done in layers. Even at temps this cold, to do something like this, they'd had to build it. If they emptied the tank in one shot, it wouldn't look like this. This took patience. And one large set of brass balls, particularly out in the open like this. Claire tried really hard to listen to Lieutenant Balkin as he explained what they were looking at. He went on with additional details about the thickness of the ice, the consistency. She heard Nash ask if it was salt water. She heard Balkin explain that it was not. Salt water wouldn't freeze at this temperature. She heard all this while her brain tried to wrap around what she was looking at. Inside the cab of the truck was a person. That person was wearing a seatbelt and had both hands on the steering wheel. Gaze fixed forward, locked on some non-existent object off in the distance. The body was encased in rough ice, thick and crusted all around. Thin around the face and head. Thick at the seat and floor. The face stared ahead in a frozen, dead gaze. It was a boy. A teenage boy. Chapter 79. Porter. Day 3. 9:10 p.m. It was the house they saw first. What was left of the house. Porter and Sarah stopped in the driveway, the beams of their flashlights playing over the vine and weed-covered boards. There had been a fire. No mistaking that. The roof was gone, and what remained of the walls was charred and black. Most of the structure had collapsed, either with the fire or sometime later. Porter took out the camera and handed it to Sarah. You're in charge of pictures. Anything in particular? That thing stores 1,000 shots, so don't hold back. I want to capture everything. We don't know what might be important. Sarah held up the camera, looking through the viewfinder at the structure. The house had been small. Porter could tell that much from the footprint. Maybe 800 or 900 square feet at the most. As in the diary, there was a porch, but not what Porter expected. When he read the book, his mind's eye drew a large wraparound porch surrounding a fairly large home. This place was neither of those things. The porch was only about 6 feet wide and 4 foot deep, balanced precariously on old cinder blocks. There were 2 wooden steps, but he didn't trust either under his weight. Rot had taken them long ago. "I thought the house would be bigger," Sarah said beside him. "The way the diary described the place." The camera made a tiny click whenever Sarah snapped a picture. Funny how people hold on to the past, Porter thought. There was no need for a digital camera to make any noise, yet someone took the time to build in the sound. The eyes of a child, I suppose. Everything looks a little larger through a kid's eyes, I guess. Porter put a tentative foot on the porch, stepping over the damaged boards. The beam of his flashlight found the place where the front door had once stood. Now, just a gaping hole. "You're not going in there," Sarah said. "I need to see the basement." Sarah's flashlight bounced off the 2 remaining outer walls and the open space where the roof should have been, finally landing on what was left of the floor. "That can't possibly be safe to walk on." Porter took another step forward. The boards protested beneath him, groaning and aching. "If you fall through, you could get seriously hurt. We're in the middle of nowhere out here." Porter's flashlight landed on what was left of an old refrigerator and stove about 12 feet deep into the mess. A rusty padlock dangled from the refrigerator door. Promptly at 9, she would latch the refrigerator closed and fasten the door tight with a shiny new Stanley padlock. It would remain locked until lunchtime, and the process would repeat again for supper. While I was perfectly capable of fasting until the noon hour, something told me a little sustenance in my belly would help with the lingering effects of the previous night's bender, and possibly set me right for the remainder of the day. Partial 2x4 walls stuck up in random places like large, blackened toothpicks growing from the floor. An old bathtub was buried under rubble toward the back. Porter took another careful step and kneeled down at a large hole in the floor where the living room had probably been. The flashlight picked across debris that had fallen through to the lower level long ago. Impossible to make much of anything out. For a second, he thought he'd found the metal stack pipe the Carters had been handcuffed to, but realized it was a tree that had somehow taken root in the cracked concrete floor and grown almost tall enough to reach outside for light. "Do you see anything?" Sarah asked. "We'll have to excavate the entire site. This place has been falling apart for years." "No bodies, though, right?" "They would have been hauled out of here a long time ago." Porter told himself that was true. Yet, his mind had no trouble seeing them. Dozens of dead bodies wrapped in the tattered remains of this house, flesh burned and black. The place reeked of death. "Hey, can you toss me the camera? Don't get too close. I don't want you walking out here." Sarah hesitated, took a practice swing, and lobbed the camera to him underhanded. Porter caught it with the tips of his fingers. "Thanks." Careful not to drop the camera, he lowered it down into the hole, his fingers on the shutter button. He snapped about a dozen shots, sweeping back and forth, the bright flash illuminating every corner. "Hey, I found a car," Sarah called out from somewhere behind him. Porter took one last look at what remained of the basement and retraced his steps until he was back on solid ground. Sarah stood about 20 feet from the house, her flashlight pointing into a tangled mess of weeds. He didn't see the car at first, not until he was almost standing on top of it. Sarah was busy stomping down the tall grass.
I think it's a Volkswagen. Hard to tell.
A Volkswagen? That doesn't make sense.
Porter saw the rusted pile of metal then, the cracked windows. The interior had become the home of some woodland creature, the seats covered in matted grass. He walked around the car, carefully inspecting the frame. When the beam of his flashlight landed on the rear bumper, he paused, leaned in closer.
I'll be damned.
What?
When Sarah knelt down beside him, he pointed at the bumper sticker, faded, barely legible. She read aloud, "Poor man's Porsche."
Father drove a 1969 Porsche. It was a marvelous machine. A work of art with a throaty growl that rumbled forth with the turn of the key and grew louder still as it eased out onto the road and lapped up the pavement with hungry delight. Oh, how Father loved that car.
It's a Volkswagen Bug. I think this was Bishop's father's car. Porter stood up and ran the beam of his flashlight over the visible parts of the vehicle. See how the hood and trunk are both open? The smashed windows and lights? All the damage is consistent with the diary. It's just not a Porsche.
A poor man's Porsche?
Yeah. Porter rounded the back and took a picture of the dirty license plate. Expired in October of 1995. Sarah stood up and pointed off to the right.
There's another house.
Porter followed her gaze and took a few steps forward. That's not a house. It's a trailer. He handed the camera back to her.
I believe the politically correct term is mobile home,
Sarah said. He pushed his way through the tall weeds, crossing what was once the Bishop front yard, and Sarah followed. When he reached the trailer, he turned in a slow circle, his flashlight illuminating the surroundings. When he was once again facing the small structure, he stood still, his mind racing. This must be where the Carters lived. There's nothing else out here.
The screen door at the back of the Carters' house had been left open. The wind owned it now, banging it against the white paint-flaked frame. I reached for the handle and held it still for Mrs. Carter. She walked past me into the dark kitchen. She hadn't said a word the entire walk back. Neither of us had. If it hadn't been for the sound of her sniffing, I wouldn't have known she was behind me.
Sarah climbed the concrete steps and tried the door. One hinge cracked and separated from the metal frame.
It's open.
The windows, at least the two facing the front, were gone.
Frail curtains swayed in the wind, fluttering against the dark interior.
Let me go first,
Porter told her, stepping past.
Stay close.
He moved through the doorway into the small kitchen, a tiny formica table and bench built into the wall on one side and rusted appliances on the other.
The floor was covered in mud, the elements having taken their toll. The refrigerator door was open, shelves bare. Most of the cabinet doors were missing. All the windows in the room were either busted out or standing open, air whistling in. Immediately following the kitchen was a tiny living space with a couch. The material, so faded and eaten by rot, there was no way to determine what it once looked like. Graffiti covered every flat surface, brightly colored images and shapes, interspersed with blocks of text, random names, and various tags. Can you get pictures of all this? We'll review them later.
Must be some kind of hangout for the local kids,
Sarah said, raising the camera. Every teenager needs a respectable place to put away their alcohol and get laid in peace. Porter moved past the small living space and kitchen, past the tiny bathroom with a dry, stained toilet and a shower curtain balled up in the corner of the bathtub. As his flashlight traveled over the cracked mirror, Porter saw his own face staring back at him. His mind returned to the diary, to a little boy taking the same walk down the narrow hallway. I began down the hall, with my knife hand pressed against my chest, the blade facing forward. Father taught me this particular grip. If necessary, I would launch the knife forward with the full strength of my arm muscles and the accuracy of a loaded gun. Unlike an overhand thrust, a jab would be difficult to block. This hold also allowed me to go directly for the heart or the stomach, with either an upward or downward motion, respectively. With an upper hand grip, coming from above, you could only strike down. Such an attack was more likely to glance off your victim than penetrate deeply. Father was very skilled. He could see Bishop behind him, feel his eyes on the back of his neck. When was the last time he was here? When he was a boy? All those years ago? Or had he returned? Had he returned and walked this same hall again? 2 doors at the back. Must be the bedrooms, Sarah said from behind him. Both doors were closed. Father once told me, if you sneak up on someone, you have a second or more to attack before they are able to react. The human brain processes its activity slowly. Your victim freezes for a moment as they try to comprehend the fact that you're standing there, particularly in a room where they believe they are alone. He said some victims will continue to freeze, just watching you as if they were watching a television program. They stand there, waiting to see what happens next. Sometimes, not knowing what comes next is better. Porter wished he had his gun. Why didn't he buy a shotgun locally? No waiting period on those. His hands went to his pocket, wrapped around the hilt of Bishop's knife. He reached for the doorknob on the left. Behind him, Sarah screamed. Chapter 80. Katie. Day 3. 9:11 p.m. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Muffled. Words spoken through a wet towel. A girl's voice. Please, wake up. The words right in her ear. Warm breath. A heavy whisper. When Katie's eyes opened, they felt so heavy with the effort, they almost slammed shut again. Consciousness returned. With it came pain, washing over her like a hot liquid from inside, burning at her muscles and bones. The blindfold was gone. Her hands and feet were no longer bound. A girl of about her age bent over her, faces nearly touching, Katie's head in her lap. When Katie's eyes focused on this other girl, the girl pressed a finger to her lips. He can't hear us, she breathed. We can't let him hear us. I don't want him to come down here. Something was wrong with her voice. She sounded like someone getting over a bad cold. It pained her to speak. Katie could see it in her eyes. Dried blood crusted her lips. Katie tried to sit up. Couldn't. Fell back into the girl's lap. The other girl brushed at her hair. I changed your clothes. It was me, not him.
He left clothes for you. Your clothes were all wet. You'll catch cold down here. So I couldn't leave you like that. You don't want to get sick. You need your strength. We need to get out of here. Can't do it alone. We need to work together.
The girl spoke in ragged breaths, each word a struggle. Katie vaguely remembered the water tank, falling into it. Then, nothing.
He tried to electrocute you. He did electrocute you. I saw him do it. He put you in that big water tank over there, then dropped jumper cables down into the water. There was this loud bang, and I smelled something burning. I think it might have been your hair. I can't tell you. Your hair is still wet. He took you out of the tank. He gave you CPR. He gave you CPR for a long time. Then you coughed. He didn't wake up. He watched you for a while, then he put you in here. He put you in here with me and went upstairs. He hasn't been back down. Not yet. We need to be quiet so he doesn't come back down. If he realizes you're awake, he'll come back down. I know he will.
The girl coughed. She grimaced in pain. When she took her hand away from her mouth, red spittle covered her palm.
I swallowed glass to keep him away from me. It worked. He didn't touch me.
A weak smile.
Guess I showed him, huh?
She wiped her hand on the green quilt wrapped around her body.
I'm Larissa. I'm Katie.
She managed, her own throat dry, needing water.
Where is Wesley?
Who?
I came here with Wesley Hartzler. He was with me. I haven't seen anyone else. Only you. He only brought you down here. I came here with him.
Katie replied. At this, Larissa's eyes lit up.
Could he have gotten away? Maybe he went for help.
Katie saw the strange man leap across the table, saw him smash his cocoa mug into the side of Wesley's head, Wesley falling to the floor.
I don't know. I think he hurt him. I think he hurt him really bad. Maybe he didn't hurt him so bad. Maybe he got away. Otherwise, I think he'd be down here with us. He would have locked him in here.
Katie looked up at the girl holding her, watched her eyes dart desperately around the room before they fixed on the ceiling.
How long have you been down here?
The girl's gaze turned back to her. A quick, animal-like movement.
I'm not sure. A day, maybe? I passed out after I swallowed the glass. It's been hard to keep track of time. What day is it? Saturday,
Katie said, forcing herself to sit up. Her head was spinning. She touched her left temple and winced. Larissa's face fell.
He took me this morning. It hasn't even been a day. God, it feels like I've been here a week.
She coughed again. More blood. Katie tried to stand, fell back over. Larissa helped to steady her.
Be careful. I'm sure you're still weak.
Katie nodded, drew in a deep breath, tried to stand again, this time pulling herself up with the chain link. Once on her feet, she started to circle the cage, checking every seam, every little opening.
I've been over it 12 times. He welded all the seams and bolted the frame down in the concrete. There's no room to get out of the top, and he's got 2 padlocks on the gate. There's no way out of here.
Katie rounded the corner and came to the door. She studied both locks.
Where does he keep the key? On a chain.
around his neck. Do you know where we are? Where the house is, I mean. You don't know where we are?
Larissa shook her head and told her how he had abducted her.
This house is on Lowell. There are neighbors all around. Wesley and I came here recruiting for the Jehovah's Witnesses. Does anyone know where you are?
Katie frowned, dropping the lock. It clattered against the metal frame.
No. There was a large crowd of us at the start. Roughly 24. But we all left the hall early this morning and split up to cover the most ground. We were gone hours before we got to this house. I lost sight of the others. We go in small groups to stay safe. I stuck with Wesley because he said he knew the neighborhood. He knew the street.
Katie crouched back beside Larissa.
You said he didn't touch you, or me. Is that why he took us? Did he take us for sex?
A tear formed at Larissa's eye, and she wiped it away with a dirty hand.
At first, I thought so. But with you, he asked if you would see for him. If you would tell him what you saw. Before he put you in the water. Before he electrocuted you. When he was trying to revive you, he kept telling you to come back from the light. Come back to him. He was frantic. He didn't want you to die. But he tried to kill you.
A door opened at the top of the stairs. Heavy footsteps. Larissa lay back down, covered herself with the quilt.
Pretend to be sleeping still. He'll leave you alone,
she whispered, closing her eyes. Katie didn't, though. She stood there. She stood there at that door as the man with the black niqab came down the remainder of the steps to the basement, his right foot dragging slightly behind him.
You're awake.
He approached the cage.
My daughter's clothes fit you well. That's good. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. I thought of remove your clothing before I put you in the tank. It's better that way. But I wasn't thinking clearly.
He wrapped his fingers through the chain link, gripping the metal.
You must tell me. What did you see?
Katie looked at his hands. His fingernails were dirty, his skin covered in small colored lines, smudges from markers or pens. On the side of his head, his large incision was partially visible at the edge of the cap. The wound was red and inflamed against his pale skin, flaked with dried blood, scratched raw.
What did you see?
He said again. The S drawn out, a lisp. He watched her, anxiously, with unblinking eyes. Katie reached up, brushed her finger over his, then clasped the filthy hand for the chain link, holding him within her grasp. She leaned close, her face inches from his.
I saw something amazing,
she told him.
I saw the face of God.
Chapter 81. Porter. Day 3. 9:13 p.m. The raccoon scrambled out of the bathroom, down the hall, and disappeared out the front door, which still hung open at the front of the mobile home. Sarah jumped back, an embarrassed look on her face.
Come on, that didn't scare you? Not even a little?
I'm trembling on the inside, Porter told her, trying to suppress a smile. He reached back for the doorknob, twisted, and opened the door on the left side of the narrow hallway. A small bedroom. Empty, but for some broken beer bottles piled up in the corner. The window was boarded over, busted out like the others at the front of the house. Porter turned to the door on the right. If there's another raccoon, I'll protect you."
My hero.
He opened the door. Another bedroom. This one furnished. A full-size bed, flanked by 2 nightstands, occupied the left wall. On the opposite wall was a closet, with what were once mirrored doors. Both had been smashed long ago. The pressboard beneath, covered in graffiti. The drawers from the nightstand had been removed. 2 were missing. The other 2 were in the closet, stacked in the corner. The mattress on the bed was stained, an assortment of colors, none of which Porter could identify. The room smelled of mold and mildew, stale air.
Nobody has been in here for a long time,
Sarah said.
That mattress might even be too gross for kids.
Never underestimate the power of a teenage boy's hormones. This is like a penthouse when you're 16.
I can't imagine someone actually living here. This was someone's home at one point.
Porter went to the drawers in the closet, lifted the one on top, both empty. The dresser on the wall beside the door had been ransacked too. 3 of the drawers were missing. His mind drifted back to the diary. The bishop's mother pulling out these same drawers in search of something. He said, "Look to the place where the monsters hide, detective. That's where you'll find answers."
What?
That's what she told me. Back at the prison.
Monsters hide under the bed,
Sarah said.
Porter lifted the mattress, forcing it up and leaning it against the wall with a grunt. The cloth of the box spring beneath had either rotted or been carted away by something for nesting. There was little left but ragged edges along the wood frame.
When I was a kid, I used to hide all the good stuff under my mattress. Monsters or not. Sarah ran the beam of her flashlight over the box spring.
By good stuff, if you mean dust bunnies and more beer bottles, you struck gold. What exactly are you looking for?
I'm not sure, Porter admitted. In the diary, there was a large, beige metal box under here.
Well, it's gone now.
Porter lifted the box spring and leaned it up against the mattress on the wall, then knelt. He ran his fingers over the floorboards, under the beam of his light. The floorboards were uneven.
This whole place is uneven.
They've been pulled up, then put back. Sarah crouched down next to him.
I think the bad guys in the diary would have checked that, don't you?
Maybe it was done later. I need a screwdriver.
If you think I packed a screwdriver before heading out on this little outing, you clearly don't know me. I'm thrilled when I remember my iPhone charger. Something I just realized I left on my desk.
Porter pried at the boards with his fingers, but couldn't get a good grip. What about the car keys?
Those I do have.
Sarah pulled the keys from her pocket and handed them to him. He set his flashlight down on the floor, and Sarah pointed her beam at the boards as he worked the key into the small space between 2 of them. At first, there was no give. Then, they both heard a pop as the first of the 3 boards separated from the floor. He pulled it out and set it aside, then tugged at the next board. This one came out easily, as did the next. He removed 5 in all, creating an opening about 2 square feet. Porter took his flashlight and shined the beam down into the hole.
What do you see?
He reached inside, pulled out a sleeping bag, and handed it to Sarah. Looks like camping gear. There's another sleeping bag and a backpack. He reached back in and retrieved the other 2 items. then searched the space again to be sure he didn't miss anything. That's it. Sarah tugged at the backpack zipper. Hold on a second, Porter said. He pulled a pair of latex gloves from his pocket and handed them to her. Put those on first. She frowned. Do you honestly think this is evidence? It's probably just kids again. One of the smarter ones hid his own bed so he wouldn't have to make his prom princess lie down on that filthy mattress. Best to be safe until we know for sure. Porter put on a pair of his own. Sarah slipped on the gloves and went back to work on the zipper. It's rusty. It doesn't want to move. She grimaced, and it finally gave, opening with a metallic rip. Stale, musty air came out of the bag. The scent of something worse came up from the bottom. You better let me do that, Porter told her, reaching for the backpack. Porter shined his life down inside while trying to breathe through his mouth. Then he began removing items from the center pocket of the bag, placing them in a row on the floor. When the bag was empty, he leaned back, studying the items under the light. Why does it smell so bad? Water got in at some point. Recently, I guess. Everything's rotted, stagnant. It's been down there a long time, Porter replied. He counted 6 shirts, 4 pairs of jeans, socks, and undergarments, both men's and women's. The clothes were damp, the material crumbling under his touch. One of the socks was balled up, the end folded in on itself. Doing his best not to damage the material, Porter pulled it open and smoothed it out, revealing a bulge, something inside the sock. He exchanged a look with Sarah, reached in, grasped the contents, and set it on the floor. Porter's heart thudded in his chest. Get a picture. Sarah nodded and raised the camera. A locket, small, gold-plated, on a chain along with a rusty key. After Sarah got a picture, Porter pried the locket open. Although it contained a photograph, the image was faded and lost. On the inside were the initials L.M. Sarah photographed that, too. Chapter 82. Claire. Day 3. 9:14 p.m. They should have gone back to Metro, tried to get some rest in the war room, on that ancient couch that probably began life in Chicago law enforcement back when Al Capone and Diamond Joe Esposito were still shoplifting candy behind their mothers' backs. That couch, with its faded brown leather, cracked and creased, and padding that had gone as hard as the floor. Claire needed that couch. Claire needed to sleep. I know I still have one, Nash grumbled beside her, flipping for the keys on his ring. It's one of these. He selected a gold one and slipped it into Porter's apartment door. The key didn't turn. Wrong key. Nash pulled it back out, metal grinding on metal. Why do you have so many? The big man shrugged. I move, the old key stays, new key gets added. You do this enough and you end up with a lot of them. Most people toss the old ones or turn them back in when they move. You're not supposed to keep them. Are you moonlighting for the key police now? How the hell do you find time for that? Nash tried another, silver this time, with an octagonal head. It didn't work either. All I'm saying is you should have around 3 tops. The one for your car, your apartment, and the war room back at HQ. That's it. No reason for more. Another gold key. Round head.
This one slipped in smoothly. This key turned the deadbolt. Nash pushed open the door. If I didn't keep my old keys, I wouldn't be able to do things like this. Sam? Are you home? Claire wasn't sure what she called out, but she did. They had knocked 3 times, and nobody answered. The apartment was dark. Nash reached inside and turned on the living room light. They both saw the toppled chair. "Holy hell," Nash said. Claire drew her gun and began checking each room, turning on lights as she went. Nash remained in the living room. He walked slowly around the room toward the chair. "Claire, he's not here. This isn't a break-in." Claire returned from the bedroom, the bathroom light blazing behind her. She shouldered her weapon. Her eyes landed on the cell phone on the coffee table. She reached down and picked up the iPhone. Her thumb pressed the home button. Nothing happened. Sam's phone. It's turned off. Nash wasn't listening to her, though. He was leaning down beside the lazy-boy chair, his fingers running over the loose material at the bottom, the Velcro fasteners. "What are you doing?" Claire knelt beside him. Nash leaned back, leaned against the sofa. "There's something I need to tell you, and you're going to be pissed." "What?" "The diary." "What about the diary?" Nash drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly. "Sam never turned it into evidence. He withheld it." Nash raised a hand, silencing her before she could say something. "He planned to. He was going to, but not yet. He wanted to wait until after Bishop was caught, locked up. He felt that if he submitted the book to evidence, the press would get a hold of it, sensationalize the text, turn Bishop into something larger than life. He was convinced that that was why Bishop had planted the book in the first place. And he thought that if he didn't turn it in, if he didn't let the diary out at all, it would throw Bishop off his game. Maybe make him slip up. Porter said Bishop had a temper. He figured if he got him mad, Bishop might make a mistake. Something that might give us a chance to catch him." "And you knew about this? Went along with him?" Nash nodded slowly. "At first, I told him I'd give it a week. That week turned into a month. Then that became 4 months. Time went by and it seemed less and less important. I mentioned the diary in my reports. There's a record," Claire said. "I did too. I didn't withhold anything. Sam knew that. She said it wouldn't matter. If someone asked, he'd say he checked the diary in a long time ago. Blame it on the evidence room or the system. Because they're always losing evidence. You know, Sam, he'd come up with something." Claire nodded at the chair. "That's where he kept it?" "Yeah." Claire reached a hand up inside the chair, fell around. "Good spot." She pulled her hand out and leaned back against the couch beside Nash with a resigned sigh. "So, where is he?" Nash's eyes fell on Sam's phone, still in Claire's hand. "Best guess? He found something in that diary, and he's chasing the lead." "Why leave his phone? Why not tell us?" "Sam's keeping us out. Protecting us. He's on suspension. He was told to stay away from this. Even if he marches Bishop into Metro, they'll take his badge. He's done. I don't think he cares. Not anymore. Not since Heather. Her death changed him. Losing Bishop in that building, it all changed him. I think he sees catching Bishop as unfinished business. I think he'll do whatever it takes to bring him in. Then he's out anyway. He wants to exit on his own terms. He feels Bishop is still loose because of him. his mistake. And he wants to be the one to bring him in, to end all of this. That's dangerous. He doesn't care. He shouldn't be alone. That's what he wants,
Nash said. Claire drew her legs up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them.
The boy in the truck, Nash. It was horrible. If this is Bishop, he's gotten much worse. He's always been trying to tell us something. We need to look for that. Search for his message. That leads us to Larissa. Leads us to him.
His voice was soft, monotone.
Claire Bear, we need to share what we know with the FBI. The diary, too. We can't hold back anymore. Not something like this. I know.
A yawn washed over her, and Claire tried to suppress it, a hand over her mouth. Sitting still. That was bad. If they didn't keep moving, she'd fall asleep right there.
As soon as we get back.
Beside her, Nash yawned, too.
We rest for 5 minutes. Then we head back to Metro.
Nash was already sleeping, though, snoring softly. Chapter 83. Porter. Day 3. 9:44 p.m. Porter felt the weight of Bishop's knife in his pocket.
This was not going well. This was not going well at all. I slipped my hand into the pocket of my jeans, searching for the familiar hilt of my buck knife. If I had it, I could slash this man across the neck. I cut right through all his chins and let his blood loose like a faucet. I was fast. I knew I was fast. But was I fast enough? Surely I could kill him before this overweight waste of a man could react, right? Father would want me to kill him. Mother, too. They would. I knew they would.
Bishop's words rattled back at him from the diary. They stood outside the Carter trailer after photographing everything. They bagged the locket and key. The clothes went back into the backpack. They left it on the floor of the bedroom, and the floorboards and mattress still up. Above, the moon crept out, pushing aside dark curtains in an effort to steal a peek at the earth below. The air turned decidedly cold. Nothing like the weather in Chicago. But there was a deep, humid chill to it. One that teased Porter's bones. Sarah wanted to go to town, find a hotel, get rest. She didn't have to say it again. He saw it in her eyes. She was tired. She had had enough for one night. Porter turned away from her and stared back at the woods lining the property behind both houses, at the small path leading into those woods. There was a flutter in his stomach. His skin tingled. The beam of Sarah's flashlight went from the ground at Porter's feet, swept across the yard, then met with his, illuminating the mouth of the path.
Nobody's been living out here for years. Why do you think that path is still there? Shouldn't it have grown over by now?
Animals, maybe. Or the same kids who party here in the trailer. Or something else. Something worse. The knife felt warm. He hadn't realized he even put his hand back in his pocket. His fingers slipped over the surface of the handle. "You can stay here," he offered. Sarah was already shaking her head.
"You're not going out there alone."
With that, they crossed the lawn toward the path, stepping over the trunk of a small fallen tree before disappearing down the path's throat, the beams of their flashlights dueling with the dark. Chapter 84. Pool. Day 3. 9:49 p.m.
I've been through that same box about a dozen times. The accounting records of the crazy and deranged.
A voice said. Poole looked up from the stack of spreadsheets at the woman standing in the doorway. She wore a pink cap and a purple scarf, draped over an unzipped heavy jacket. He had seen her before.
"May I come in?"
she asked. He leaned back in the chair and nodded, then rubbed his temples. The pain at the back of his head had worked around to the front and sides.
"What can I do for you?"
She crossed the room and reached out a hand.
"We've never been formally introduced. Detective Claire Norton. I was on the 4MK task force with Detectives Porter and Nash before you and your team stepped in and stole the case from us."
Poole took her hand.
"Special Agent Frank Poole. I already know that. Did you miss the part where I said I was a detective?"
He didn't need this right now.
"What can I do for you, Detective?" "I need you to come across the hall." "To the war room?"
"Porter said I'm not allowed in the war room.
He and that other guy made it very clear the last time I was in there. Thanks to you and your friends, Sam has been given a little time off. While he's gone, I'm in charge over there," she said. "What does that have to do with me?" "Someone dropped your chocolate into our peanut butter."
Poole followed Detective Claire Norton across the hall to the war room. The tension was thick as he entered. Tired eyes were on him. He nodded at Detective Nash as he pulled up a chair at the conference table. Nash was the only person he recognized of the 3 people already seated.
"Frank?"
Nash muttered, giving him a weak wave. Claire introduced him to the 2 others at the table.
"This is Sophie Rodriguez with missing children. And a disheveled mess over there in the corner is Edwin Tlazowski. He heads our Information Technology Division. Call me Tlaz."
Tlazowski stood and offered his hand across the table.
"No sucking up to the feds,"
Claire said. Tlazowski withdrew his hand and returned to his chair.
"Right. What happened to your head?"
Nash asked.
"You're all banged up."
Poole told them about the houses on 41st, Diner, and Bishop. Nash and Claire exchanged a look. Claire was the first to speak.
"I'm so sorry."
Poole nodded once.
"Are they going to let you continue working the case?"
Nash asked. Poole shrugged.
"Nobody has said they're not. Not yet, anyway. The Chicago office is short-staffed as is. Most agents are working a recent terror threat that came in. They might bring someone else in, but for now, I'm all they got with BAU experience. Nobody knows his case better than me."
He looked around the room.
"Except maybe all of you. And Sam," Tlazowski said quietly. "He knows the case better than any of us."
Poole said.
"I've tried to reach him. Several times. I'm just getting voicemail on his phone."
Again, Nash and Claire exchanged a look.
"Nash and I just came from his apartment. We found his cell phone sitting on a table in his living room, switched off, and his favorite chair was overturned, lying on its side. Do you think Bishop got to him? No. We think he left on his own. His suitcase was gone. We think he went somewhere,"
Claire said.
"Someplace he didn't want us to know about,"
Nash added.
"Where would he go?"
Nobody had an answer to that.
Could he be working with Bishop? Helping him somehow? "No way,"
Nash said. Claire folded her arms.
"Not a chance." Poole studied their faces. What do you know about Bishop's diary? The room grew quiet again. Looks passed among the group, but they said nothing. Poole blew out a breath and stood, turned toward the door. I don't have time for this. Nash unfolded his arms, set both palms on the table. His eyes swung from Claire to Tlazowski. Wait, Frank. Please sit. Poole lowered himself back into the chair. You know where it is, don't you? Claire looked to Nash. Nash said, Sam held it back. From evidence? From the press. Checking the diary into evidence would be no different than sending it to the newspapers. It would leak. Something like that would most definitely leak. So he withheld evidence. All of you let him do that? Sam held the book back. I knew he had it. Only Sam and me. Nobody else. Nash turned his hands over. Looked at his palms. Where is the diary now? Sam hid it under his lazy boy in his living room. The overturned chair we found. So, Sam has it with him. Wherever he is. Yeah. Nobody made a copy? We didn't want any copies. Poole let all of this sink in, then turned to Claire. Is this why you brought me over here? To come clean? Tlazowski let out a soft laugh. Oh boy, icing and cake and all that. What does that mean? There's more, Claire said. She pulled an 8x10 photo from a manila folder on the table and slid it over to him. Poole picked up the picture. It was a photograph of a boy, frozen beneath layers of ice in the cab of a pickup truck. Claire stood up and retrieved another picture from the whiteboard at the front of the room. She set it down in front of Poole. This one showed a close-up of a windshield, taken from a traffic camera. That's Bishop, Poole stated flatly. It's the same truck, Claire told him. That truck was also caught on a security camera at Jackson Park 3 weeks ago. Aaron Sub used it to tow a water tank into the park, then used water from the tank to help conceal the body of Ella Reynolds beneath the surface of the lagoon. The tank was stolen from Tanks a Lot, an aquarium store downtown. Libby McKinley, the sister of Bishop's fifth victim, applied for a job at Tanks a Lot. She worked there for 1 day. I think she was only there long enough to scope the place out for Bishop. Somehow, they're working together. They were working together. Poole stared at both photographs. When did you learn all of this? In the past few hours, Claire told him. All of it. Do you have an ID on the boy? Not yet. The body went downtown. They're working on it. Are you aware of what happened to Libby McKinley? How we found her? Poole asked. We saw the report. You saw the report, Poole muttered. He still couldn't close his eyes without seeing Libby McKinley. Now, Agent Diner, too. Bishop's face when he opened that door. You're not Sam Porter. A smile on his face. Poole looked at the whiteboards at the front of the room, at the girls' images staring back at him. Then, he turned back to the people sitting around the conference table, their eyes on him. Porter said these cases weren't tied to Bishop. Sam was wrong. Withholding evidence, holding back that diary in what is now a federal case, could not only cost you your badges but land some of you in jail. That diary could be key, and now we don't have it. We don't know where it is. They had nothing to do with it. That's on me and Sam, Nash repeated. The room dropped into silence again, filling with nervous energy, thick enough to crackle. Claire's eyes met Nash's across the table. Both turned away. Sophie's gaze was locked on the small screen of her phone, although it didn't look like she was actually reading anything, just unwilling to face the others. After nearly a full minute, Poole stood. Wait here. He left them sitting at the table. Behind him, Klazowski muttered, "We're so fucked." Poole returned a moment later with one of the whiteboards from the FBI room across the hall. He slid it beside the others at the front of the room and started back across the hall. "You're not going to report us?" Klazowski called after him. "Right now, we're going to work the case." Claire let out the breath she had been holding. Chapter 85. Katie, Day 3, 9:52 p.m. The man in the black knit cap sat across from her at the small kitchen table. His dark eyes bloodshot, lined with red, the left more than the right. He seemed to favor this eye. As he watched her, his head turned slightly, as if watching her with the left eye, while the right focused on something in the distance, something behind her. Katie's hands and feet were bound to the metal chair with zip ties. They were tight. Far too tight. Katie kept wiggling her fingers to keep the circulation up. She tried to focus on him, to keep her eyes on him, as one would be expected to do during a civilized conversation. She tried not to look at the wound on the side of his head, caked with dried blood. She tried not to stare too long at the black knit cap rubbing against the nasty red flesh. She tried not to look at the dark cocoa stains on the table and floor, now dry and crusty. Most of all, she refused to look down at the blood on the floor, the thick splatter where Wesley fell, the round pool that trickled out into streams on the floor, then thin branches, finally ending in drops on the linoleum and up the wall. She couldn't look at that. She wouldn't look at that. The man held a bottle of pills in his right hand, gripping tightly enough to turn his fingers white. Katie tried to glimpse the label, but his hand covered most of it. He was shaking, just a little. He had been worse before he took one of the pills. "Tell me again," he said, leaning a little closer to her. She smelled his breath. She didn't want to smell his breath. She also knew the only chance she had at escape was to win over his trust. She needed to give him a reason to need her. Something that other girl in the basement couldn't or wouldn't provide. Something his victims were not willing to provide. "Can you loosen my hands and feet? I promise I won't try to run. It hurts. I'm still having trouble concentrating. And this pain doesn't help." She rattled her wrists against the chair to emphasize her point, but then decided she shouldn't do that. She shouldn't show any sign of strength, of defiance. Only weakness. Only submission. "Pain sharpens the thoughts. If you use it properly, pain will help your focus, not diminish it." His speech had become clearer since the pill, the lisp almost gone. He was sweating now, though, a slight shimmer on his brow and neck. "I want Wesley to see," Katie said. "Can you show Wesley too? So we can both tell you? I think it would be helpful to learn if we both saw the same thing. Don't you think?" His eyes left her for a moment, dropping to the floor, looking to the place she refused to look, before focusing on her again, his lips thin. "We're not going to talk about Wesley. I don't want to talk about him anymore. I want you to tell me again." Katie pulled at her bound hands again, quietly this time. The left one felt looser than the right, but not enough to pull free. At least, she didn't think so. She couldn't be sure. I don't know that I can put it into words. I saw something beautiful, magical, like standing inside of music or tasting the emotion of an artist as he captures his subject's breath. There are no words, nothing that really compares. You said you saw the face of God. The lisp again, subtle on the words said, saw, and face. I think it was all God. I think he was all around me. I felt a warmth, something big all around me. Have you ever drifted off to sleep and first felt like you were falling for a brief second? Then that turned into floating, a perfect weightlessness, without pain, without any pressure on your body? There was no discernible sound at all. Yet I also heard the most beautiful soothing sound, like nothing and everything, all at once, almost like being in two different places at the same time. Could you see yourself? Katie thought about this for a second, then shook her head. The finger of her left hand was nearly able to slip out the zip tie. No, nothing like that. I think that only happens in the movies or on TV. But I did feel free, though. Free of my body. Free of my body's constraints. Her finger nearly slipped the tie, then snapped back. If he heard the plastic against the frame of the chair, he didn't acknowledge the sound. His finger tapped against the pill bottle. Win his trust, Katie told herself. Stay calm. If she remained calm, he would stay calm. Tell him what he wants to hear. Her mind drifted to the girl in the basement. The girl who was probably dying in the basement after swallowing glass, rather than allowing this monster to hurt her. She'd rather die on her own terms than let this guy touch her. Katie admired her, but she had no desire to die. She would get out of here. Above the sink, there was a window. Dark outside, but she could make out the faint outline of the neighbor's house, no more than 10 feet away. A light glowed in one of the windows, and she thought she saw movement behind the white curtains. Katie licked her lips. They were dry and chapped. May I have some water? The man stared at her, and at first she wasn't sure he heard her. She was about to ask again when he stood and went to the sink, pulled the cloudy glass from the drying rack on the counter, and filled it with water from the tap. As he returned to the table, she could see particles floating in the water, remnants of whatever had been in the glass before, unwashed, filthy. The man in the black knit cap stood beside her and tipped the water glass against her lips. Katie drank. She drank and tried not to think about what she saw in the glass. Complacent, willing, unconcerned. These words floated through her mind, all the things she knew she needed to appear to be to survive. The water tasted sour. She smiled as he lifted the glass away. She would not show any discomfort. His hand trembled as he set the glass on the table and returned to his seat. She wasn't sure if he trembled because of nerves or whatever was wrong with him, but she was certain it wasn't out of fear or weakness. She wouldn't make the mistake of believing that. When you put me in that tank, She went on. I was blindfolded. I woke up in the dark. I didn't know where I was. Then, I was in the water. Body temperature water. Then falling. And silence. Then... Her voice trailed off. Her eyes met his. Then, I was perfect. Everything was perfect. No fear. No wants. No needs. Calm. Serene. Ideal. The man studied her. His mouth open just enough to allow a trickle of spit down the left side. He made no move to wipe it away. The index finger on the hand that held the pill bottle twitched, tapping at the plastic. With his free hand, he rubbed his pointer finger and thumb together, making a small, circular pattern. Why should I believe you? He finally said. I have no reason to lie. No, I was dead. The other girl told me I was dead. You brought me back. You saved me. Your heart stopped. You were dead for a little over 3 minutes. I brought you back. Maybe it wasn't long enough. Maybe you didn't see anything. You're just telling me what you think I want to hear. I wouldn't do that. I think we need to do it again. Longer this time. 5 minutes. Maybe 6. The brain dies after 5. It should have been longer than 5. He told her. The twitching against the bottle intensified as he spoke, the words coming faster, urgent. Less than 5 may not be enough. Katie pulled at her bindings, tugged hard on her left. She couldn't slip out, though. Who is Mabel? He drew in a deep breath and leaned back in his chair. Mabel Markle? Katie said. Yeah, Markle. That's it. Where did you hear that name? It came to me when I was there. In that place, I heard it. Like someone whispering to me. Or maybe shouting from a great distance. I'm not exactly sure. Who is she? He took another pill. He fought with the bottle cap, got it open, and swallowed one dry. You said you have a daughter. You said these are her clothes I'm wearing. Is that her name? Is your daughter's name Mabel Markle? I must have told you. You didn't. He looked puzzled as he shuffled through his memories, trying to remember if he said her name, the pills lifting the haze from his eyes. Katie tugged her left hand again, hard this time, almost pulled free, but her hand snapped back. She might have cut herself on the zip tie this time. Not only did the base of her wrist hurt, but she felt warmth there, wetness. She wondered if the slickness of blood might help her slip free. I think Mabel wants you to know she's okay, that she's at peace. Is that what she said? What he told you? There was an anxiousness to his voice that wasn't there before. Are you certain? The lisp, uncertain. Katie nodded. Yes, I think so. His bloodshot eyes blinked, then locked on her, peering into her, through her. He stood up with such speed and force the tabletop went with him, tilting up and to the side as the glass flew across the room and shattered. The corner of the table caught Katie in the ribcage like a battering ram, sending her chair tumbling back. The chair snagged for a second on the cabinets behind her before falling to the side, painfully pinning Katie's arm against the floor, caught beneath her own weight. The word, "Liar!" belted from him, a scream of anger and raw emotion, Katie screamed too. She screamed as she fell, but she was silent now, her eyes fixed on the place Wesley had fallen, only inches from her face. She felt his sticky blood in her hair, and she could see the small, lighter spot at the center of the bloody pool, the place where his head had rested on the floor. From the corner of her eye, barely visible now from such a harsh angle, she could also see the drawing she noticed when the man had brought her into the kitchen with Wesley. Attached to the refrigerator with a Domino's pizza magnet, a drawing of a house with a dog, a father and a daughter standing in front of it. Nothing more than stick figures holding each other's hands. The bottom right corner of the drawing was signed Mabel Markle in thick, blocky, purple letters. Someone came into the room then. The front door opened and closed. Frantic footsteps down the hall.
What have you done? She lied. She didn't see. None of them. Not one.
Everyone will see. Soon enough. Chapter 86. Pool. Day 3. 9:52 p.m. Special Agent Frank Poole, Detectives Claire Norton and Brian Nash of Chicago Metro, Sophie Rodriguez from Missing Children, and Edwin Tlazowski from Information Technology sat at the conference table in the war room. All eyes on the 6 whiteboards at the front of the room. Behind them, the coffee maker beeped. Nobody got up.
This is overwhelming,
Tlazowski finally said, the first to speak in nearly 5 minutes. It was overwhelming, Poole thought. 16 years with the Bureau. 4 with the Behavioral Science Unit out at Quantico, before transferring to Chicago. He had never seen anything like this. Not in an investigation. Not in all the case histories he studied. There was no rhyme or reason to it. No real pattern. Serial killers always kept to a pattern, a signature. That pattern may evolve as the killer tuned his efforts, became more comfortable in his skin. But they were never random. There was always a pattern. Why couldn't he see the pattern? There's too much noise, Poole said quietly. Nash turned toward him, frowning. What does that mean? We need to get rid of the noise. Poole stood up and went to the front of the room, his eyes fixed on the boards.
I think we lost him,
Tlazowski said. Poole stood there for a moment, taking in the text, every word, every letter, every curved fumble of the dry erase marker. He memorized it all. Then he turned the first board around, backward. All those words lost to the back, replaced by a clean, white surface. He turned the next one, and the one after that, until all 6 faced the wall, and they all stared at nothing. Tlaz snickered, leaned back in his chair.
Now I think we've lost him.
Poole walked around to the back of the boards and pulled all the photographs down, picked up a black marker from one of the trays, and returned to the front. We've learned a lot over the past few days. Too much. We need to filter out the noise and focus on what is really important. Find the real evidence. Piece it together as if it were fresh.
Puzzle it out?
Tlaz said. Nash and Claire both glared at him. He shrugged. Poole took the photograph of Anson Bishop and taped it to the top center of the board. He then sorted through the remaining photographs in his hand, placing the following beneath Bishop's picture. Ella Reynolds, Lily Davis,
Floyd Reynolds, Randall Davis, Libby McKinley, Larissa Beale, Darlene Beale, John Doe / Truck. These are the people directly impacted by this case, Poole stated. The victims, or intended victims? Claire asked. Who does that leave? Poole held up the remaining pictures in his hand. 3 of the spouses, Leanne Reynolds, Grace Davis, and Larry Beale, and the remaining children of the families. He set the pictures on the conference table, face down. If we find a reason to connect these people to the case, other than relations, we'll put them back on the board. Let's focus on the others now. Nash drummed his fingers over the tabletop. If this is all somehow Bishop, and he's following the same MO as his past victims, that means the children were killed because of something their parents did. The kids aren't the focus. But he also killed the parents this time, Sophie interjected. And look at how he killed the children, Claire said. Both girls drowned in salt water. This unknown boy frozen in the truck. They were all tortured. He didn't remove the eyes, ear, or tongue on any of the children, which is a major departure, Nash pointed out. Completely different from what he did in the past. He did, with Libby McKinley, Poole reminded them. He killed her, just like he would of his past victims. Not exactly like his past victims, Claire said. Her toes and fingers were removed. He's never done that before. More torture, said Nash. An escalation, maybe? A different kind of torture. Different from everything else, Poole said. He gathered the coffee cups from the table and went to the machine, began to fill them. Fingers and toes are usually removed to get information. This is a major break from the norm for him. With all his other victims, he removed the eyes, ear, and tongue to send a message to whoever found the bodies, to taunt law enforcement, to sensationalize the murders. He went after the past victims because of information he already possessed, everything he learned from Talbot's business activities. He didn't need to learn anything from those victims. He had it all. Poole returned to the table and passed out the coffee. Claire reached for her mug and took a sip. So, Libby McKinley is different from all the rest. She knew something. Something he needed. Something he was willing to torture to learn. Poole returned to the board at the front. He was willing to torture Libby more than anyone else in order to get some information. He removed the picture of Libby McKinley from the center of the board and placed it at the top right. Her murder is nothing like these others. Let's separate her for now, too. What do we know about Libby McKinley? What makes her such a special target? Nash asked. Poole rattled off the information from her file. Charged in March 2007 and convicted in July 2007 of manslaughter for the vehicular death of one Franklin Kirby, sentenced to 10 years, of which she served 7 and a few months before being released on parole 6 weeks ago. What was the name of her victim? Nash asked. Franklin Kirby. Poole took a step toward the conference table. That name meant something to Porter, too, but he didn't expand on what he knew. Who is he? Holy hell, how did we miss that? Claus blurted out. Claire shook her head. He's in Bishop's diary. Kirby worked for Talbot. He stole a lot of money from him and ultimately ran off with the Bishop's mother when Bishop was a kid. He also shot and killed Bishop's father. The diary. Again. Poole frowned. I need to see that book. Let me try and get this straight, Nash said. Because I have read the diary. Kirby kills Bishop's father. Kirby runs off with Bishop's mother. Libby McKinley accidentally hits and kills Kirby with her car. Bishop kills Barbara McKinley, Libby's sister, in retaliation for her killing Kirby. Then he ultimately kills Libby, even though the two of them are somehow working together? That doesn't make any sense. Bishop would have been dancing in the street with Kirby dead. Claus cleared his throat.
What if Bishop didn't kill Libby? Maybe somebody else did and just made it look like he killed her. That might explain why her fingers and toes were cut off. Somebody other than Bishop did it. Somebody after something.
Who?
Shuffling in his chair, Tlazowski went on.
What if Bishop didn't kill Barbara McKinley either?
Claire scratched at the back of her head.
We know he did.
Do we?
Silence again. Claus wrapped his hands around his mug. He looked down at the coffee swirling inside.
Every one of Bishop's initial victims died because their families were involved in some type of criminal activity. Every single one. Except his fifth victim, Barbara McKinley. Her death was attributed to her sister's hit and run. An accident.
He turned to Nash.
Like you said, Bishop had no reason to kill her. Not for killing Kirby, that's for sure.
Who, then? Poole asked. Claus answered quietly.
Bishop's mother.
Chapter 87. Poole. Day 3. 9:55 p.m.
Bishop's mother?
Poole frowned. Tlazowski nodded.
She was romantically involved with Kirby. She's never been caught. Who knows? Libby's fingers and toes, that could have been revenge. Cut off an ear, take out the tongue and eyes, and drop them in little white boxes. It's not too hard to copy Bishop's signature.
The white boxes. Were they the same kind Bishop used in the original killings?
Claire asked. Poole nodded.
Yeah. Perfect match. If Bishop's mother is running around out there, we don't know her capabilities. Considering all the information her son put together, I don't think it's too much of a stretch for her to match the box,
Nash said.
She had resources. All that money Kara's husband stole from Talbot.
Poole paced between the boards and the table.
Back at Porter's apartment. He pointed out McKinley's murder as different from the others. He said Bishop had seemed a little preoccupied with her. The fact that she was the only blonde of all the victims. I remember that,
Claire said.
Bishop stood there for a second, stared at the picture. Said it was an anomaly. His word.
Poole walked slowly back to the board and wrote, "Killed by Bishop's mother," next to Libby McKinley's photo. Then he stepped behind the boards again before returning to the conference table with an old Polaroid and the lock of blonde hair, both in evidence bags. He set them on the table.
What do these mean to all of you?
Claire picked up the Polaroid.
Where did you find this?
She showed it to Nash and Tlazowski.
In a drawer at Libby's house, hidden under some clothes, along with the lock of hair.
Claire set the picture back down.
Bishop mentioned some photos in his diary. This could be one of them. If it is, one of these women is Bishop's mother, and the other is their neighbor, Lisa Carter. We tried running facial recognition on both women. We didn't get anything. The age of the image and the angle of the shot don't help. What about the hair? Was that mentioned in the diary too? No. Maybe it's Libby's,
Claire offered.
It's not a match for Libby or Barbara.
How about Kirby?
Claus said.
He had long blonde hair.
Nash pulled the evidence bag closer.
Why would Libby have Kirby's hair? Where would she get it?
Nobody had an answer to that. Poole went back to the board and added the information about the photo and hair. He scribbled the name, Kaylin Selk, too.
So all of you are aware, there's this too.
Bishop helped her get IDs under this name.
They corresponded while she was in prison. Do you know how?
Claire asked. Poole shook his head.
I haven't had a chance to get down to the prison yet. After talking to her parole officer, we did learn she was having trouble adjusting to being out. He thought she wanted to go back. Where was she? Stateville?
Yeah.
We also found a .45 at her house, which is a clear parole violation, Poole told them. She knew someone was after her. If what you're telling me about Kirby and the mother is true, that makes sense. We just need to figure out why Bishop would protect her. Poole returned his attention to the boards. Okay. This is good. This is really good. We've got something different to go on. We've Libby McKinley anyway. Let's take a closer look at the rest. Poole took a few steps to the left, leaving the Libby McKinley board behind him, his focus back on the first whiteboard, with Anson Bishop written at the top, and the photographs of the 7 missing or dead beneath him. Nash cleared his throat. Back to what I said earlier. If this is all somehow Bishop, and he's following the same MO as his past victims, that means the children were killed because of something their parents did. The kids aren't the focus. Nash is right, Claire said. Can you rearrange the pictures? Put the adults on top and the children under them? Poole nodded and reordered the images. Floyd Reynolds, Ella Reynolds, Randall Davis, Lily Davis, Darlene Beale, Larissa Beale. He held up the picture of the boy frozen inside the cab of the Toyota Tundra. That leaves your unknown boy. We need to identify him quickly, then hone in on his parents, Claire said. They might be his next target. What do we know about the other parents? Claire found her phone and loaded her notes app. Floyd Reynolds worked for Unimed America Healthcare. He was in insurance sales. We couldn't find any debt or financial problems, no red flags with his home life. His wife said he went out to search for their daughter. The unsub strangled him with piano wire inside the family car, and his body was found in their backyard, hidden inside a snowman. There was a boot print on the back of the driver's seat. We think the unsub placed his foot there for leverage when strangling Reynolds, a size 11. We don't have a record of Bishop's shoe size, do we? No. Poole added this information to the board, then pointed at Randall Davis with a marker. What about Mr. Davis? He was a doctor, oncologist, worked at Stroger Hospital. Like Reynolds, no problems with his home life or his finances. He was killed with a high dose of lisinopril, a medication normally used to treat high blood pressure, something he was not prescribed. We think the unsub broke into Davis' house via the back door. The lisinopril was concentrated and placed in the family coffee maker. He was the only member of the household known to drink coffee. Poole frowned. So either the unsub knew this, or didn't really care who died. The kitchen had several large uncovered windows. They provide visibility from the road, Nash explained. The unsub could have learned who drank what with a little surveillance. That makes sense. I don't think the adult targets are random, not even within the same household. If this is Bishop, he's got a reason for each victim, Poole said. That leaves your only adult female victim. Yeah, Darlene Beale. We've got an officer stationed at the hospital guarding her room. She's stable, but currently in an induced coma. Our unsub injected cyanide into her toothpaste tube. She ingested the poison brushing her teeth at what should have been a safe house. Claire drew in a breath and looked down. That was on me. She was in my custody, my care. Nash reached for her shoulder. You saved her. Anyone else and she would have been dead right now. He told Poole how she forced Darlene Beale to drink liquid soap. The base in the soap countered the acidic properties of the cyanide? I'm impressed. Where did you learn that? Claire said. Back in high school. My science teacher accidentally poisoned himself with cyanide. When he realized what happened, he ran out of the room into the boys' bathroom and drank the soap. He lived. Guess it stuck with me. Don't be too hard on yourself, Poole told her. Cyanide works fast. Another minute or two and she would have been dead. Being in that safe house with you probably saved her life. If this had happened at home, she probably wouldn't have survived. Claire ignored the praise. By the crease in her forehead, Poole knew she was already thinking ahead. When she spoke, She answered the question he was about to put out to the group. Beale is a pharmaceutical sales rep. She travels a lot. Had a go bag ready when we asked her and her husband to leave their home. The poison toothpaste was in that bag. CSI tested the shared toothpaste on the bathroom counter in the master bathroom, and it came up clean. Like with Randall Davis, the unsub targeted her specifically. He had advanced knowledge, knew about her bag, and went after her. Anyone else see a pattern emerging here? They all work in the medical field. We've got a doctor and 2 sales reps, Nash said. What do the spouses do for work? Claire glanced down at her notes. Grace Davies and Leanne Reynolds are both stay-at-home mothers. Larry Beale works construction. All non-medical. All non-medical. Claire agreed. Definite potential pattern there. Poole was nodding, studying the text on the board. Okay, that's good. We can work with that. He pointed at Ella Reynolds' name. Let's talk about the children. Claire turned to the other woman across the conference table. Sophie, do you want to? Sophie was already nodding. Yeah. Okay. Ella Reynolds, 15 years old. Her body was found on February 12th under the ice at Jackson Park Lagoon. This initially threw us because the lagoon had been frozen since early January, at least 20 days before she went missing. We've since learned Anson Bishop cut a hole in the ice, placed her body in the water, then added water from the stolen tank, creating new ice at the same level as the old. We believe she was taken from Logan Square, about 7 minutes from her house. We know she recently purchased a car at Cars R Us, a nearby dealer. She was making payments directly. Her parents had no idea. She only recently got her learner's permit. She was found wearing the clothing of our second victim, Lily Davis, Claire said, weighing in. That just smells like something Bishop would do to try and sensationalize the crime, and draw attention. I agree, Poole said. It's part of the noise I mentioned at the start of this. Let's leave that out for now. We can always put it back if it becomes relevant. What do we know about Lily? Sophie went on. 17 years old, she was last seen walking to school at Wilcox Academy on February 12th. She didn't make it. The school is close, only 4 blocks from her home. Her body was found at Lee Gallery, where she worked. She was posed in a storage room at the back, clearly meant to be discovered. Although the unsub used a black electrical cord around the neck to prop her up, it was clear she was already dead. Like Reynolds, she died from repeatedly drowning in salt water. As Claire said, she was found in Ella Reynolds' clothing, so the unsub somehow switched them. Klosowski poked his head up from his laptop. Didn't you say something about her trying to buy a car, too? Claire nodded. Sophie and I spoke to her best friend, Gabrielle Deegan. She said Lily's father told her he'd buy her a car at graduation, but she wanted something sooner. Any connection to the car lot where the first girl bought a car? Poole asked. They didn't know her, Nash said. We checked out the dealership staff and couldn't find any real connection there. Every teenager wants a car. I think this is just another coincidence. More noise, like you said. Poole turned back to the board. Okay. What about Larissa Beale? Larissa is different, Sophie said. She only went missing as of this morning, and there's no body. There's a good chance she's still alive. At this point, we don't know much more than that. She had planned to go to a dance at school tonight, and she was home when both parents left for work this morning. Her mother had planned a spa day as a surprise. If not for that, we probably still wouldn't know she was missing. Judging by what we've seen with Ella Reynolds, and particularly Lily Davis, she doesn't have much time. Davis died within a day of her disappearance. Claire said, turning to Klosowski. Any luck with her laptop or phone? Her parents installed Kids Be Safe on the laptop. Teenagers have been sharing the override to that one for nearly 2 years now. We found the hacks installed on her computer. Larissa could essentially turn the monitoring software on and off whenever she wanted to and limit what her parents could see. Claus shifted his weight. We also found PrivaShield running in the background. PrivaShield destroys cache data as it's created, basically erasing digital fingerprints. This girl is smart. She gave her parents just enough data that they could feel like they were monitoring her, then hid the rest. We're still digging, but the laptop may be a bust. We think she had her cell phone on her when she was abducted. We tracked her movements this morning to the corner of West Chicago Avenue and North Damon. And then the signal drops. Most likely, the unsub removed the battery or destroyed the phone. We filed an emergency request for the data, but the phone company hasn't produced it yet. I'll report back as soon as I know something.
Poole returned to the conference table. He studied the photo of the boy frozen inside the cab of the pickup truck, then turned it toward the others. That leaves us with him. I'm sure Isley is doing everything he can to get us an ID, but the ice will slow things down, Claire said, studying the picture of the boy frozen inside the cab of the truck.
The truck is registered to Kalen Salk,
Tlazowski said.
Libby McKinley's alias,
Nash said. Another dead end.
Yeah.
Poole turned back to the boards.
Is that everything?
We haven't talked about the obituaries, Nash replied. He turned back to the table.
Obituaries?
Claire nodded. A call came in this morning on 911. An older woman claiming that Floyd Reynolds had died twice. His obituary ran in today's paper and last Wednesday. When we dug deeper, we found more. Apparently our unsub has been running obituaries for his victims in the local papers before attempting to kill them. Poole had stopped listening.
Died twice,
he said slowly, before turning back to the boards. He found the board with the poems and flipped it back over so the others could read them. I think Bishop killed Special Agent Diner because he saw these poems. They were written on the wall in the abandoned house. See how certain words are underlined? Death is the only word that appears twice. He explained how the poems had been cut out of the drywall and removed.
Look at some of the other underlined words,
Claire said.
Ice, water, fear. All of this fits the kills. Did you run a trace on the 911 call?
All heads turned towards Tlazowski. He held up a finger for a moment, then frowned.
According to the report, the call came in from Lasting Harmony Retirement Center down by the Loop. Staff says it was a 93-year-old woman named Ingrid Nesbitt. She reads the obituaries daily and got all ruffled when she caught the dupes for Floyd Reynolds. She insisted on making the call.
Dead end, Nash grumbled. Claire was still studying the board.
If the poem ties in, and he wanted us to find all this, why cut them out? Why kill Diner?
Poole sighed. I think he wanted Porter to find all of this, not me.
Probably not you either.
Claire turned to Tlazowski.
You said all the bogus obituaries were filed from the same computer, right? Anything on the trace?
Tlazowski didn't answer her. Instead, his eyes were glued to his screen.
Claus? No. Nothing on the IP trace. But if that computer pops up anywhere on the city's Wi-Fi, I'll see it right away. I think.
His voice trailed off, and he leaned in closer.
What is it?
Claire asked.
I see something. It might be nothing. It's probably just my brain looking for something that isn't really there.
Tlazowski replied. Claire stood up and walked over to him.
Spit it out, Claus, before I'm forced to hit you again. I've been plotting out the locations where the children were abducted and bodies have been found on an area map. If I draw lines from one to the other, they're more or less center around John H. Stroger Jr. Hospital.
Nash leaned over to get a look at the map. That's where Randall Davies worked.
Insurance and pharmaceutical sales. I imagine our other victims are there a lot too,
Claire said.
Darlene Beale is there right now.
Poole leaned in.
If I obtain a list of the employees, can you cross-reference that against obituary data? Maybe we'll get lucky and find his next target before something else happens.
Claus was already typing.
Oh yeah, I'm all over that.
Nash had stood up and was staring at the boards. We're still missing something.
What?
Poole asked.
I'm not so sure Bishop is doing all this on his own. Even if he somehow had help from Libby McKinley, this is just too much for one person. There's still something bigger going on here. Maybe. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil. Nash read aloud. Is that what he's doing here with these kids? Killing them and bringing them back? Playing God? With the devil, Claire said. All of the poems are about life and death. Maybe that's what he's trying to tell us. Poole brushed back his hair. I've been getting sleep in patches. I'm having trouble focusing. That was when Poole's phone rang. He pulled the phone from his pocket and looked down at the small screen. Unknown caller. He pressed the talk button. A voice spoke before he could say anything. Frank, this is Sam. Chapter 88. Poole. Day 3. 10:15 p.m. Poole's heart thudded. He set the phone down on the conference table and pressed a button. Sam, I'm in the war room with your team. I've got you on speaker. You're not allowed in the war room. I brought him in, Sam. Claire answered. The case has gotten complicated. There's a link to Bishop. More than a link. He's all over it. Poole leaned in close. Where are you? Where is the diary? He heard Porter breathing on the other end, but the man did not reply. Poole looked up at the others, then back to the phone. Libby McKinley is dead. Porter said nothing. We found her bound to her bed. Ear, eyes, tongue, in white boxes, identical to Bishop's other victims. Her fingers and toes were removed too. She was tortured. Every inch of her body had been cut. When Porter spoke, his voice was even, measured. It wasn't Bishop. Bishop wouldn't kill Libby McKinley any more than he killed her sister. Poole looked up at Lazowski. Your IT guy thinks it was Bishop's mother. I'd like to know what you think. Again, Porter went silent. Poole heard Porter talking to someone, muffled. The phone covered, and then he returned to the call. Sam? I'm going to text you an address. When you arrive at that address, follow the path at the back of the property. It's overgrown, but if you look close, you'll find it, like a deer path. It will lead you to a lake. You'll need a team. You'll want to sweep the lake. Porter told him. Where are you, Sam? When you get to the lake, look for the cat. You're not making sense, Sam. If you... The line went dead. Poole cursed under his breath. The phone vibrated, and an address appeared. 12 Jenkins Crawl Road, Simpsonville, South Carolina. You must have found it, Nash said, still staring at the phone. Found what? Bishop's childhood home. I don't like this, Claire said. Why is he being so secretive? That didn't sound like him. Who was he talking to? Klazowski had entered the address into a browser on his computer. He turned the screen around so everyone could see. That's in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure why I should trust him at all, Poole said. He stole the diary. He's clearly holding something back. Libby's death didn't seem to surprise him. What else does he know? Nash leaned back in his chair. I think if he knew something he thought would be useful to us, he would have shared it. He's got no reason to hide anything. Yet, he disappeared with the diary and left his phone behind so we couldn't track him. Sam's working the case, Nash said. You can trust him. Poole clucked his tongue, then nodded. I'll call the Charlotte office and get them out there right away. We have a jet at O'Hare. I can be there in a few hours. Claire rose and went to the boards. If you can get us that list of employees at Stroker Hospital, we can work that angle. Maybe we can box Bishop in from both sides.
Poole nodded and disappeared out the door, his walk quickening to a run. Chapter 89. Porter. Day 3. 10:16 p.m. Sam removed the battery from the phone and threw both pieces out into the center of the lake. The water swallowed them whole, harsh ripples rolling out from the center until they faded away to nothing. Another secret beneath the blanket of black.
Why toss the phone? You told him where we are.
Sarah said beside him. Porter knelt back down a few feet from the water's edge, his fingers covered in dirt. He had been digging. The path led them about a quarter mile into the woods and ended at a small clearing, just as the diary described. A small clearing, looking out over the lake. Bishop said the water froze during the winter. That had been a lie. While temperatures in South Carolina could fall below freezing, the winters were much milder than farther north. Nothing like those in Chicago. Even if they dropped below freezing, they never seemed to hold there long enough for the ground to freeze. Most definitely on a large body of water, like a lake. This was by no means a big lake, but it was big enough to escape the worst of the cold. Of that, he was certain. Bishop had probably only written that to help conceal the location. Porter could think of no other reason. Misdirection. He knelt in the dirt. Sarah held both flashlights. The beams were focused on the base of a large oak tree looming over the clearing. A laurel oak. At the base of the tree was a small hole. Porter didn't have to dig very deep at all. Part of it had been sticking out of the ground. It caught Sarah's eye right away. A white metal lunchbox, covered in rust. Porter didn't expect to find the skeleton of a dead cat. He didn't expect to find this either. The lunchbox was open now. Inside was an envelope, the paper yellowed with age, bound to a composition book with black string. The envelope addressed simply, Mother.
Sam, why'd you toss the phone?
Sarah asked again. Porter took the bound package from the box and handed it to her. I'm not worried about Poole knowing where we've been. I'm more concerned about him learning where we're going, he told her.
What about Bishop? He gave you that phone for a reason.
We need to shake him up. Disrupt him. We're not his puppets. If he can't reach us with that phone, he'll need to find some other way. Maybe this will flush him out, Porter said. He took Bishop's diary from his pocket and put it in the lunchbox before closing the lid and tossing a little dirt on top, nearly covering the Hello Kitty image stamped into the rusty metal. Bishop's cat. Come on, he said. Let's get out of here. Chapter 90. Poole. Day 3. 10:23 p.m.
Sir, I need this through,
Poole said, tugging the steering wheel of his Jeep Cherokee hard left. He skirted 4 cars at a standstill in the right lane.
Why is there traffic? It's damn near 11 o'clock at night.
A 727 buzzed over him, the belly exposed as it approached O'Hare Airport. You should be on administrative leave. You lost your partner today. The last place you need to be is in the field, SAIC Hurless said through the Jeep speakerphone.
Clear the jet, sir. I'm nearly to the airport.
You need to turn around, come back to the field office, and brief me so we can get someone else on this, Hurlis said. Poole took a deep breath, tried to calm himself. He jerked the wheel and barely missed a brown Mitsubishi Outlander trying to make a left turn. The driver hit his horn and held it down. According to Tech, he called you from a burner phone, and the nearest cell tower matches the location data he gave you, so he was standing somewhere close to that lake he mentioned. I pulled up satellite photos, but there's not much to see. The tree cover is so heavy, you can't make out what's happening on the ground. This is odd.
What?
The phone was a burner purchased and activated in New Orleans, Hurlis said, his voice flat. Sounded like he was reading.
New Orleans? Could that be a mistake?
Bishop was in Chicago, as of a few hours ago. Porter was outside of Greenville, South Carolina, middle of nowhere. The signal died right after he hung up with you. Probably pulled the battery to avoid a trace. Run through it again. What did Porter tell you? Poole recounted the conversation again, word for word. I don't like this. Porter is too much of a wild card. Hurlis said when he finished. If he's working with Bishop, this may be a smokescreen.
I think blaming McKinley is somehow the key to everything. The key to catching Bishop. Porter knows more than he's telling us, but he hasn't steered us wrong. If he says we need to sweep a lake in South Carolina, I think we've got to believe him. The team is still processing the 2 houses from earlier, so we've got nothing else to go on right now. I need to do this. Please. Clear that jet.
Poole took the airport exit from Kennedy and followed the signs toward fixed base operator hangars, where they housed the charters and private flights.
Bishop somehow communicated with Libby McKinley when she was in Stateville Correctional. We need to know how he was able to talk to her and help her obtain a fake identification. We figure that out, and we're one step closer. I follow Porter's breadcrumbs and we take another step. Hold on a second, sir.
Poole pulled up to the security gate and passed his identification to the guard.
Something clicked when he saw the man in uniform. I checked the security guards at the prison, sir. All the correctional officers. That's gotta be it. Mail, phones, and electronics are all under constant surveillance. That only leaves the human element.
The security guard handed him a clipboard, pointed to a line, and Poole signed. The man then pointed to a lot on the right, mouthing the words, "Anywhere over there." Poole nodded and pulled the Jeep into a space next to the small federal building shared by Homeland, FBI, and ATF. He shifted into park.
I'm here, sir. What do you want to do?
SAIC Hurlis sighed. I ordered them to fuel the plane 10 minutes ago. You should be wheels up in 20. I'll reach out to the local field office while you're in the air. That's Bob Granger in Charlotte. We go way back. I know him from the academy. You can scramble the local sheriff's office and find Porter's Lake. Put a team in the water. Touch base with me when you're back on the ground.
Thank you, sir.
You better be right on this. Chapter 91. Porter. Day 3. 10:26 p.m. Porter and Sarah had made their way back to the rental car in relative silence. Porter drove, and Sarah was on the phone booking flight reservations. She cupped her hand over the microphone.
The next flight doesn't leave until 4 in the morning. That gives us a little over 5 hours. Should I book it?
What? She repeated the question. Yeah, sorry. My mind is racing right now. He stared out of the windshield at the road, at the white stripes flying past and disappearing behind them. There were very few cars out at this time of night. For this, he was grateful. It felt like he and Sarah had the road to themselves, the lights of Greenville approaching in the distance. Maybe we should find a hotel room near the airport. Someplace we can get cleaned up and change. Sarah finalized the reservation and disconnected the call.
May I remind you, you still haven't bought me dinner? As first dates go, this one has been unique. I'll give you that. But I'm not sure I'm ready to rush into a 1-hour stop-and-bop motel with you, Mr. Porter.
The bound package they found in the lunchbox at the lake sat in the center console, the word Mother barely visible in the dim light of the envelope. Bishop's voice, his words, shouting out from the composition book. Dinner. They hadn't eaten since New Orleans. His stomach gurgled. 30 minutes later, Porter sat on one of the double beds inside a small room at the Greenville Airport Motel 8. Taco Bell wrappers littered the table near the door. Sarah was in the shower. The package felt heavy. Heavier than it probably should. Not necessarily with the weight of paper, but with something inside. He couldn't put his finger on it. Someone's life trapped inside. Or the rantings of a madman. He felt that way about the diary when he first read it. But 2 hours ago, he had been standing in the very place where the events inside it had played out. The Carters, his mother, his father. The two men Porter later learned were Kirby and Briggs. All of them. All of it. True. The envelope and composition book were bound together with a piece of black string. He couldn't help but wonder if it came from the same roll he'd used when he tied all those boxes. Porter removed the string, opened the envelope addressed to Mother, and then unfolded the pages. The paper crinkled under his touch. How long had they been there? How long had this letter waited for a mother who never appeared? Porter recognized the handwriting immediately. A younger version of the writing in the diary. Mama, I know you've always wanted me to call you Mother, but I really just want to call you Mama. Is that so wrong? Mama. 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 Sorry. Mother. I am so sorry. I am sorry for whatever I did that would make you want to leave me behind. I am so sorry for all that I did that would make you want to run away without me. Did you leave because you didn't have a choice? Did you leave because those men came to the house and you had to get away? That's it, isn't it? You wouldn't leave me otherwise. Not like this. I was too slow getting back from the lake. If I had gotten back faster, you would have told me to hop in the car with a skibbity jump, loaded up my bags, and all of us would have gotten away together. We would have started a new life together, and left this one in the rearview mirror, blurred by the dust behind that green Plymouth. I didn't want to write this letter, but the doctor told me I had to. He also told me he wouldn't read it, but I know that he will. Father told me to recognize a lie, and Dr. Joseph Oglesby is not a very good liar. He thinks he is, but he is not. No, ma'am. Not in the slightest. His dead little eyes shrink whenever he tells a fib. 32 of them in our last session alone. Hello, doctor. You should cut your hair. The comb-over is not fooling anyone. You look silly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say such things. Father taught me better than that. He once told me it is better to shower someone with compliments. Let them swim in them until they're drowning. They'll reach for you and hold on tight. Your friend forever. Not Mother, though. Not my mother. Not you. If you realized I was giving away too many compliments, you'd probably tell me to take them back. The two of you are different. Were different. Father. Oh, my father. I can't write about that now. I know Dr. Oglesby wants me to, but I can't. It hurts too much. It hurts
almost as much as when I dug up the spot at the lake under my cat, when I found my knife. I knew what that knife meant. You left me, Mother. As much as I'd like to believe you didn't leave me intentionally, as much as I'd like to believe you had no choice but to run off without me, I know that is not true. I knew the moment I saw the knife. Why do you hate me, Mother? Why did you hate Father so? After the house, after the fire. Do you know about the fire? After the fire, I was brought to the Camden Treatment Center just outside of Charleston. The people here are very nice. Even Dr. Oglesby, with all his lies. They gave me my own room. There is a window, but it doesn't open. No summer breezes for me. Only the steady hum of the air conditioner. Dr. Oglesby asked me to keep a diary. He gave me a black and white composition book and told me it would make the perfect diary. I told him only girls wrote in diaries. And he told me a journal then. I should keep a journal. That's what boys do. I told him I would think about it. I'm a smart boy. I know he only wants me to write things down so he can read them, so he can better understand me. Would that be so wrong? To be understood? Don't worry, Mother. I won't tell him your secrets. Your secrets are safe with me. Most of them. Your son, A.B. P.S. Tell Mrs. Carter I said hello. The man with the long blonde hair, too. I'm sure one day I will see all of you again. I'll keep my knife close until that day. I'll keep it sharp. Thank you for returning it to me. Anything good?
Porter looked up. Sarah stood at the bathroom door, wearing a white towel, another wrapped around her long hair in that way only women seem to know how to do, steam escaping from behind her. Porter caught himself staring at her tan legs and forced himself to find her face.
Maybe I should get dressed.
No. Yes. Go ahead. I'm gonna go get in the shower. Porter swallowed. His face burned. This isn't high school. Pull it together. Looking away, Porter dropped the letter on top of the composition book and crossed the room, entered the bathroom, and closed the door at his back. She smelled like lilacs. Chapter 92. Porter, Day 4, 3:42 a.m. Sarah took the window seat. She looked exhausted. Porter fell into the seat beside her, realized he was sitting on the seatbelt, and stood back up long enough to find both ends. He sat down again, buckled the bout, and pulled the excess so it was snug. Sarah was watching him with a grin. Do you honestly think that flimsy little bout is going to do a lick of good if this plane decides to take a header into solid ground somewhere over Alabama? I don't want the attendant to yell at me. Sometimes, if you're nice to them and follow all the rules, they'll give you a full can of soda instead of just a cup. She opened her mouth, about to say something, then changed her mind and leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes. Wake me when we get there, Detective Sam Porter. Thank you. For what? For coming with me. I thought I wanted to do this alone, but it's better with you here, he told her. Very few things are better in life when you're alone. I'm beginning to realize that. I'm glad I could be of service, she said, groggily. Maybe pie. What? Pie might be better alone. More pie for me. I didn't realize there was pie. Not on the plane. Maybe after we land. There should always be pie. Sleep tight, Miss Werner. Somehow, she did just that. falling asleep even before the cabin doors closed. The flight was only about 2/3 full. The seat beside him was empty. Sam waited until they were in the air, then turned on the small overhead light and opened the composition book to the first page, Bishop's words melting away all else. Chapter 93. Diary.
"Are you comfortable, Anson?" He smiled at me, but it wasn't a real smile. This was the kind of smile one wears at a dinner party, or a fundraiser, or an award banquet. The kind that disappears the moment the smilee disappears behind a closed door, away from prying eyes. I have never been to a dinner party, or a fundraiser, or an award banquet, but I've read about them. Mother once brought home a People magazine, and the pages were filled with these smiles, polite, but empty. "Would you like something to drink?" "No, sir." "So polite," Dr. Oglesby said, glancing down at his notes. "You've been here a week, and I feel we barely know each other." He wasn't a very large man, maybe an inch or two taller than I. Although everyone called him Doctor, I had yet to see him wearing a white lab coat. Today, he wore a gray and black argyle sweater and khaki pants. He was slightly overweight. The pudge around his belly bloomed out over the top of his pants as he crossed his legs. Not much. He probably exercised a few days each week, just a little bit. The weight wanted to come out. His body wanted to be fat. But he kept his potential for obesity in check. For now, anyway. I couldn't help but wonder how he would look in another 10 years. Would he change his mind about the lab coat? If I were a doctor, I would definitely wear a white lab coat. His office was a large box. The walls were painted in off-white and decorated with degrees and photographs of Dr. Oglesby fake smiling beside other people fake smiling. Unlike the other desks at Camden Treatment Center, his was made of wood. Most likely something he brought in himself. Most here were made of the same gray metal. We sat in the chairs in front of the desk, facing each other. Apparently, during one of the degree programs posted on the wall, the good doctor was told it was better to face one's patient on equal ground. So rather than sit in the plush leather chair behind his desk, he came out here with the common folk. A large oriental rug covered most of the tile floor, clearly a fake. I'd never seen a real oriental rug before, or a fake oriental rug for that matter. But there was something about this one that screamed imitation. Maybe it was the mystery stain in the far corner, the one nearly hidden by a potted fern. 1 week? He muttered, tapping at the clipboard in his lap. "Were you taking any medications, Anson? Prior to your stay here? Anything at all?" He had asked me this question before. 4 times now. I gave him the same answer I did the other times. "No." "Because you seem jittery, like someone going through the final stages of withdrawal. A few of the nurses have made note of this in their file. You've also been experiencing night sweats and tremors. These things are all signs of withdrawal." I said nothing. Was it chlorpromazine? Or maybe flufenazine? Possibly haloperidol? Or loxapine? I remained silent. Haloperidol? You see? When I said that one, I noticed a slight tick beneath your left eye. That tells me you know that particular drug. What reason would a boy your age have in knowing of a drug like that unless the medication was prescribed and you saw the name on the bottle every day? My face flushed. I drew in a deep, even breath. Haloperidol is not the type of medication you want to quit cold turkey. If a physician deems it appropriate to adjust or remove this medication from a patient's treatment, that patient will be weaned off over a length of time. In some cases, another, less impactful medication might be added temporarily to a treatment regimen to lessen the more harmful effects of reduction. Dr. Joseph Oglesby wore glasses. The lenses weren't especially thick, and I couldn't help but wonder if he actually needed them. He seemed like the kind of man who would wear glasses simply to bolster his role as a doctor, to help play the part. He wore his glasses on a silver chain around his neck, and put them on and took them off with a regular frequency. Punctuation at the end of a sentence rather than a visual aid. Wearing them around his neck on a chain reminded me of a librarian. He was no librarian, though. I could see the dust on the books lining his shelves from where I sat. A sudden stoppage of haloperidol can lead to insomnia, restlessness, anxiety, agitation, depression, vertigo, seizures, even hallucinations. See how your foot is tapping on the floor? That fast patter? That is a definite indicator. Is there a reason why you don't want me to take your medication, Anson? Is that why you're lying to me? I stopped my foot. I didn't realize I'd been tapping my foot. I would not tap my foot. The doctor raised the tip of his pen to his lip, his eyes on me, then wrote something down in the file. Because it has been a week, you are through the worst. I see no reason to pick it back up at this point. Should you feel the need to take it, you'll tell me? We can revisit the use of medication together. I didn't want to nod, but I did anyway. The smile again, thin, only at the edge of his lips. Chapter 94. Diary. Are you ready to talk about the fire, Anson? He saw my leg tap before I was able to stop it. I placed a hand on my knee. Do you know how many bodies were found inside the house? I would not let my leg tap. 3. I've been in close contact with the local authorities since the start of your visit with us, and they have yet to make a proper identification on even one of them. Because the bodies were burned so badly, they're working with dental records. Without something to compare them to, they're having a tough time. They're waiting for one of two things to happen. Either someone will be reported missing, and a comparison of dental records will reveal a match, or you provide us with information that leads to the identification. Your authorities believe you know who those people are. They desperately want to speak to you about it. But since you're a minor and currently under my care, they're not permitted to do so. That could change, of course. All I have to do is sign a couple of forms, and they'll be able to sweep right in here and take you away to some place where they'll try and make you talk. I can't imagine such a place would be pleasant, and I would absolutely hate to see something like that happen to a fine young man such as yourself. But I can only hold the wolves at bay for so long. Do you know what a district attorney is, Anson? I knew what a district attorney was. They appeared fairly often in my comic books, but I would not tell him so. I had no intention of telling him anything. Was one of the men your father, Anson? My leg did not tap. His eyes were on me, a hawk on a mouse. Of the 3 bodies found inside your house, all were male. According to the police, your father hasn't reported to work since the fire. That leads them to believe he was killed in the fire. They're concerned about your mother, too. She seemed to have disappeared as well. They're quite concerned, actually. I think some of them may suspect she started the fire. The house was covered in an accelerant, most likely gasoline. From what I've been told, the place was saturated. Somebody had been thorough in their efforts. Did your parents get along? Did your mother have any reason to hurt your father? Was he hurting her? Did he beat her? Father would never lay a hand on Mother. I didn't want to talk. I knew I shouldn't talk. But I would not allow someone to say something wicked of Father. Not this man. Not anybody. But your father was in the house when it happened, wasn't he? I don't know. I was at the lake. The doctor slipped his glasses on, pushing them up to the bridge of his nose. You told firemen, and later the policeman, you had been fishing at the lake for hours and came home when you saw the smoke. Yet, you carried no tackle box or fishing pole, and they found nothing at the lake to indicate you had either. They think you lied. I don't lie. You lied to me about your medication. You lied about taking haloperidol, a very serious drug. That wasn't a lie. That was a fib. What is the difference between a lie and a fib, Anson? My leg tapped, but only once. Do you know where your mother went, Anson? After she started the fire that killed your father? Mother hadn't killed father, and mother didn't start the fire. I wanted to tell him that. I wanted to shout it out. I wanted to jump from his chair, take the pen from his hand, and embed it deep in his neck and watch the blood spurt out all over his argyle sweater and fake smile pictures on the wall. I didn't, though. I said nothing. A mother's instincts to protect her young are some of the fiercest known to man. Did your father hurt you? Did he touch you in a bad way? Is that why you wanted him dead? Father would never hurt me either. You were examined at the hospital prior to coming here, and they found no evidence of abuse. So I suppose that is true. Unfortunately, I don't know how thorough they were in their examination. I have faith. My staff would have covered all bases, but you were taken to a county hospital, and I can't vouch for the skill and ability of the people working at a place like that. Some of those places can be downright barbaric, like stepping into a third-world tent city. I was skipping rocks. What? I never told the firemen or the police I was fishing. I was skipping rocks at the lake. I like to skip rocks. That is not what it says in the police report, Anson. Lying or fibbing are both bad. Not things you want to do with me. The report is wrong. He removed his glasses, and I watched them fall and dangle around his neck. The window in his office didn't have bars on it. Rain began to fall. Where did you go to school, Anson? Mother homeschooled me. Really? That is interesting. Why? Remember the tests we gave you on your second day? You scored extremely high on all of them. I enjoy tests. They're fun. Your mother must be a very intelligent woman. What does she do for a living? I told you. She works in publishing. He scribbled at his notes, but did not glance down. You did tell me that, but there is no record of her being employed. Not recently. Not at all. Your parents filed joint tax returns, and no employment has ever appeared for her. The IRS performed a detailed search at the request of the district attorney I mentioned earlier. That man is a bit of a bulldog, and he's itching for the opportunity to talk to your mother. I don't know where she is. Does it bother you that she left you? Those protective instincts I mentioned. I imagine it would be terribly difficult for a mother to abandon her only child and completely cut contact. Just write him off as if he didn't exist at all. Throw him away like last night's trash. I'm not sure what would drive a woman to do that. What did you do to make her hate you so? This time, when my leg began to tap, I did not stop it. Instead, I watched the rain outside. Chapter 95. Pool. Day 4. 4:38 a.m. Pool had touched down at Greenville Spartanburg International Airport at a little past 1 in the morning. A black Subaru Forester with federal plates was waiting for him at the tarmac, driven by SAIC Robert Granger. The man's eyes were red and heavy. He offered his hand and shouted over the engine noise, winding down from the jet. "You must be Frank. Welcome to South Carolina." Poole put him in his mid-50s, only because SAIC Hurlus was 54, and he mentioned they knew each other from the academy. Granger looked far older than 54. If Poole had met the man on the street, he would have easily tacked on 10 years. Heavy-set and bald, he wore thick glasses and a bushy goatee. Poole found this odd because the FBI dress code did not permit facial hair beyond the mustache. The rules in the South must be lax. Granger gestured toward the passenger door, and both men climbed in the car. They were moving away from the jet before Poole had his seatbelt on. Granger waved at the security station before coasting through and heading for the highway. "So, 4MK, huh? Down here?" "We still think he's in Chicago. But apparently this lake is connected to him somehow," Poole told him. "It took some doing, but I finally got Sheriff Bannister on the phone a little after midnight. That's Sheriff Hannah Bannister. You'll like her. She's a bit of a firecracker. Being sheriff around Simpsonville for the better part of 20 years, keeps running around unopposed, which is fine with the locals. Not many people out there. They're not too big on change. She said she's got 2 experienced divers in town. I had 3 in Charlotte, so we rounded them all up and got them out to your lake straight away. She's familiar with the property. Said it's been deserted since a fire wiped out the main house. There's a trailer out there the owners used to rent out. Teenagers use it nowadays for things teenagers do. From what she told me, not much to look at. Can the divers work in the dark?" Granger leaned over the steering wheel and maneuvered around a slow-moving semi. "Didn't seem to faze my guys at all. They jump at just about any chance to get in the water." "How far is this place?" Granger glanced at the GPS on his phone. "We're about 30 minutes out. Looks like this place is buried good and deep." 2 hours later, Poole stood at the edge of the lake, watching the divers as Granger and Sheriff Bannister, who was very much the firecracker, barked orders at the teams. A generator hummed in the distance, with snakes of cords running off in various directions. Large floodlights had been erected at the water's edge, the bright beams illuminating the black pool. One of the divers broke the surface and raised her hand. "I've got another one, 20 feet down, directly below me. I've got a cord on it. Affixing a balloon now." She pulled a small canister from her belt and flicked a switch. The canister popped and released a self-inflating bright orange balloon. She attached the cord she held in her other hand to the base, and it set a bobbing in the water. "Holy Christ, how many is that now?" Bannister said from somewhere behind Poole. Poole glanced to his right, at the black body bags lining the shore. 4. That makes 4. "Complete body or partial?" Granger shouted out to the diver. "Complete!" The diver replaced her regulator and disappeared back below the surface, the beam of her high-powered flashlight quickly fading away. They found small garbage bags containing remains as well. 6 of those so far. Only one had been opened, containing a human leg bone. Each of the others was carefully placed inside clear, plastic bags while still below the surface, then brought up and stored in plastic bins in an effort to not contaminate the contents and preserve the findings. They would be opened at the medical examiner's office at the federal building back in Charlotte. Sheriff Bannister made no squabble about relinquishing jurisdiction to Poole and Granger. This was clearly beyond her department's available resources. Poole pressed his hands together. This wasn't Chicago cold by any means, but the air off the lake had a bite to it. Sheriff Bannister stood behind him, the beam of her flashlight pointing down toward the base of one of the large trees. "Agent Poole, I think I got your cat. When you get to the lake, look for the cat." He walked over to her and followed the beam of her flashlight. A rusted metal lunchbox was buried at the base of a laurel tree. He'd walked the entire perimeter of the lake when he first got here,
studying the ground for any sign of a cat. He expected to find whatever Porter was talking about near the shore. Then, the first body was found, and he forgot all about the cat. This was about 10 feet back, hidden in the trees. Poole bent down and brushed the dirt from the surface. "Hello, kitty." "Cute." He looked up at the sheriff. "Do you have any gloves?" "Yeah, here." She pulled a pair of latex gloves from her jacket pocket and handed them down. Some of her graying blonde hair fell loose from her ponytail. She pulled out the rubber band holding it all in place, twisted the hair together in one tight lock, then replaced the band. She did all this with one hand. The other, still holding the flashlight on the lunchbox, didn't falter. Poole couldn't help but wonder if she handled the gun with the same dexterity. If she ever had cause to use her weapon out here. "I've got one!" came another shout from the lake. 5 now. Granger came over, the beam of his flashlight joining Bannister's. "That's it? That's what we were trying to find?" Poole released the rusted metal latch on the front of the lunchbox and opened the lid. The diary stared back at him from inside. "I'll need to see the property records, plat records, whatever you have for this place. The houses we passed on the way in, too." Bannister leaned down, her breath white in the chilled air. "They're stored down at the town hall. I'll make a call. Wake some folks up." Chapter 96. Diary. The overhead fluorescence buzzed with the sound of a million bees, hidden somewhere in the ceiling, the harsh light dripping down like their wasted honey. I tried to ignore the sound, found that I could not, and laid my head back down on the thin pillow they provided me. My room was only about 6 feet wide, and 8 or so deep. They called it my room, and I accepted this definition, even though my subconscious whispered that the room was more of a cell. Rooms were not locked whenever you were directed inside. Rooms had windows that opened. My room had neither of those things. My first night here, I woke in the middle of the night and crawled from my bed to use the bathroom. The moment my feet touched the cold floor, I suppose I knew something was different. But it wasn't until I reached that place where my bedroom door should have been that I fully awoke and realized I was not at home at all, but some strange place. Not my room. Not my bed. Someplace else entirely. The urge to relieve myself left. I crawled back into the narrow bed. I didn't get up again until the bright lights above turned on at precisely 6 a.m. The bees awakened to their pre-programmed day. They would remain on until exactly 10 o'clock. There was no clock in the room, nor could I see one from the small window in the door. But my internal clock was precise. From the earliest age, Father taught me to mark time within my mind. He taught me to recognize the steady tick of a clock, somewhere in a little nook of my subconscious, a clock far more accurate than any hanging on a wall once you learned to trust it. There were no clocks in our house. I was not permitted to wear a watch. There was only my internal clock, tested regularly by Father. He would ask me for the time, sometimes at the most peculiar of moments. If I was off by more than a minute, there would be repercussions. I won't speak of the repercussions, but needless to say, I was rarely wrong. Father also taught me to suppress time. He compared the skill to meditation,
but said it was much more. I never had much of a need for this particular skill, but he told me I someday might, and I eagerly welcomed anything he was willing to teach me. Suppressing time allowed me to simply close my eyes and shut down. I could do this for 5 minutes or 5 hours, the interval determined at the start. Unlike sleep, I could keep my brain active, focused on a particular problem, or I could close that down too and allow instances that would normally be passed swimming in boredom to go by in a flash. When they locked me in my room like this, I suppressed time. I understood what they were trying to do. I was only permitted outside my room to use the bathroom and to visit with Dr. Oglesby. The remainder of the time was spent in this room. They wanted me to grow bored. They wanted me to loathe this room. They wanted me to welcome the time away, long for my next session with the doctor. While I'm sure this worked with previous occupants of my room, such tricks would not work with me. Not as long as I could suppress time. Not as long as I used this as an opportunity to review my current situation, to find a solution, to puzzle it out. The fluorescent lights turned on at 6 a.m. and off again at 10 p.m. And then the cycle would repeat. 8 of those repeats now. The time was currently 4:32 in the afternoon of my 8th day in this place. There was no escape from my room. The window was sealed tight. Even if I could get it open, I would not fit between the bars on the outside. I could pick the lock of my door if I had something with which to pick the lock, but I did not. My room was the 5th on this side of the hallway. The bathroom was across the hall and to the right. Although I hadn't seen the residents of those other rooms, I heard them, particularly at night. I had identified 3 male voices and 2 female. The female voice 2 rooms down on my side of the hallway sounded to be about 15 years old. She cried at night. She cried every night. I did not know her name. They didn't use names here. Only Dr. Oglesby used names. The hallway was about 50 feet long in total. When they took me from my room to Dr. Oglesby's office, we went to the left, passing nothing but closed doors. When I returned from Dr. Oglesby's office, I made careful notes to the other end of the hallway, a nurse's station on the left, a guard at the right, and a sealed door between them. I had yet to see this door opened, but I heard it each time. An electronic buzz, followed by the release of the lock. I imagine this was controlled from somewhere near the guard's position, but it was possible the nurses had access as well. My mind's eye pictured a small button, grimy from years of random fingers. There were cameras at either end of the hallway, dark black eyes staring down from small bubbles in the ceiling. I had not found a camera in Dr. Ogilvy's office, but I was fairly sure he had one. The one in my room was hidden in the air vent next to the fluorescent light, watching from above. It did not make a sound, but I felt it blink. I'm curious, Doctor. Are you sitting at your desk, watching me right now on some monitor? Insights abound. Are you adding to your little notepad? I picture you writing furiously, each word more meaningless than the last. Poor little Anson Bishop, orphan born of fire. The girl down the hall, was crying again. Odd, considering the time.
Chapter 97. Porter. Day 4. 7:13 a.m. Sarah's phone dinged. At first, Porter wasn't sure what the sound was, or where it came from. But then, he spotted Sarah's phone, lying on her lap. She stirred gently, nestled against his shoulder, and went back to sleep. The phone dinged again. The overhead lights came to life, and a voice blared out from the intercom. "Attention passengers. Please place your seats back and tray tables in the upright position as we begin descent into New Orleans. The local time is 7:13 a.m., and the temperature is 59 degrees. We truly enjoyed flying with you and hope you enjoy your stay in the Big Easy." Sarah's eyes fluttered open. She squinted against the harsh light. "Good morning, sunshine," she muttered, smacking her lips. Her phone dinged again. "I thought those had to be in airplane mode, or this whole bundle of metal would come crashing down."
"Lucky you got that seatbelt to protect you."
She picked up the phone and glanced down at the display.
"When you get close to the ground, they start picking up the towers again."
She frowned.
"I'm getting text messages. They're not for me, though. They're for you."
"What?"
"Look."
She handed him the phone.
"You shouldn't have destroyed the phone, Sam. That wasn't nice. Not at all."
"How did Bishop get your number?" Sarah shrugged.
"Oh, I don't know. Maybe the sign outside of my office. A phone book. The internet. One of my cards. Maybe his mother gave it to him. I'm a lawyer, Sam. My number is everywhere."
Porter typed. "Bishop?" Nothing for a moment. Then,
"Did you enjoy your trip down memory lane?"
Porter typed. "I found your cat." Bishop responded.
"Don't you mean we found your cat?"
Porter looked over at Sarah. Her eyes were locked on the phone.
"It's okay, Sam. I know you're not alone. I'm happy for you. Sarah seems like a lovely woman. Heather would like her. I'm sure they will be fast friends."
"I have Libby's locket." "No" response. "It's her locket, right? Under the floorboards in the Carter's trailer. Who was she to you? You know she's dead, right?" "No" response. "Bishop?"
"I miss my mother, Sam. I desperately need to speak to her about Libby."
"Turn yourself in. I'll arrange for joining cells."
"No need. You're going to bring her to me."
"The fuck I am," Porter said. "She's not going anywhere."
"I'm sending you a picture now, Sam. You're not going to like it. We'll need to talk about it after you look."
The phone dinged. A tiny image loaded on the small screen. 2 girls, unconscious on a concrete floor.
"Are you there, Sam?"
Sarah pinched the image, expanding it, bringing in more detail. One of the girls was wrapped in a green quilt, her face a deathly pale, blood on her lips. The other girl looked like she'd been plucked from a river, her clothing and hair wet and matted down. Porter didn't recognize either of them. "Who are they?"
"Guests of a friend. They're not doing well, though. I'm afraid if I leave them in his care much longer, they may end up suffering the same fate as Ella Reynolds and Lily Davis. You wouldn't want that. More blood on your hands. We're going to trade, you and I. My mother for the girls. A simple tit for tat, like old times. You still owe me for the last one."
"I won't do it."
"There are always more girls, Sam. Alert your friends in blue.
and they're both dead. I still have plenty of boxes. Leave all your cash in the prison locker at check-in.
No.
There's one more thing, Sam. You're not going to like this. Not in the slightest. But on the off chance you're willing to let the girls die, I got my hands on something truly spectacular. Something that goes boom. I don't want it to go boom, but I'll let it, if you don't bring me Mother. Nobody has enough boxes for that. Both you and Miss Werner must go. They won't release her to you alone. After all, an inmate is entitled to proper representation. Wouldn't you agree? You have until 8 p.m. Any later, and...
Any later and what? Porter said.
No signal. You must have lost the tower.
They both jerked in their seats as the wheels came down on the runway, the plane quickly decelerating. The airport outbuildings rushing past their small window. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the phone.
Try now. Signal is back.
Bishop. Message not delivered. Porter pressed the small red link that read, "Try again." Message not delivered. Again, message not delivered. What the hell does that mean? Porter frowned.
Maybe he pulled the battery,
Sarah replied.
or chucked the phone in the lake.
She turned back to Porter.
So much for disrupting him. We didn't slow him down.
Porter scrolled through the texts. When he got back to the picture of the girls, his stomach sank. Chapter 98. Porter. Day 4. 7:57 a.m. We've got another hour until visiting opens up, Porter said from the passenger seat of Sarah Werner's BMW. They'd driven straight from the airport to the prison. He didn't have a choice. He knew that.
She'll be restrained, Sarah offered. She can't get away. Just keep her close. And when you know the girls are safe, take her back into custody. Technically, she's not leaving custody. Maybe handcuff yourself to her. Isn't that what you cops do? Hell, I don't know.
Sarah had received an email from the prison 10 minutes after Bishop broke contact. An automated response that said documentation regarding inmate 2138 had been received and processed, along with about 20 pages of canned information regarding prisoner custodian release and responsibilities. Porter tried calling the number. Bishop used the text and received the recording. The number you have dialed is no longer in service or has been disconnected. Please check. He had heard the message before. He hung up.
How much cash do you have left?
Sarah asked. Porter let out a sigh and patted the inside pocket of his jacket. $2,312. She parked in the middle of the lot, the nose of the car pointing at the visitor entrance.
They open at 9 to the general public, but lawyers are allowed in any time after 8.
I should do this alone, Porter said. I'm already in trouble. There's no reason for you to get wrapped up in all this.
Oh, I think I'm twisted up good and tight in all this at this point.
This is a prison break. You'll be on camera. At the very least, you'll be disbarred.
You give the worst pep talks.
You don't need to throw your life away over this. Sarah sighed.
Bishop was clear. He said we both need to go in. So we're both going in. I just need to stop sweating first.
You're sweating? It's cold.
It's probably related to the shaking. I'd like for that to stop too.
She was shaking. Porter watched her hand bouncing nervously on the steering wheel. I'm going in alone. Fuck Bishop. Sarah turned off the ignition and was out the door before he could finish his thought.
Let's go, detective.
Shit, Porter muttered. He took out Bishop's knife and Libby's locket, tossed them both into the glove box, then fumbled with his seatbelt and chased after her. At this early hour, the visitor center was deserted. As before, the guard asked for Porter's driver's license, then Porter was asked to remove his belt and shoelaces. He placed these inside one of the lockers along with his wallet and jacket, the cash still in the jacket pocket. The guard closed the small door and handed him the key. He was then patted down and swept with a handheld metal detector. When the guard cleared him, he stepped into the adjoining hallway. Sarah joined him a moment later. "Now what?" Porter asked. As if in response, the metal door beside them buzzed and opened. Another guard stepped through, the door closing behind him. Widener. He was on a cell phone. He held up a finger and nodded at them. When he finished the call, he ushered them into a small anteroom. "Wait here, please." Every time the door in the hallway buzzed, Porter's heart throbbed in his chest. The door buzzed 5 times before Widener returned with 2 other guards behind him. Between them, Jane Doe shuffled along, her arms and legs in restraints. Widener produced a clipboard and handed it to Porter. "Sign here, here, and here, please." Porter felt Doe's eyes on him, burning into the side of his head as he scribbled his name. "This is a day pass. Get her back here no later than 5 tonight. The restraints must stay on at all times. She is wearing a monitoring device on her ankle and cannot leave Orleans Parish. If she does, you will be in violation of the court order." Court order? How would Bishop? Widener went on. "Normally, a prison guard would be required to join you, but because you are law enforcement and she's been released into your custody as part of an ongoing investigation, that is solely your call. Would you like 1 or more guards to accompany you?" Porter shook his head. Widener handed him a business card. A small key was taped to the back. "If for some reason you are unable to return her by 5 tonight, Detective, call that number and inform the duty chief." Porter slid the business card into his pocket. Widener took the clipboard, flipped to the second page, and handed it to Sarah. "As her attorney, I'll need you to sign here, authorizing the release into Detective Porter's custody." Sarah signed and returned the paperwork to him. He studied both pages, then nodded at the guards behind him, then up at the camera in the corner of the hallway. The door buzzed again, and the 2 men led Jane Doe back inside, the steel door closing at their backs. Widener turned back to Sarah and Porter. "Pick up your possessions and pull your car around to Gate 12 at the side of the visitor center." He left then, disappearing behind the locked door. Porter and Sarah stared at each other for a moment. The entire exchange had taken less than 5 minutes. Back at the lockers, they retrieved their possessions. Porter noted his jacket was considerably lighter without the cash in the pocket. When they pulled up to Gate 12, Jane Doe stood inside the chain-link fence, flanked by 2 guards. There was a loud buzz, and the chain-link opened like the metal doors inside the prison. The guards led her to Sarah's waiting BMW and helped her into the back seat, closing the door behind her. Jane Doe smiled from the back seat. "We need to go to your office, Miss Warner. Chop chop." Chapter 99. Gabby. Day 4. 8:03 a.m. Gabby Deegan was lying in bed, trolling Instagram. Someone had made the hashtag Lily Davis Memorial, and it quickly filled up with random pictures of Lily from people at school. People she didn't know. People who didn't know Lily. It made Gabby sick. What gave them the right to weigh in now? The hashtag contained numerous posts from Allie Winters and Megan Plants. Neither of them gave 2 shits when Lily was alive, and now, all of a sudden, they act like they were besties. The last time Allie saw Lily, she told her hair looked ratty and she needed to go to a real stylist. No more bargain cuts at the mall. Last year, Megan took Lily's underwear from her locker during gym class and hid it in the school library. Gabby and Lily spent nearly an hour looking for them and got busted for missing fourth period. Bitch cunts. The lot of them. That wasn't the worst part, though. Random strangers posted images, and some of them were horrible. There were pictures of the Lee Gallery. Some people even posed for selfies with the sign outside the gallery. At Eddie Knows Stuff in West Virginia posted a picture of Buffalo Bill from that old movie, The Silence of the Lambs, with the caption, "She did not put the lotion in the basket." Not someone who knew her, just some a-hole who should have had his social media privileges revoked. The faculty at Wilcox Academy had organized a candlelight vigil for tonight. Gabby wasn't sure she would go. What was the point? A bunch of people standing around, holding candles, wasn't going to bring her back, and they all knew she was Lily's best friend. Everyone would be staring at her. She closed Instagram and opened iMessage. She scrolled through all the car pictures they had shared over the past few months. Lily would never own a car. She would never drive. She would never be married. She would never have babies. She would never. The tears came again, and Gabby tried to fight them back. She hadn't washed off all her makeup before bed. She could only imagine what her eyeliner looked like. "You okay in there, baby?" her mom said from the other side of the door. "Yeah." The handle jiggled. "Why is this locked?" Gabby didn't reply. She wiped at her eyes. "Maybe you should eat breakfast. You'll feel better if you eat something." "Right. Cap'n Crunch fixes everything." "Maybe later, Mom." Gabby rolled over, the sheets tangling around her legs. She opened the photo app on her phone and scrolled through Lily's album. Hundreds of images, pictures of them at the park, downtown, at school. She saved some of their Snapchats here, too. They liked to use Snapchat for their private conversations, because messages disappeared the instant they were viewed by all recipients. They were free to say whatever they wanted, away from the prying eyes of parents who read everything. They were careful to use iMessage too, for the things they wanted their parents to see. But the real conversations took place on Snapchat. If Lily said something she wanted to keep, like her comment about Philip Crandall's butt crack in science class, Gabby took a screenshot before the message disappeared from Snapchat and saved it in Lily's photo album. Password protected and hidden, parent-proof, as it should be. Unlike the Instagram memorial, these pictures made Gabby smile. Lily was the queen of the one-line tag. She liked to send pictures of her Lacerapso, Scrappy, with little snippets of dialogue. Grumpy Cat had nothing on her. There were pictures of cars, too. Not the ones she found online, but the ones she found at local dealers that she really liked. The next time her dad brought up buying a car, she planned to show him one she wanted locally, a specific car. See if she could talk him into going down to the dealer and making an offer. Call his bluff. Her favorite was the 2010 Camaro she found downtown, cherry red with black upholstery. If she rolled into the school lot driving that, she would have turned all the boys' heads, the girls' too. Gabby paused at another picture. In this one, Lily was holding up her iPad to her camera screen next to her smiling face. The caption read, #winner, winner, chicken dinner. Gabby had completely forgotten about it. Lily had won some kind of contest online for a local driving school. Gabby told her it was probably a scam. She figured they used the contest to draw kids down there. Then, tried to upsell them into a pricey package. Half the driving schools in Chicago did it, ever since the state made 30 hours of lessons mandatory before you could obtain your license. Lily said she was going to check it out anyway, but if she did, she never had the chance to tell Gabby what happened. She'd have gone with her. Gabby sat up in bed. She remembered what the police asked her. Would Lily get into the car with a stranger? Her answer had been no, but she pinched the image and zoomed in until she could read the name of the driving school. Designated driver. It took her all of 10 seconds to find their address. 20 minutes later, she was dressed and out the door. Her mom didn't even hear her leave. Chapter 100. Porter. Day 4. 8:24 a.m.
Pull off there. To the side, Sarah. May I call you Sarah?
Porter knew they shouldn't be following this woman's instructions blindly. He understood this was the wrong thing to do, yet that was exactly what they were doing. They left the prison with her in the back seat, watching the outside world as it rushed past. Sarah did as she was told, pulling the BMW not into one of the parking spaces at the front of the building, but into the alley running along the side.
Put the car in park and beep your horn twice.
The horn echoed off the buildings on either side, a residual slap.
You look a bit peaked, Detective. You should try breathing every few minutes. It does wonders for the circulatory system.
Porter ignored her. Someone had come out of the alley across the street. Porter recognized him. The same homeless man he had watched urinate on the sidewalk. Was that really only 24 hours ago?
May I have the key, Detective?
Porter nearly asked her what key, then remembered the business card. He dug it out of his pocket and passed the card to her.
I'd like to do something about these handcuffs and leg restraints as well.
They stay on.
We have a long ride ahead of us.
Life can be very cruel sometimes, Porter muttered. She smiled again, a slight curl at the base of her lip.
Yes, I suppose it can.
He didn't like that smile. He didn't like it one bit. The homeless man knocked at the window, then turned, watching across the street. Porter watched as she pulled the key from the back of the business card, bent down, and released the ankle monitor. The small box began beeping immediately.
Won't they know?
Sarah asked, watching in the rearview mirror. Jane Doe rolled down the window and handed the monitor to the waiting man. He affixed it to his own ankle. The beeping stopped. The homeless man gave the roof of the car another tap and returned to the alley across the street. Not a word between them. Porter said, "Those ankle monitors aren't as reliable as the general public might like to believe. They store data when they can't reach a cell tower and upload the data as a batch when they make contact. The older ones, the ones in circulation for a while, regularly report false removal data. Too much jiggling over time of parts not meant to be jiggled. The monitoring center usually programs in a window. If the device reports a problem lasting longer than a minute, an alert goes off. Less than a minute, and it's ignored. They would have programmed a geofence before they released her. As long as she doesn't leave the geofence, nobody will be the wiser. I saw that guy yesterday, and even my cab driver said he didn't belong. I'm guessing he's been waiting for us." Sarah took this all in, her eyes glancing nervously at the rearview mirror, then back to Sam. Without turning in his seat, "Where exactly are we going?"
Didn't my boy tell you? Chicago, of course. I'll give you the exact address when we're closer to the city.
That smile again. That wicked little grin.
I'd like to read Anson's letter now. May I have it, please?
Porter wanted to say no. He wanted to tell her to fuck off, sit back and shut up. But he didn't. Instead, he reached into the glove box, retrieved the crinkled yellow pages, and tossed them into the back seat. He heard her scrambling to retrieve them, but did not look. He would not look.
Wasn't there a diary, too? I do so miss his words.
Porter closed the glove box on the knife and locked it before she could glimpse them, then opened the black and white composition book where he had left off.
You can have it when I'm done.
Jane looked to Sarah, their eyes meeting in the rearview mirror.
I believe Anson gave you until 8 o'clock tonight. I suggest we get going. Wouldn't want him to keep waiting. He has a temper, that one. I understand he has playthings. Chap chap.
Porter said, "Not another word out of you, unless you're spoken to. Do we understand each other?" Jane raised her cuffed hand to her lips and turned an invisible key before returning to her letter. Sarah took one last nervous look in the mirror at the woman behind her, backed out onto the road, and put the BMW in drive, speeding forward.
"Chicago it is,"
she said.
"Nothing like a good trip."
Chapter 101. Diary.
Dr. Oglesby wore a green argyle sweater today, again with khaki pants. I could only imagine argyle growing wild in his closet, slowly taking over the solids and plays with their evasive patterns. Could you spray for argyle? Maybe there was a way to hold it at bay. Did wearing argyle on the regular cause want to morph into a doctor of the mind? If he wore a Grateful Dead t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops every day, rather than the sweaters, would he be a different man because of his choices? Would the clothing cause his personality to shift? Can the clothes change the man? Or does it work the other way around? A change in personality first, which then leads to a desire to wear more casual clothing. I wasn't. Anson? Where are you right now? I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. It's fine. I'm just curious where your mind takes you when you leave the room like that. I was right here. I didn't go anywhere. You were physically right here, but your mind was in a distant place. What were you thinking about? The glasses were off again, dangling around his neck. Who is the girl down the hall from me? What girl? 2 doors down. The doctor frowned at this. Have you met? On went the glasses, a scribble in his notepad. I shook my head. I've heard her crying. She seems very sad. Does that make you feel sad? Should it? Do you ever cry, Anson? I had to think about this. Maybe the first compelling thing the doctor asked of me since I got here. I couldn't remember the last time I had cried. Father taught me to cry. I could cry at will. I could summon tears with the snap of my fingers. But I didn't remember ever needing to do so. Even when... No, not then. I wouldn't think about that. The last time I think I cried was after Ridley's puppies. I didn't want to talk about the puppies either. Not now. Not ever. Father once told me, although I knew how to cry, real men do not. Real men never cry. Dirty Harry would be far less threatening if he broke down into tears while waving his gun at the bad guys. Or worse, when they pointed their guns at him. When you learned you were alone, when you first realized both your parents were gone and you were all alone, did you cry then? Yes. I said this only because I knew it was what he wanted to hear. The correct answer. I had not shed a tear. There was no point. Crying would not have helped or changed anything. Crying would have been a waste of time. I did not waste time. I did not let emotion control me. Yet, you haven't cried at all since arriving here. Glasses off again. There is no shame in crying, Anson. Emotional reactions to situations and our environment aid our body in coping with the current predicament. Bottling up emotion, holding such things inside, that can be dangerous. Have you ever taken a can of soda and shaken it up real good, then popped the top? I don't drink soda. Shaking the can causes the gases inside to become agitated. Opening the can allows that agitation to be released. If you don't open the can, all that energy remains inside, and it can be damaging. All those molecules running into each other, getting angrier and angrier as they realize they're trapped with no place to go. Shake a can, and leave it to fester long enough, and the soda will taste bad when you eventually do open it. Soda is bad for you. The girl down the hall from you. She cries because something horrible has happened to her. I can't share the details of another patient, but the things that have happened to her were unimaginable, something I wouldn't wish on anyone, not even someone who lies or fibs to me. She cries because crying makes her feel better. She cries because crying helps her heal. Crying is a normal reaction. It is the right reaction. I worry far more about someone who doesn't cry than I do about a girl like her. I don't want to worry about you, Anson. But I do. I'm fine. Yes, well. Dr. Oglesby stood and went around to the other side of his desk. He pulled open the top left drawer and took out a plastic Ziploc bag. There was writing on the outside, but I couldn't make out what it said. Inside the bag was my Ranger buck knife. He set the bag down on the desk between us, then came back around to his chair. With his pen, he poked at the bag, turning it slightly. That's a nice knife, Anson. Did your father give you that? Yes. I bet you'd like to have it back. Yes. What if I were to keep it? Or maybe throw it away? I suppose I could even give it to someone on the staff. Seems silly to let such a nice knife go to waste. It doesn't belong to you. No. I think it does. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Have you ever heard that expression? The police gave the knife to me for safekeeping. A knife is a weapon. I'm not so sure a boy like you should possess a weapon. My eyes fixed on him. I wanted to look at the knife, but that was also what he wanted me to do. I wouldn't do what he wanted me to do. No, sir. He gave the bag another poke and eased back into his chair. If I were to return the knife to you, what do you suppose you'd do with it? Would I be in danger? Would my staff have reason for concern? What does a boy who doesn't cry do with a knife like that? Something was absent from that plastic bag. Something I desperately wanted to ask him about but knew I couldn't. The picture of Mother and Mrs. Carter had been in my pocket too. Where was the picture? I imagined Dr. Oglesby holding the picture in the dark, studying it. Filthy thoughts running through his little head. Filthy thoughts he'd no doubt wipe away with a discarded Argyle sweater. That would not do. That would not do at all. I looked at the knife. It makes a good screwdriver, and I've used it to open boxes. Sometimes I cut the bark off old trees or pick rocks out from the tires of father and mother's cars. A pocket knife is a useful tool to have on you. But if you prefer to hold onto my knife for now, if that makes you feel more comfortable, that's fine. Dr. Oglesby smiled. I'm glad you approve, Anson. And you are 100% correct. I had a Swiss Army knife when I was a boy your age. I carried that knife with me everywhere I went. Father once told me Swiss Army knives were a joke,
bulky, and unnecessarily bogged down with useless clutter. A real man could get by with nothing but a knife. Any man who felt the need to carry a corkscrew, scissors, and metal toothpick in his pocket was not resourceful. That was the kind of man who cried. Dirty Harry would never carry a Swiss Army knife. I did not mention this, though, because the doctor seemed pleased with my last response. The doctor scratched the side of his nose, studied his finger, then nodded back at the desk. You know, Anson, before the police gave that to me, they ran the blade for a series of tests. I'm not sure exactly what they were looking for, but something compelled them to study your knife very carefully. I thought about Mr. Carter then. His final visit to the lake. Father had cut him up into tiny pieces, neatly wrapped in plastic, and tasked me with sending those pieces to the bottom of the lake. I punctured each plastic bag with my knife before chucking them into the water. Weighed down with rocks. Best to give the fish a taste, Father once told me. You know what they found, Anson? He reached for his glasses, thought better of it, and leaned forward instead. Your knife had been scrubbed and soaked in bleach, every nook and cranny. Might as well have been brand new. Considering you only use it for things like opening boxes, picking at rocks and bark, and the occasional screwdriver, it seems odd to me that you would use bleach on it. I imagine the police were curious about this too. I like to keep a clean blade. He said nothing, then. He said nothing for a long time. Then, yes, I suppose you would. 10 minutes later, he led me from his office back down the hall to my own room. Nurse Gilman always smiled up at me when the doctor led me past the nurse's station. Today, I smiled back, then bent to adjust my slipper. It was large, and my foot sometimes slipped out.
Chapter 102. Claire, Day 4, 8:28 a.m. Claus had been right, the little shit-knocker. So far, he'd tied 8 more obituaries belonging to employees at John H. Stroger Jr. Hospital. Employees who were very much alive. Once he matched the employees' names, Claire worked with the hospital's HR department to reach out to each one and communicate what was happening, dispatching cars to fetch them. She spent most of the night gathering them all here, at the hospital. Each person had been told not to bring anything at all. No food, no toiletries, no books, no cell phones, not a single personal possession other than the clothing on their backs. All would be provided once they arrived. Those with families were told to bring their families. Nobody was permitted to make a phone call. Not before leaving or after arriving. She gathered them here, in the hospital's cafeteria. They were pissed. Stir craziness set in quickly, and most staffers were just longing for their shift to start so they could leave the room. It was worse for the children and spouses, but this made the most sense. The cafeteria was at the center of the hospital, easily guarded. They had plenty of food and shelter. She couldn't accommodate this many people at a safe house, not even in multiple safe houses. The department didn't have the resources. She saw Nash enter from the far end of the room, spot her, and cross the cafeteria, taking in what was beginning to look like a refugee camp. "We've got an ID on the boy in the truck," he told her. His name was Wesley Hartzler. He's a Jehovah's Witness. Went missing sometime yesterday. He attended services first thing in the morning, then they spread out around town to try and recruit. Do they know where he went? Nash shook his head. They don't file a flight plan or anything. Sounds like it was completely unorganized. Everyone goes out the door and heads off in different directions. Was he alone? He paired off with a girl named Katie Quigley. I just hung up with her mother. She's missing too. We put out an Amber Alert. I told both sets of parents to meet us here so we can get statements. Figured that would be faster. There's more, he said. Isley said cause of death on the boy was blunt force trauma to the head. No water in the lungs. So he wasn't tortured? I'm thinking he just got in the way of our unsub and kept the girl. Claire opened the notes app on her phone and ran through the names Claus gave her. We don't have obituaries for Quigley or Hartzler. Nash shrugged. Maybe they both got in the way. Jehovah's Witnesses show up on our unsub's doorstep, probably out of the blue. They see something they shouldn't. His voice trailed off, but Claire knew where he was going. She glanced around the room. Of the 8 potential victims Claus identified, 4 had children. All the children were accounted for. They were all here. Nash followed her eyes. If he took her, it was because she was convenient. Not because we kept him from one of those kids. The fact that we found the boy and not her tells me she's still alive. He could be torturing her right now. We're getting close. Were they on foot? Get uniforms to their starting point. Have them branch out on house to house. Make sure they go in pairs. We don't want someone stumbling into Bishop or the unsub alone. Already happening. I spoke to dispatch right after I hung up with Isley. I'm headed out there now. Claire nodded, then dialed Agent Poole. 708 miles away, Special Agent Poole answered on the second ring. Claire told him about Wesley Hartzler, and that they located all Bishop's potential victims and gotten them safely to the hospital. When we hang up, I want you to call SAIC Hurlis. He's my commanding officer. Fill him in on the house-to-house. He can get you more bodies. Poole told her. Claire felt people watching her in the cafeteria, her every movement telegraphed and documented by the eyes of the people she brought here. She walked past the 2 officers stationed at the cafeteria entrance, out into the hallway. We interrupted Bishop's endgame. He's going to retaliate. You can't think about that. You need to focus on keeping those people safe. We'll find them. Poole sounded like he was shuffling papers. His voice dropped lower. I've got 5 more bodies down here in that lake, Detective. Possibly a 6th body. Dismembered. The pieces sunk in plastic bags and weighed down with rocks, just rotting away in the water. Jesus. I've got the diary too. Porter left it for me. More rustling of papers, and then he went on. The mailbox on the adjoining house at Bishop. I'm down at the county property appraiser's office, going through records. Claire said, We ran searches on that a few months ago, but hit a wall. There's no national database. So we threw darts at possible counties. The municipalities with records only go back as far as electronically, and there are a lot of bishops out there. Our search was limited to Illinois and the surrounding states. We never considered South Carolina. Yeah, well, sometimes you have to dig the old-fashioned. He trailed off. Find something? No reply. Agent Poole? Does Sam have any kind of connection to South Carolina? He did his time as a rookie in Charleston, I think, before coming to Chicago. Why? What year did he come to Chicago? Why? Poole let out a breath, the weight of his words heavy. The property with the lake and the 2 surrounding houses, all of it, is in his name. Chapter 103. Gabby. Day 4. 8:49 a.m. Gabby Deegan got off the number 57 bus at West Roosevelt and walked the 3 blocks to designated driver in the falling snow, nearly slipping twice on the icy sidewalk. The building wasn't very large. A squat, square structure with a flat roof, surrounded by half a dozen small, white hatchbacks covered in branding for designated driver, and the words, student driver, plastered on every available surface in bright red. The cars were layered in snow, no doubt sidelined by the weather. Gabby pulled open the front door, fighting the wind, and ducked inside.
A woman in her mid-50s looked up from a copy of the Tribune and frowned at her. "We're closed today, sweetie. I just came in to catch up on some paperwork. I can make you an appointment for next week after this weather breaks." Pulling off her gloves and hat, Gabby approached the counter. It smelled like burned coffee. "I'm actually not here to make an appointment." The woman's frown deepened. She returned to her paper. "Well, we're not buying anything either. I think a friend of mine was in here a few days ago. I'm trying to find her." She loaded a picture of Lily Davis on her phone and held it toward the woman. The woman's eyes met Gabby's, and for a second, Gabby thought she was going to ask her to leave again. Then she set down the paper and looked at the phone. "Pretty little thing. Looks familiar." She reached for the phone and held it close to her face, squinting. "I don't know how you kids can use these little things. Mine is as big as a tablet." She would have been in here earlier this week. Her head tilted to the side. She glanced at her newspaper, then handed the phone back to Gabby, frowning again. "I don't know what game you're playing, but I don't appreciate it. I'm not." The woman behind the counter picked up her newspaper and folded the front page over, setting it down in front of Gabby. "I should call the police and report you." Gabby looked down at this morning's Tribune. Lily's picture was on the front page, along with that of two other girls. Girls she didn't know. There was a boy, too. The headline read, "Killer claims third victim. Another missing. Police stumped." Was she in here? Of course not. I'd remember something like that. You go telling people that she was, and your parents will be hearing from our lawyers. Gabby wanted to push the issue, to shout at this woman, make her check the records, but she didn't. Her eyes had fixed on the small stack of business cards on the counter beside her. She grabbed one, put on her hat and gloves, and pushed back out into the cold. Once outside, she loaded the picture. Lily had sent her back onto her phone. She pinched the image and zoomed in on the iPad in Lily's hand. On the message that said she'd won, then she glanced at the business card, then at the front of the building. The phone number on the card, the building, and even the cars ended with 0000. The one on Lily's iPad, the number she had been told to call to claim her prize, was completely different. And even the area code didn't match. Gabby dialed the number Lily had been given and pressed the phone tight against her ear, sealing out the howling wind. Her call was answered on the fifth ring. Gabby could see the woman inside the small building, still reading her paper. "Designated driver driving school. How may I help you?" The voice on the other end of the line was gruff. A man's voice. He had trouble pronouncing the S in school. Chapter 104. Pool. Day 4. 8:50 a.m. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your call earlier, but I did, so I gotta ask. Who is Sam? Sheriff Hanner Bannister sat on a stool across the table from Poole, files and boxes laid out between them. She had apologized repeatedly about the lack of computerized records. The county was small, their budget was smaller, and every time the matter came up, a more urgent need for the funds vetoed any plan to enter legacy data into the current system, which only went back a handful of years. Poole had the property deeds in a neat stack at his side, Porter's name glaring at him. Detective Sam Porter with Chicago Metro. Until recently, he was the lead investigator on the 4MK task force. What happened recently? Poole couldn't tell her. Not yet. He wasn't sure what he was dealing with yet. He let the case get to him. He let it go personal. Poole finished with the current box and slid it aside. I don't see his name anywhere else, only that particular piece of property. Bannister sat back on her stool, stifling a yawn. The name Porter doesn't ring any bells. And I grew up around here. I was born in the clinic 4 doors down from this very building, actually. This is a fairly close-knit community. Farmers, mostly. A few of the families have sold off over the years to developers. But I like to think I've got a good handle on the people. We get our share of rowdy teenagers and such, but that's mainly because there isn't much else to do. Until this morning, the last murder we had was nearly 6 years ago, when Edison Linley's wife took it upon herself to end his cheating ways with the help of a heaping spoon of arsenic in his soup. She called it in, too, and was waiting on her porch when I got there, a glass of lemonade in her hand. Not exactly the crime of the century. Poole said, You mentioned developers. Do you know the name Arthur Talbot or Talbot Enterprises? I do know the name, but only from the news. Crazy what happened to him. If he said he's on property out here, I would have heard about it at town hall. Property sales are usually talked about before I give the crime report. Bannister raised a legal-sized folder above her head. Got it. Got what? The report on the fire out there that destroyed the main house. She opened the folder on the table and began flipping through the contents. August 1995. Way before my time. Ruled arson on the spot. Tom Langley wrote it up. He's retired now, but still lives in the area. I can drive you out to his place if you think it would be helpful. According to this, the entire area reeked of gasoline. By the time the trucks arrived, the house was a total loss. They found 3 bodies inside, all male. Cause of death says undetermined due to condition on account of the fire. One survivor, an Anson Bishop, 12 years old. He had been fishing out of the lake and came back when he saw the smoke. They believe his father was one of the men found inside. His mother was suspected of starting the fire. Looks like she disappeared. Her information went out on the wire, but she was never located. The trailer behind the house had been rented to a Simon and Lisa Carter. They also went missing after the fire. No hits on their wire report either. The boy went to Camden Treatment Center, not too far from here. May I see that? She passed him the file. Poole's phone rang. He answered the call on speaker. Frank, this is Granger. I just hung up with Hurlis, filled him in on everything. They're still searching the water, but I think we've found them all. 5 complete bodies and at least 1 more in bags. We don't have enough bags for more than 1 body, but I suppose it's possible the remains came from multiple sources. We won't know for sure until the medical examiner has a look. I'm having everything transported back to Charlotte, our closest lab. Thanks. Keep me posted on what you find. If you can't reach me, go to Hurlis. I'm back at what's left of the house right now. Obvious fire. My office tried to pull records, but they're coming up blank. I've got the file in my hand. I'll have Sheriff Bannister scan and email it to you. What does it say? Poole repeated what Bannister told him. The trailer survived the fire. It looks like someone had been in there recently. The back bedroom had been ransacked. Somebody moved the bed, tore up the floor. We got a backpack full of clothes, some camping gear. It's strewn all over the room. Somebody was looking for something. Poole glanced at the diary sitting on the edge of the table. I think that was Detective Porter. I can't tell if he found whatever he wanted. We're shipping all this back to Charlotte, too. We'll photograph everything. I'm going to try and get some heavy equipment out here to go through the remains of the house. It's been a while, but we may find something that ties back to the bodies of the lake. Poole's phone vibrated on the table. The caller ID popped up. That's SAIC Hurlis on my other line. Gotta go. Keep me posted. You got it. Poole thumbed the display and answered the other call. Agent Poole? Frank, I think we got something. You're gonna need to get back on the plane. What is it? You were right about the prison guards at Stateville. I spoke to the warden. We've got a guard who was suspected of passing information for Libby McKinley, but nothing was actually proven, so he wasn't charged. He transferred shortly after all this played out. Guess where he went? Where? New Orleans. Porter's disposable phone. That's our connection to Porter. Any record of the two of them knowing each other or working together? Nothing yet. But I just got this. I'll put people on it right away. Hurlis told him. His name is Vincent Widener. He's working now, on the clock until 4 this afternoon. You need to get out there. The Orleans warden said he'd try and stall him, keep him on site after his shift if he has to. They're not going to say anything to him until you arrive. We don't want to tip him off. Granger told me what turned up at the lake. We need to find out what this guard knows and get on Porter's heels. He's deep in this. Poole told him about the property records. Get on him. None of this slips out. I don't want the media running some half-baked story. Yes, sir. I spoke to Detective Norton, too. I've got 4 teams on their way to help with the house-to-house. I'll put in a call to Porter's captain, too. He needs to know what's going on. We're close, Frank. Yes, sir. Hurlis disconnected. Poole looked up at Sheriff Bannister. Can you drive me to the airport in Greenville? She nodded. Poole handed her one of his cards. Do you find anything else? Call me or SAIC Hurlis. His number's on the back. Send that file over to Granger, too. As soon as you can. Scooping up the diary, he started for the door. He'd read it on the plane. Chapter 105. Diary. 7 minutes past 3 in the morning. I lie awake. The girl, 2 doors down, is crying again. She is crying something fierce. I'm staring at the ceiling. My knife, no doubt, back in Dr. Oglesby's desk drawer. With the picture? I wasn't sure about this. I imagined Dr. Oglesby would keep the picture close. I wanted to see it. If I closed my eyes, I saw the photograph in perfect detail. I had no trouble recalling Mrs. Carter's body wrapped in the sheets, lying with Mother. I remembered this as easily as I remembered the day I saw her at the lake. Then, back in her kitchen. She was shaking. I think I wanted you to see. I watched you out there with your fishing pole. I knew you'd be there. Why would you? Sometimes a woman wants to be desired, is all. She took another drink. Do you think I'm pretty? I did think she was pretty. I wanted the photograph back. The idea of Dr. Oglesby holding my picture, studying it, soaking in that image, this churned my stomach. He wasn't meant to see that picture. That wasn't meant for him at all. A loud cry. A choked cry. Nurse Gilman's shoes tapping down the tile floor. She would comfort the girl. This was becoming the pattern. An extended cry. The sound of Nurse Gilman. The click of the girl's door. And eventually, muffled sobs and silence. I rolled the paperclip between my fingers beneath my sheets. Mindful of the camera, I was certain watched me from the air vent. I had picked up the paperclip off the tile floor when I bent down to adjust my slipper earlier. I don't know who dropped it. I didn't care. All that mattered was that I had it now. I knew I could pick my lock with it, and I would do exactly that when it was time to go. It was not time to go Yet. Another muffled sob from the room 2 doors down. Then nothing. What did she look like? How old was she? What happened to her? I could almost picture her. Nurse Gilman's arms around this frail thing, wrapped in sheets. The 2 of them. I couldn't leave without the picture. I couldn't leave without my knife. I would have to go at night. The staff was thinnest at night. I never heard more than 2 nurses in the halls at night. Sometimes only 1. And of course, there was the guard at the end of the hall to consider. I would need to escape my room, get down the hall, past the nurse's station to the doctor's office, pick his lock. A quick set. Much easier to pick than the one on my door. Inside, I could retrieve my knife. I needed my knife. Without my knife, the guard and nurses would be a problem. I couldn't get to my knife without passing the guard and the nurses, though. And this was also a problem. This was a serious problem, for sure. There were also the cameras. Father would know what to do. Father always knew what to do. The rain had not stopped. A steady patter against my window. The power was flickering. If the power went out, would there be a backup generator? I imagine there was. Or maybe there wasn't. Or maybe there was. Nurse Gilman had a nice smile. I wondered if the girl 2 doors down ever smiled. What was her smile like? I closed my eyes again and thought about the hallway. Father would puzzle it out. I would puzzle it out.
Chapter 106. Claire. Day 4. 10:12 a.m. Claire and Claus hovered over the speakerphone in the small office Tlazowski had claimed as his own upon arriving at John H. Stroger Jr. Hospital. Nothing more than an unused exam room, really. Stacked floor to ceiling with boxes and outdated equipment. The room was down the hall from the cafeteria, and blissfully out of sight of the people in there. Nash was on the other end of the phone line, and Claire told him, and Claus, what Poole had told her. Nash must have covered the phone. He shouted something she couldn't make out, muffled. Then came back to the call. "It's bullshit. You know that, right?" Tlazowski's face had grown pale, nearly translucent in the light cast by his large laptop screen.
That's gotta be Bishop,
he said.
He fudged the county property records somehow.
Claire wanted to believe that.
Electronics? Maybe. But paper? Poole said he had to dig through a dozen boxes and old file cabinets with the sheriff in the basement of the municipal building to track this down. Even if Bishop could get in, I've got no doubt he could. It sounded like they were so disorganized down there. How would Bishop know where to find the original to swap it out?
Claus's brain was churning. She could see it in his eyes.
I don't even think it would be that simple. Think about it. A paper document? He would have to break in twice. Once to steal the original, then again to replace the original with the fake. He'd need time with the original to duplicate everything. Fonts, format, paper type. Electronic records are easy. Hack in, a couple keystrokes, and you're out clean. Paper is old school. It's tough.
Not impossible, though, Nash said.
Okay, we need to focus,
Claire said.
We can't get distracted. Anything on the search? 4 blocks down. Between the feds and our guys, we've got a lot of people out here. The weather is tough, slow moving. Nash told them. She turned back to Claus. Did you match anyone else to the obits? Claus sighed, then picked up a pen and began twirling it between his fingers, his eyes returning to his laptop. I need more data. I got you data. The hospital gave you access to all their employee records. Claus nodded, and that was very helpful. I was able to match up 8 more potential victims against the obituary data we received from all the city papers. They're all in that tent city you've got constructed in the cafeteria. Here's the problem, though. If you go back to our original 3 adult victims, Reynolds, Davies, and Beale, only Davies actually worked at the hospital. Reynolds worked for Unimed America Healthcare in insurance sales, and Darlene Beale is a pharmaceutical sales rep. The hospital doesn't have employee names on their vendors. So let's get them, Claire said. Claus snapped his fingers. Like that, huh? Do you know how many vendors a hospital this size works with? We don't have time to play Trivial Pursuit, Claus. 233, he told them. I got that list about 20 minutes ago. I've got my team back at Metro reaching out to all of them. But it's going to take time. Claire said. So you found 8 potential victims here at the hospital. But since 2 out of the 3 original victims worked outside of the building, that means his total victim pool is much larger? Claus nodded slowly. That's what I'm saying. We're protecting 8 families. But that's not going to slow Bishop, or our unsub, or both down. He'll shrug it off and just move on to someone else on the list. Claire was looking at Lazowski's screen. Is that all of them? That's what we have so far, yeah. She studied the names. I think we need to focus on the smaller picture. Look at what we have. Not so much what we don't. Bishop's not targeting these people randomly. There's a pattern. That's how we got here, Claus told her. They all work in the medical field. Yeah. But what do they do in the medical field? What ties them all together? There's a thread. We're just not seeing it. Claus used the pen and began ticking off the potential victims by occupation. Insurance sales, oncologist, pharmaceutical sales, an X-ray tech, an MRI tech, 2 nurses, a surgeon, a surgical nurse, a scheduling assistant, and the woman who runs the patient intake downstairs. Do you see a pattern? 'Cause I'm pretty good with patterns, and I'm coming up blank. Claire took the pen from Claus's hand and set it down on the makeshift desk. I still don't see what any of these people have to do with what he did to the kids. Drowning them like he did. There's a secondary element at play here. It's gotta be revenge. For something the parents did. Something we're still not seeing. Nash replied from the speakerphone. Punish the children for the parents' mistakes. That's Bishop's MO. Claire's cell phone rang. She pulled it from her pocket. Sophie Rodriguez. She hit the accept button. Sophie, you're on speaker. I'm here with Claus, and we've got Nash on the other line. The woman was breathing heavily, out of breath. Where are you? It's Gabrielle Deegan. We need to talk. Chapter 107. Pool. Day 4. 12:58 p.m. The flight from Greenville to New Orleans took a little over 3 hours. They ran into some turbulence over Alabama, which made it feel as if the G4 might drop out of the sky. The small aircraft made the types of noises you didn't want to hear in a plane. Creaks and groans and protests. Although Poole was a seasoned flyer, this would have been more than enough to rattle him, had he noticed any of it. He didn't, though. He had been completely engrossed in Bishop's diary for the duration of the flight. Poole burned through the small composition book. turning each page faster than the last. And when he reached the end, he began to go back through the various pages he dog-eared, the ones related to specifics of the property in South Carolina, the lake, and shell of a house and trailer. He also folded over the pages concerning Bishop's parents. Damn near all the pages were now folded. What the hell should he make of this? Why had Porter held the diary back? Why had he really held it back? You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil. The words rolled back into Poole's consciousness like a freight train. How deep was Porter willing to go? Much of the diary rang true, but there was something off about the text. Not only minor details like the Volkswagen running away in the driveway, rather than the Porsche originally mentioned, or the trailer in the backyard, rather than the house Bishop said belonged to their neighbors, the Carters. There was something else, something deeper. The entire text had a fairy tale feel, a beaver cleaver shimmer that crossed the line between documentary fact and carefully crafted fiction. Somewhere within that shimmer, the truth lived. He was sure. The words were those of a little boy, the memories of a child who walked that property, who lived there. That was part of it, for sure. The world seen through a child's eyes was much different than that of an adult, and the story had been documented as such. If this diary had been written by a child, that would make sense. Poole had seen Bishop's handwriting, though. He had studied his handwriting closely. An individual's handwriting evolves over time as a person ages. The style surely finds roots in our childhood, but as we age, some edges grow sharper, while early edges can grow soft. A child's handwriting always has a tenderness to it, a hesitation, as our brain recalls how a letter or word should look before we commit that letter or word to paper. As we get older, that fades, and we pull more from our subconscious. A child's writing, although it may appear sloppy, is usually meticulously thought out, done slowly, while, as adults, we rush for the words, take shortcuts. At Quantico, Poole took a series of handwriting analysis courses, and the one thing that always stood out was the difference between a child and an adult's writing. The language here, the word choice, the flow. It was very much the work of a child, yet the handwriting itself belonged to an adult. Poole was sure if he compared the diary to current writing samples from Bishop, this fact would solidify. Bishop wrote it recently. Not just the opening page taunting police, but all of it. Yet, he tried to make the story sound like the words of a child. That thought, that singular thought, made him suspect all of that he read. Poole had no doubt much of the diary was true. He also believed other segments were not. Bishop didn't write this simply to tell a story. He wrote the diary to control the narrative, plant seeds in the minds of those who read his words, play those who followed them. Of all he just read, he only knew one thing for certain. The dismembered body they found in the lake was most likely that of Simon Carter. How his body got there, and who ultimately killed him, couldn't be determined by this text. Only by the evidence they would eventually uncover. The diary did not provide any explanation for the other 5 bodies they found, nor did it provide a true explanation for the bodies found in the house, and nothing about the fire. The only explanations offered were those Bishop wanted them to believe. To buy into that was dangerous. Poole wasn't about to do that. He felt the diary should be approached from a very different angle. The book should be treated as a laundry list of facts Bishop wanted them to believe, whether they were true or not. Understanding why Bishop wanted to communicate this particular message, and not the diary text itself, would lead to the truth. Poole wiped at his eyes and looked out the small window. He watched the clouds give way to green below. Roads and buildings take shape. The airport come into view, followed by the runway. When the plane's wheels touched the pavement, they did so with a skilled bump, barely noticeable. A far cry from the roller coaster ride of only a few hours earlier. As they taxied toward the federal hangar on the north end of the airport, a white SUV drove out from a small parking lot on the side of the building. His ride to the prison. Poole grabbed the diary and had the small hatch of the plane open even before the G4 stopped moving. Chapter 108. Diary. I received a rather interesting call from the police this morning. Would you like to know what they asked me? Red, Argyle. Today's sweater. The doctor had had pancakes or waffles for breakfast. There was a small syrup stain below the collar. I could smell the sugar. This made me hungry. I had been given Cheerios and milk, a favorite of mine, to be sure, but most definitely not as good as pancakes or waffles. I missed Mother's pancakes. She made terrific pancakes. Anson, you're wondering again? When someone is speaking to you, you need to attempt to focus on their voice. It helps to look them in their eyes. Try to shut down the babble in your head. I had been looking at the doctor's eyes, although I didn't see him. I could look right through the doctor if I wanted to, just as easily as I could see inside that head of his. And, Anson? I smelled the syrup on the air. I looked at his eyes. I smiled. Yes, doctor? Would you like to know what the police asked me? Yes, doctor. I would like that very much. He glanced down at his notes. This was a detective, Welderman, with the Greenville PD. He said they have been out to your house a number of times to interview your neighbors. He fumbled through his notes again. Carter's. Simon and Lisa. Apparently, they haven't returned home. That prompted them to check with Simon Carter's place of employ, and he hasn't been to work in some time. His wife, who did not work, appears to be missing as well. The doctor's eyes remained on his notepad for a second, scanning the text. Then he looked up at me and frowned. So, we have 4 adults, including your parents, either missing or dead. 3 bodies found after a horrible fire in your house. A fire that has been confirmed as arson. And we have 1 boy. A boy who does not appear to cry. Left behind and now sitting across from me in my office. The glasses came off again. But this time, there wasn't the showmanship behind it. He pulled them from his nose and let them drop to his chest. I've got to tell you, Ensign, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good at all. The police are most certainly in an uproar. They want to talk to you. They want to talk to you desperately. Of course, I told them that they couldn't. You're a minor under my care, and I wouldn't subject you to that. He leaned forward, lowered his voice. Not an hour after I hung up the phone with Detective Welderman, I got another call from that Attorney General I mentioned to you the other day. Do you remember him? The one who wanted to speak to your mother. He told me it would be in my best interest to allow the police to speak to you, with me in attendance, of course. He was fairly insistent. He asked to see my notes as well. I told him our conversations were strictly confidential, that absolutely everything you've told me is considered private, and there was no way that was going to happen. I pushed back, Anson. I pushed back hard on your behalf. But these people, the police, the Attorney General, they seem to think you were somehow involved in all of this. And I have to be honest, you haven't told me anything that would make me believe otherwise. I can only hold the wolves at bay for so long, Anson. You need to tell me what happened. My knife was sitting on his desk again. I don't think he'd left it out, because today it was on the corner of the desk, nearest me, not where he had placed it yesterday. I could reach the blade if I wanted to. I could have it out of that plastic bag and embedded in the good doctor's neck before he could scribble potentially dangerous on his little notepad. Certainly before he could underline it. Potentially dangerous. He was watching me again, allowing the ticks of silence to stack one atop the other, like Jenga blocks. I knew he would spend the next hour sitting here quietly, waiting for me to speak. He used this tactic repeatedly, his efforts so transparent. Father set the fire and left with Mother. The glasses went back on. Well, that's an interesting thought. But why would he leave his car? Why leave her car, too? Where did they go? Why leave without you? I don't know where they went, and I don't know why they left me behind. Who were the dead men in your house? I don't know. Where are your neighbors? I don't know. Who set the fire? Father. He wanted to ask me about the picture. I knew he had it. Probably on him. Probably in the pocket of those khaki pants, or hidden somewhere between the pages of his notepad. Why would your father set the fire? I don't know. Who were those other men? The ones we found in the house. Were they there to hurt him? Did they try to hurt your mother? I didn't like this. I didn't like this one bit. The rapid fire of questions. I was answering too fast. I was providing answers without taking the opportunity to fully think them through. He was controlling the conversation. Father would not approve. I needed to control the conversation. Pain in corners. Pain in corners. I was being. Anson, do you know the term kinesics? I shook my head. Kinesics is the interpretation of body motion, body language, facial expressions, gestures, nonverbal behavior related to any part of the body. I have had extensive training in kinesics, the interpretation of body language, and this training allows me to know when someone is not being honest with me. We've already discussed how I feel about people who lie or fib. When someone lies or fibs verbally, the rest of their body offers clues that allow me to see through these lies and fibs. The longer I speak to someone, the easier this becomes. Eventually, it becomes impossible for someone to effectively tell me a lie. You and I, Anson, are nearing that point. What does this mean for you? Well, it means that you can continue to lie to me, and I will know you are lying, or you can tell me the truth, in which case I will also know you are telling the truth. It means you have arrived at a crossroad, and you you to make a decision. You can begin to answer my questions truthfully, which will fall under the protection of your doctor-patient privilege and cannot be used against you. Or you can continue to try and lie to me. Should you decide to take that path, there will be little I can do for you. Oglesby leaned back in his chair. As your doctor, I will allow the detectives to question you and pursue whatever course of action they deem fit. I will aid that Attorney General in his pursuits. You will be transferred from this facility to some place far less hospitable, the kind of place where a young, good-looking boy such as yourself is considered currency. Nothing more than a thing, a possession to be used and discarded. You will be broken and die a little each day, and there will be no coming back. Once a boy finds himself in a place like that, there is never coming back. There is only deeper into the abyss. You'll spend days with a shovel, digging a deeper hole to hide in, only to find the monsters prefer the dark, and will gladly follow. He removed his glasses. I want to help you, Hanson. I hope you see that. But we're running out of time. He concluded our session then, nearly 10 minutes later than usual, and led me back down the hall, past the nurse's station, to my room. The girl's door was open as we passed. Nurse Gilman delivering her lunch. The girl sat on her bed, her legs pulled tight to her chest. She watched me as I walked past, and I watched her. I could not look away, even if I wanted to. Chapter 109. Claire, Day 4, 1:12 p.m. I told you. We don't run contests. I have no idea what that is. Claire stared at the woman behind the counter at the designated driver driving school. She felt the blood heating her face. The woman stared at her, blankly, defiantly. Claire wanted to reach across the counter and pull her over. Claus had taken the image of Lily Davis holding her iPad, enhanced it, and blown the picture up so they could make out the detail. The version Claire had on her phone clearly showed this building and some of the cars out front. Look at the pictures again, Claire said, pushing the photo sheet of the missing and dead children across the counter at the woman. She glanced down, then back at Claire. I told you I haven't seen any of them. None of those kids have ever set foot in here. I'd know. Anybody could have taken a picture of this place and mocked it up. That's not our phone number. It's bogus. The phone number in the picture, the one Gabby Deegan had called earlier that morning, currently rang through to a voicemail box that had not been set up. Claus tried to trace the number, but it came up as a burner phone, no longer online. He and Nash were working with the phone company to try and trace back Gabby's call from earlier and possibly pin down a location. Gabby sat in a chair at the corner of the small building, Sophie next to her, holding the girl's hand. Okay. Run through it one more time for me, sweetheart, Sophie said. Gabby wiped at her eyes. I should never have let her go by herself. It's my fault. If I'd gone with her, she'd still be alive. Tell us about the phone call. About the man who answered. What did he say to you? Did you hear any strange noises? Anything that might tell us where he was? Gabby shook her head. I hung up right after he answered. He sounded funny. I could see inside here. I could see her. She didn't answer the call. I don't think the phone in here even rang. I haven't gotten a call all day. It's been dead," the woman said. "Sounded funny. How?" Claire asked, walking over. "Like he just woke up. Sleepy, I guess. He couldn't say the word school right." "He had a stutter?" Gabby frowned. "No, not a stutter. I'm not sure what you call it. He couldn't say the letter S. Well, he could say it, just not right. He pronounced it cool." "A lisp?" the woman behind the counter asked. "Is that what you mean? You had a lisp?" Gabby was nodding. "Yeah, that's it. A lisp." Claire went back over to the counter. "Does that mean something to you?" The woman picked up the phone and began dialing. "I need to call the owner." Claire took the phone from her and hung it back up. "You need to tell me whatever it is you know." Her eyes jumped from Claire to Gabby, then to Sophie, then back again. She drew in a deep breath. "One of our instructors. He has a bad lisp. It came on recently. A side effect, I think." "Side effect of what?" She came out from behind the counter and went to the wall on the left side of the office to a series of employee photographs. She reached up and took one down off the wall. "Paul Upchurch. He's been with us for nearly 10 years. About 6 months ago, he started smelling things that weren't there. He kept telling me I smelled like almonds and vanilla. I thought he was trying to be nice. He was always sweet. The nicest guy. Funny, too. Then he started to get the shakes. They'd come on randomly and disappear just as fast. The owner pulled him out of rotation, made him see a doctor. We can't risk something happening to one of our instructors with a kid in the car. He went for a series of tests over the course of a week or so. Anyway, the doctor said he had a brain tumor. I don't remember the specifics. He explained it, but it was all so technical. It went over my head." "Cancer," Claire thought. "Insurance. Oncologist. Pharmaceuticals. X-ray. MRI. Surgeon. Hospital. Where is Paul Upchurch now?" "Home, I imagine. He's had 3 surgeries that I'm aware of. Maybe more. We haven't heard from him in over a week. I was thinking about driving over and checking on him if he didn't call in over the next few days. I need an address." "Sure, okay." Her eyes were still on the picture in her hand, a man in his early 30s, smiling back. "Paul wouldn't hurt anyone. He's really the sweetest guy. It's terrible what he's going through. He's so young, very spiritual. Good soul, too." Claire was already dialing Nash. Chapter 110. Pool. Day 4. 3:47 p.m. Pool heard the warden step back into his office and close the door behind him. "Oh, Hal, we've got a problem," the man said. "This is worse than we thought." Another man had returned with the warden. Poole stood up from the rickety chair at the warden's desk, his legs still stiff from the flight. Warden Vina gestured to the man beside him. "This is Captain Fred Dorenzo. He runs security for the prison. Captain, this is Frank Poole with the FBI. Please tell him what you told me." Poole shook his hand. It was cold and clammy. The man was nervous. He didn't like where this was going. He didn't like it one bit. Dorenzo cleared his throat. "After SAIC Hurlis called, we put a tight noose around Widener. We didn't want to spook him, so the plan was to let him go about his normal day and keep an eye on him for the security cameras until you got here. This way you could talk to him, and he wouldn't get a chance to concoct some kind of story to cover his tracks. Always best to approach these scenarios with the element of surprise, right?" Poole nodded. Captain Dorenzo glanced at the warden, then back at Poole. He slipped out. I'm not sure how, but somehow he got out. When? The warden raised both hands, palms out. Before you get too excited, we got him. I called the local PD, and they cornered him in his apartment, not far from here. Caught him in the middle of packing a bag. They're bringing him back. Shouldn't be more than 20 or 30 minutes. Please continue, Captain. Dorenzo nodded. The cameras are meant to monitor the inmates, not necessarily the guards, so there are blind spots in various places the guards can access. He changed out of uniform in the locker room and left with the 3 p.m. crew. But like the warden said, we got him. He's not going anywhere. I promise you that. We started backtracking Widener's steps today. Tried to get a better handle on whatever he was up to. Looks like he used a fraudulent court order to arrange for the release of a prisoner at 0800 this morning. Who? The warden handed a file to Poole. We don't have a name on her. No ID. She's not in the system. Just another Jane Doe. Picked up for felony grifting. Here's the thing, though. Your detective, Sam Porter, he was here to see her yesterday. Spent 3.5 hours with her and her attorney in one of the interview rooms. He told me she was somehow connected to the 4MK murders in Chicago. Is there a tape? Cameras are disabled whenever a prisoner is in consultation with their attorney. Who's her attorney? A local. Sarah Werner, the warden said. We've got a trace on Jane Doe's ankle monitor. She's at her attorney's office. The data is live. She's not going anywhere without our knowledge. Can I see her cell? We already tossed it. There's nothing there. I'd like to see it for myself. Her cell, truly, had been tossed. Poole stepped into the room, feeling the walls on all sides closing in on him. The mattress stood on its side, up against the wall, revealing the metal cot beneath it. Some clothing was scattered on the floor, a t-shirt, and 2 pairs of sweatpants. The contents of a shampoo bottle and toothpaste tube had been emptied into the sink. Sometimes prisoners hide small objects in those. Shivs, mostly. Find anything? Nope. Poole stepped over to the mattress and began running his fingers across the edges, the seams. We checked that too. Captain Dorenzo said. Nothing. Poole looked away, but didn't find any openings in the material. Like I said, there's nothing here. Poole sighed and dropped the mattress back onto the cot. The metal rattled, his eyes fixed on the wall, on the words scratched into the paint. They weren't alone. The entire cell was covered in text, years' worth of prisoners' thoughts captured in time, left for the next occupant. Poole knew these words, though. They jumped out at him. Let us return home. Let us go back. Useless is this reckoning of seeking and getting. The light permeates all of today. From the blue ocean of death, life is flowing like nectar. In life there is death. In death there is life. So where is fear? Where is fear? The birds in the sky are singing, no death, no death. Day and night, the tide of immortality is descending here on earth. Home, fear, death, all underlined as they were in the house back in Chicago. This was followed by one additional line. Original sin will be the death of you. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Captain Dorenzo stood behind him, reading over his shoulder. Poole hadn't noticed him enter the cell. Poole ran a finger over the words, bits of paint flaking off beneath his touch. This had been added to the wall of words recently. New graffiti among the layers of old. It's a play on the Bible. Original sin. Shakespeare said it meant the sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. Essentially, we are responsible for the sins of our ancestors, and they are responsible for ours. Shakespeare, huh? Our little Jane Doe didn't seem like much of a Shakespeare fan to me. The radio on Captain Dorenzo's shoulder beeped. He pressed a button. The warden's voice crackled through the small speaker. Captain, Widener's back. Please escort our friend to interview room 3 when you're done. Copy that. Chapter 111. Diary. Night. Again. No rain. When Nurse Gilman brought my dinner, I asked her about the girl 2 doors down, but she wouldn't tell me anything about her. Not even her name. I hoped for a name. Instead, she only placed my tray on my bed and smiled. You should eat, she said. I didn't want to eat. I wanted to know the girl's name. I wanted to speak to her. I wanted to get close enough to her to feel the warmth of her skin, her breath. I heard her cry. I wanted to know if she could laugh. I didn't eat. I didn't notice when Nurse Gilman left my room. My food went cold, sitting on the corner of my bed. I did not want to talk to the police. I didn't want to meet the Attorney General the doctor mentioned. I most certainly did not want to be transferred to the place he talked about. It was time I left. Father would want me to puzzle it out. I had a plan. At night, there was 1 guard and 2 nurses. The doctors were gone, and everyone else was tucked in their rooms. I would go at night. I would wait for the girl to cry. I didn't want her to cry. I didn't want her to cry ever again, but I knew she would, and when she did, at least one of her nurses would open their door and go into her room to comfort her. When I was certain one of the nurses was in her room, I would pick my lock, go down the hall, and slip into her room too. I would then make the nurse scream. I hoped it would not be Nurse Gilman. I found in the girl's room, but one of the others. I liked Nurse Gilman. But even if it was Nurse Gilman, I would make her scream. Father taught me how. I would make her scream loud enough to draw the other nurse and the guard into the girl's room. I would get them all inside that room 2 doors down from mine, and let me stop here for a moment. Give pause. I want to be clear. I don't want to hurt anyone. Nobody needs to get hurt. The last thing I want to do is hurt someone. But I will. They need to stay in that room, and I need to leave. That is the only acceptable outcome. I hope I won't have to hurt anyone. I don't want the girl to see me hurt anyone. I will lock them all in that room. Then I will go to the doctor's office and get my knife. I know this is a risk, but I feel it is an acceptable risk. Then I will leave. I'll take the security camera footage with me. The recorder is probably at the guard's desk. If I have my knife. If I had to hurt someone in that room. In the girl's room. If I had to hurt someone before I could get out and lock them inside. I might have to go back and finish hurting them. That's what Father would want me to do. Mother would tell me I had to hurt the girl, too. I had to finish hurting them all. Then take the camera footage and leave. Father and Mother would agree on this. I did not want to hurt the girl, but I would. A night escape presented one problem. A serious problem. One I wasn't sure I could overcome. I desperately wanted to say goodbye to Dr. Oglesby.
Chapter 112. Nash, Day 4, 4:06 p.m. Nash, can you hear me? Espinosa's voice crackled in the small earpiece hidden beneath Nash's thick jacket hood. Nash resisted the urge to tap at it. Copy, SWAT leader. Coming in clear. Ready in 3. This was Brogan. Out of breath, his voice slightly muffled. He and his team had parked 1 block over and were trudging through the snow, attempting to approach the back of the house unnoticed. Claire had gotten an address for this Paul Upchurch from designated driver, and Klazowski had confirmed it with DMV and county records. His name appeared on the deed. He had owned the property for the better part of 10 years. Nash sat in Connie, 2 blocks down Upchurch's street. She had a wad of smoke caught in her throat. The exhaust sputtered as she coughed it out. A large Amazon.com box sat in the passenger seat. Inside the box were an assault rifle and 2 flat 10-pound weights. He wore body armor beneath his thick fleece coat. I can see the back of the house now, Brogan said. We've got 3 windows on the 2nd floor, a small one at the attic, and 2 on the ground level. Shit. What is it? Espinosa asked. The backyard is fenced in. 4-foot chain link. We're in 2 feet of snow as is. Looks like the drifts nearly reached the top of the fence. We'll need to get over. I'm holding the team behind the house 1 yard over. As soon as we leave this location, we'll be exposed. I'd estimate 30 seconds to cross to the fence, 10 to get over, another 20 to reach the back door and attempt to breach. We've got no place to hide in all that space. It's wide open back here. Copy, Espinosa said. Nash, you got my mark. If you see a doorbell, don't ring it. Knock. A lot of the doorbells in these old houses don't work, and you won't be able to tell from the outside. Ringing it and waiting can cost us time. Just knock loudly. The moment you do, I'll give a 5 count. We'll give Upchurch time to answer. On 5, our vans will come in from both ends of the road. Brogan and his guys will breach from the back door. He paused for a second. They'll be standing on a small front porch. Looks like we've got 9 steps with 1 turn leading up to it with a railing. It's going to be tight. Not much room to maneuver. If Upchurch opens the door, rush him. Run right over him with the weight of that box just as a battering ram. My guys will be right behind you. They'll secure him. Just try to stun him and get out of the way. What if he doesn't answer? If he doesn't answer, I'll need you to skirt out of our path. My team will come up behind you and take the door down. Then they'll hit the house while Brogan's guys come in and secure from the back. Brogan? Yes, sir. Both teams will secure the main level. Then I want you to go down, get the basement and any sub-basements. I'll head high and get the 2nd floor and the attic. Copy. Nash, do your best to stay out of our way. You don't have headgear on. I don't want to lose anyone to a lucky shot. I prefer to not get lost, Nash said. Hold, Espinosa said. Then, our ambulances are here. Both will come in behind the SWAT vans on either end of the road, followed by the patrol cars to seal off the block on the off chance this guy gets out of the house. All teams in place? Back of the house in place, Brogan said. Easy Street, copy. West Street, copy. Patrol 6, 144, 38, and 1218, all in place. Silence. Nash? Brogan again. Nash drew in a deep breath. I'm ready. Copy. Okay. Pull up on the house whenever you're ready. Number 83 on your right.
Blue with white trim. We'll follow your lead. Copy. Nash drew a deep breath through his mouth, held it, then let it out slowly from his nose. This didn't do shit to calm him. His hands were shaking. His heart was pounding. He had been involved with hundreds of raids over the course of his career, yet this feeling never diminished. Porter had once told him the day it did, the day you entered something like this calm, was the day you got shot. "Ready or not, here we come," he said. Connie's gear shift always stuck in park. He put some muscle behind it and dropped her into drive. The old car crept forward. "Slow and steady, Nash. Mindful of the ice. They plowed this morning, but the street's a mess again," Espinosa said. "6 more houses up on the right. You'll see it when you hit the top of the hill." Nash's tires fought the purchase. There was a sweet spot when driving on snow and ice. Too fast or too slow, and cars slid, grappled for hold. Connie wanted to go faster, but he held her back. He saw the blue and white trim of the peaked roof first, and then the address numbers came into view next to the front door. There were a couple cars parked on the street. Nothing but giant white mounds under all the snow. Color, make, and model indiscernible. The space in front of the house was empty, though, and long enough that he didn't have to parallel park. Nash guided the car in and slipped her back into park. Espinosa crackled again in the small earpiece. "Nash at target. All teams stand by for my go." Nash considered leaving the car running. Would a delivery driver leave the car running? He never paid attention. That made sense, though, in this cold. In and out. In and out. No reason to shut it off. Upchurch could use your car to run. He seriously doubted Upchurch would get all the way to the street, but the thought was enough for him to kill the engine and pocket the keys. Connie's motor sputtered again, realized she was no longer running, then went quiet with a groan. Nash scooped up the Amazon box, opened his door, and stepped out into the storm. The snow had kicked up again, flakes an inch thick. He knew this would compromise visibility. The wind lashed at his bare cheeks as he stepped around the car and made his way to where he imagined the sidewalk probably was, lost beneath a blanket of snow. "We've got movement," Espinosa said in his ear. "Second floor curtain on the left." Nash hadn't seen it. He was at the steps. He took them carefully, one hand holding the box, the other gripping the metal railing. When he reached the small porch at the top, he saw a doorbell, began to reach for it, then remembered what Espinosa had told him only a few minutes earlier. "Focus, asshat. Focus." He wanted to look behind him. He wanted to look up and down the street to confirm everyone was where they had said they were. But he didn't. Instead, he knocked at the door. 3 heavy knocks, enough to hurt his knuckles. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the SWAT vans approaching quickly from both ends of the street. They skidded to a stop in the middle of the road. The back doors already open. Men in black body armor spilling out. In his ear, Espinosa called out orders. "Go! Go! Go!" Nobody answered the door. Nash could see inside through a thin window beside the door. Nobody. When he heard boots crunching through the snow on the steps behind him, he pivoted to the left, away from the door. Thomas, or Thibodeau, he couldn't tell who, attacked the old wood-frame door with a large black metal battering ram. 2 hits, and the deadbolt buckled. The door slammed in, and men in black streamed past him into the house. Another loud bang rang out from the back, rattling windows. A stun grenade. Brogan. "We're in. I've got a body on the kitchen table. Female. Otherwise, kitchen clear. Living room clear. Basement steps heading down." "This is Espinosa. At second floor landing." His voice low, A whisper. Bathroom clear. Bedroom 1 clear. Bedroom 2. His voice dropped off. Nash pushed the earpiece deeper into his ear. Freeze! Don't move! Don't... Nash pulled the assault rifle from the Amazon box and ran inside. The steps leading to the second floor were at the back of the living room. He took them, 2 at a time. On the small landing at the top, Espinosa had his weapon trained on something or someone in the second bedroom. Another member of his team stood behind him, his gun pointed at the floor. Nash watched Espinosa step into the room. Brogan's voice came over his earpiece again, no longer shouting. Oh, hell. What the fuck is this? Christ. We got another body down here. Another girl. Basement, otherwise clear. Chapter 113. Pool. Day 4. 4:06 p.m. Widener sat in a metal chair, bolted to the floor behind a matching table. His eyes darted around the room. His fingers fidgeted, tripping over one another, one hand on the table, the other on his lap. Poole watched him through the one-way window. Did he say anything when they picked him up? Warden Vina shook his head. Didn't put up any kind of fight, just surrendered. He had a bag packed, a little over $2,000 in cash, and a bus ticket to Chicago. 10 more minutes and he might have slipped out. Mind if I talk to him? The warden shrugged. He's not talking to me. I gave it a go already. Be my guest. Captain Dorenzo stood to Poole's left. He felt the heat rising off the man. He's all yours when I'm done, Poole told him. Dorenzo grunted, but said nothing. Poole opened the metal door separating the 2 rooms and stepped into the interview space, closing the door behind him. Widener looked up, then back to his hand on the table. Poole took the chair across from him. Hello, Vincent. I'm Special Agent Frank Poole with the FBI. Sounds like you have had quite an eventful morning. Why don't you start by telling me who Libby McKinley is to you? Widener's fingers stopped tapping. Lawyer. Sarah Werner. Right now. You can most certainly go that route. I imagine you've worked in the system long enough to understand how this will play out if you do, though. Poole said. If you don't help me, if you run interference with a lawyer, I can't help you. That means we go full boat on all the charges. Aiding and abetting, orchestrating a prison break, fleeing law enforcement. You're looking at a lot of time. You answer a few questions. You help me. Then I can help you. Poole leaned in closer across the table. I want to be clear on something, Vincent. I'm not here for you. You're a means to an end for me. That's all. I've got no reason to be hard on you. On the other side of that glass, though, you've got the warden and your captain, neither of whom are happy with you. I leave you here with them, and they'll make an example out of you. They'll use you to prove a point. You help me, I'll take you back with me to Chicago, and we avoid all that. You were heading there anyway, right? Forget the bus. I've got a jet on the tarmac at Louis Armstrong. Widener leaned forward. Lawyer. Sarah Werner. Now, tell me about Anson Bishop. Why are you helping him? Widener said nothing. Who was the woman you helped escape? Is she Bishop's mother? Silence. Poole would spend the next 2 hours in this room with Widener. Chapter 114. Nash. Day 4. 4:07 p.m. Nash stepped to the open doorway. Espinosa was inside the small room, his weapon trained on a man sitting at a desk in front of the window, the same window where they caught movement from the outside. The man had seen them approach. He did not attempt to flee. The man sat there, his back to them. His head hung low, staring at the desk. Both his hands rested on the desktop, fingers splayed. "I have no weapon." Espinosa was on him then. He pulled a thick zip tie from the back of his belt, grabbed the man's left arm, and yanked it behind his back. Then the right, fastening them together behind the chair with the tie. The other SWAT officer, Thibodeau, kept his rifle trained on the man, the muzzle pointed at his head. Nash's eyes were fixed on a large surgical incision beginning at the man's left ear and running up under a black knit cap. The flesh was red and inflamed, crusted with dried blood. He crossed the room, nearly tripping over a pile of clothing, and pulled off the black cap. The man was almost bald, his head shaved a few days ago, the hair growing back in thin, irregular patches. "The chemo does that. I'm sorry. I must look awful. I apologize." He had a lisp, trouble with the word sorry. "Paul Upchurch," Espinosa said, lifting the man from the chair. "You have the right to remain silent." Espinosa's words dropped into the background. Nash found himself studying the room. A little girl's room, pink and bright. The small bed covered with a Hello Kitty quilt and stuffed animals. The walls were filled with drawings. Some appeared to be done by a child, and others by the talented hand of an adult, perfectly lined and colored. In the corner of the room stood a mannequin, child size, the shape of a little girl. The mannequin was dressed in the little girl's clothing. A red sweater, blue shorts. As Espinosa dragged Paul Upchurch away from the desk, Nash saw the drawings where the man's hands had rested. Drawings of a young girl in the same clothing as the mannequin. Apparently, he had been attempting to color them, but they had become a scribbled mess. Uncapped colored pens littered the desk. "Please, don't hurt her," the man said as Espinosa and Thibodeau led him past the mannequin and out of the room, his bloodshot eyes on the images. "Detective Nash?" Brogan said from the earpiece. "Yeah. We need you in the kitchen." "On my way." When Nash reached the bottom of the stairs, he caught sight of Upchurch in the upper hallways, now surrounded by SWAT, moving toward the steps. Nash heard him sobbing over the exposed microphones, but he didn't care. He crossed the small, sparsely furnished living room. Two men flanked the kitchen table in the next room. On the table was the body of a young girl, dressed in the same red sweater and blue shorts as the mannequin and drawings upstairs. Her hands lay crossed on her chest, palms up, resting in her open palms, a small white box, sealed tight with a black string. "She's alive, but unconscious," Brogan said, his fingers tenderly feeling her head. "I've got dried blood here, but I don't see a wound." He turned back to Nash. "We've got another girl in the basement. She's unconscious too, no visible wounds." Nash's eyes fixed on the white box in her hand. "Could they be drugged?" "Maybe." The paramedics burst in then, surrounded her, a woman and two men. Within moments a blood pressure cuff was around her arm. One man held her eyelid open and studied her eye with a penlight, while the female paramedic held her wrist. "Pulse is 63. Pressure is 102/70. Fingers ran over her torso, head, and extremities. "No signs of physical trauma. I don't think the blood is hers. I think it's from there." She nodded toward the puddle on the floor, streaked and crusted into the linoleum. Nash hadn't noticed it until now. They wheeled a stretcher through the door, set up next to the table. "Wait." Nash pulled a pair of latex gloves from his pocket and carefully lifted the white box from her outstretched hands. The paramedics moved the girl to the stretcher, began fastening her in. Nash set the small box down on the table and tugged at the black string. It fell away. Nash didn't notice the silence that fell over the room, nor did he realize everyone had stopped moving, including the paramedics. He lifted the small lid and set it aside. Clearly, one of Bishop's boxes. Inside, a small silver key with blue plastic on the head. JH, carved into the metal, rested on a bed of cotton. Nash lifted it out and set it beside the box. There was nothing else inside. "I think that's a hospital locker key," the female paramedic said. She turned to the man still holding the blood pressure cuff. "Rick, what do you think? Stroger key, right? JHSH?" He nodded. Face Brogan. "You said there was another girl." "She's in the basement. Same condition. Drugged, I think. Lacerations around her mouth, but they look superficial." The paramedic pointed at the girl on the stretcher, at her leg. "She's got a needle mark on her thigh. Definitely a recent injection site. Based on her initial vitals, my guess would be propofol or some other sedative. She's stable, which is consistent with a pharmaceutical-induced state. High grade, not homegrown. If she were unconscious due to trauma, her vitals would be irregular." He turned back to the others. "Kat, you and Diaz, get her in the bus. Ride with her to Stroger. Tell Mike to meet me down in the basement with a flatbed stretcher. We'll get the other girl and follow behind you. Draw blood en route. Radio ahead for a full talk screen on both." She nodded and took one end of the stretcher. Her partner took the other, and together they wheeled the unconscious girl out of the small kitchen. Nash followed the remaining paramedic, who disappeared down the stairs at the back of the kitchen into the mouth of darkness below. Brogan behind him. Chapter 115. Diary. For the next 3 days, I thought about kinesics. I thought about father. I thought about mother. I thought about what the doctor had told me about the police and the bad place he said I would go. I listened to the girl cry. In the deepest of night, I listened to her cry. I pulled within myself and sealed out all the rest. Her sobs were warm to me. They were her touch, her fingers reaching across the distance of our 2 rooms, as if we were mere inches apart. I imagined her lying in her own bed, able to hear the pitter-patter of my heartbeat and wanting to listen for it. The only thing to bring her comfort between the hellish thoughts that brought on those cries. I imagined they came each day to take me to the doctor. But I did not remember these things. The world outside my mind became darkness, a black place, a distant void. As father taught me, I suppressed time. I swam in it, got lost in the waves. Chapter 116. Nash. Day 4, 5:23 p.m. After more than an hour inside, he felt the walls of Upchurch's house closing in. Nash dialed Claire at the hospital. "Claire, this is bad. Really bad. Bishop in the sky." He pressed the phone to his ear and slowly crossed the basement, retracing his steps from the makeshift cage to the large freezer converted into a water tank next to the stairs. Then, back again, carefully using the clear step plates placed on the floor to prevent contamination. He found himself standing inside the cage. CSI techs scoured every surface. He watched one carefully collect bloody vomit from the far corner. Claire sounded like she was walking and talking, out of breath. "We've positively ID'd the girl you found upstairs as Katie Quigley, the Jehovah's Witness who went missing yesterday afternoon with the boy we found in the truck. Wesley Hartzler. She's stable and in ICU, still unconscious. The tox screen confirmed propofol in her system. They're going to let her sleep it off as soon as she wakes up. I'll talk to her. She has several electric burn marks on her body. They appear to be superficial. No, permanent damage.
Nash's eyes dropped to a series of car batteries positioned beside the water tank. He had already told Claire about that. He didn't want to think about it.
How about Larissa Beale?
Claire said something to someone else, then returned to the call.
She's in critical condition. Drug 2, which looks like a blessing. She went into surgery about 30 minutes ago.
Claire's voice dropped lower.
They made her swallow glass. She has lacerations in her mouth, her throat, her stomach. She's all torn up inside. I can't imagine how painful that must have been.
Nash closed his eyes.
What are we looking at here, Claire? This is way beyond anything Bishop has done in the past. What is his connection to Upchurch? I've been trying to reach Poole, but his phone is going to voicemail. Claus has been looking for something to tie the two of them together since we got his name, but he's coming up blank. We've always profiled Bishop as a loner. None of it makes sense. We think they converted the freezer into some kind of deprivation tank.
A what?
A deprivation tank. They were popular in the 50s. Salt water is heated to exactly 93.5 degrees, basically skin temperature. Once you're inside, all your senses are gone. You can't see or hear anything from the outside. With the water at skin temp, you'd feel like you were floating. They were supposed to be relaxing, a zen thing.
Nash's eyes fell to the rusty metal of the jump cables next to the tank.
This was anything but relaxing.
Claire's phone beeped.
Hold on a second. I've got another call.
Nash watched one of the CSI techs bag a green quilt from the corner of the cage, gently folding it before placing it in the large evidence bag. He had to get out of there. He took the stairs back to the kitchen and slowly crossed the room, waiting for Claire to return. When she finally did, he was on the second level, outside the room with the mannequin and all the drawings.
Nash? Yeah, I'm still here. That was the patrol team taking Upchurch to Metro. He passed out in the back of their car. They're rerouting to here.
Passed out?
They said he started screaming. Tried to reach his head, but couldn't with the handcuff behind his back. Banged his head against the door. Next best thing, I guess. They think he had a seizure or something. Could it be some kind of trick? An attempt to escape? Doesn't sound like it, but we're not taking any chances. I told them not to open the back until they get here. The patrol car with the key you sent over just arrived. I'm on my way down to grab it, see if I can match it to a locker. I'll ask the officers to stick around and help secure Upchurch. He's not going anywhere. Okay. Let me know what you find. I'll stay here until CSI wraps up.
He had entered the small room. Some of the drawings had been bagged, others laid out on the bed. CSI photographing all. Chapter 117. Claire. Day 4. 6:07 p.m. Claire followed an orderly off the elevator to the third floor, down the corridor, toward the east end of the building. The woman was talking to her over her shoulder.
This is the only other locker room we have. If that key didn't fit in any of the lockers downstairs, it's gotta be up here.
Claire had been all over the hospital, stopping only to visit Katie Quigley, still unconscious, and supervise the unloading of Paul Upchurch. He had been cuffed to a gurney upon arrival at the emergency entrance and brought to a private room with 2 uniforms stationed outside. He wasn't going anywhere. She had been told he was conscious but physically unable to speak, the result of whatever attack he suffered on the way in. The attending physician had been instructed to contact her the moment he uttered anything coherent. The orderly stopped at the door at the end of the hall and unlocked it with a key from her ring. The lights came on automatically. She held the door as Claire stepped inside.
Thanks, Sue. I wished you had too. This would go faster, Sue said. Left side is women, right side is men. Lockers lined all the outer walls, with 2 more rows positioned at the center of the room. Benches spaced between. A wall separated the 2 halves. Claire took out her cell phone to try Poole again. That's not going to work in here, Sue said. The whole floor is a dead space because of the radiology equipment down the hall. You'll either have to go upstairs or down to the first level. Do you have repeaters down there? Claire frowned and dropped the phone back into her pocket. Poole would have to wait. Turning to the first row of lockers on her right, she slipped the key into the one at the top right, tried to turn it, then pulled it out and moved on to the next locker. 1 down. About 3 million more to go. Chapter 118. Diary. The doctor was staring at me. Back in his office. My knife on the corner of his desk. A heavy hand on my shoulder belonging to someone I could not see. The doctor leaned in close. His breath smelled of onions. Anson? I should take my knife. I should forget my plan and take my knife, and I screamed. I screamed so loud the sound burned at my throat. 1,000 razor blades rushing up and out. Suppressed time. Back in my room. On my bed. Staring at the ceiling. I wanted to leave. But the girl did not cry anymore. My plan did not work if she did not cry. More days of this. More nights of this. Why didn't I take my knife? Chapter 119. Pool. Day 4. 6:38 p.m. Frank Poole stepped out of the interview room for the umpteenth time and leaned against the wall in the hallway. If he didn't think he'd break his hand, he'd probably punch the cinder block. That guy is not going to talk, Lorenzo said. I'd offer to take a run at him if I thought it would help, but I've seen enough guys like that. You've got a double whammy. As a guard, he knows the routine better than most, and he won't crack. He knows you're only allowed to push so far. Did our team find anything at his apartment? The captain shook his head. The man lives in a shoebox, and I use the term lives loosely. No pictures on the wall, no television, no furniture other than a folding table and a chair in the kitchen, and a mattress on the bedroom floor. My guys said they caught him packing, but I get the impression he was already packed. I don't think he ever unpacked. Nola was a temporary stop for him. He got that woman out this morning. His work here is done. He was moving on. What about Stateville? Warden Vina has been chasing the Stateville warden all afternoon. No luck yet. The guy is either very busy or ducking his calls. Lorenzo clucked his tongue. I've been at this for going on 25 years now. I'm suspicious of everyone, so feel free to completely ignore me. But my gut says that with your boss calling, my boss calling, and who knows who else calling, the Stateville warden is scrambling to clean house internally. Unless someone drops in, I don't think anyone will hear from him until he's got his shit together and a nice, plausible story in place for whatever Widener did over there. Libby. McKinley. Lorenzo turned to the one-way window. Widener's expression had only tightened in the past few hours. Resolved. Here's problem number 2. He asked for a lawyer more than 2 hours ago. Even by New Orleans standards, you're pushing more than one limit there. Technically, neither of us should be talking to him anymore. You said you called her, right? Yeah, no answer though. Straight to voicemail on her cell and office numbers. How about Jane Doe? We let her be, just like you asked. She hasn't left the general vicinity of Warner's office. The tracker in her ankle monitor has her across the street in an alley. There's some abandoned buildings over there. Not much to look at. She's waiting for something, or someone for sure. New Orleans PD has undercover cars at all the egress points. They're keeping a safe distance, monitoring all traffic in and out. We're thinking she'll cut the monitor off when her ride shows up. She won't get far. No sign of Porter? Nothing yet. Looks like he left her there. Must have gone with Werner somewhere and hasn't come back. Or Werner is inside and taking a page from the staple warden and ignoring her phone. No way to know for sure. She lives in an apartment upstairs. She could hole up for days without a reason to come out. When Poole had updated SAIC Hurless, his supervisor had found Porter, busted the woman out, and Bishop was coming for her. Most likely, they were set to meet in an alley. The lawyer wouldn't risk an exchange in her office. Outside her office, she could claim some kind of deniability. Poole didn't understand why she involved herself at all. Why risk her license, her livelihood, possibly even her freedom? Of course, all Hurless's suspicions were based on his theory that Sam Porter was working with Bishop. But that still didn't feel right to Poole. He tried to believe it, tried to make the theory work, but something didn't fit. Hurless had left strict instructions. Watch for Porter. Use Bishop's mother as bait. Monitor the area. Close in when Bishop was spotted. Until then, hang back. Poole was spinning wheels. He had nothing else. Can you give me a ride out there? Chapter 120. Claire. Day 4. 7:13 p.m. When Claire slipped the silver key, engraved with JHSH, into locker 1812 and turned it, she didn't expect anything to happen. She expected the key to freeze in place like it had on every other locker she tried in the past few hours. She didn't expect it to turn, and she surely didn't expect it to unlock. Sue? Her orderly/locker tour guide glanced up from a paperback copy of the latest Nora Roberts novel and pulled the earbuds from her ears. Yes, ma'am? Who does locker 1812 belong to? Sue brushed a strand of blonde hair from her eyes and began flipping through the folder at her side. She stopped on the third or fourth page and ran a finger down the list. That is... Shit. Who is it? Dr. Randall Davis. Oncology. He died. The day before last. The whole hospital was talking about it. Severe stroke, but he was healthy as a horse. His daughter... Claire had stopped listening. She tugged at the locker, opened it slowly. Inside, she found a thick folder, nearly 2 inches thick. Sitting atop the folder was a bright red apple. A hypodermic needle stuck out from the side. Claire pulled a pair of latex gloves from her pocket and slipped them on. Sue, can you get my bag? I think it's still in the admin office. She would need evidence bags. With 2 fingers, she gingerly removed the apple from the locker and turned it in her hand. The flesh around the needle was slightly discolored, but otherwise, the apple showed no sign of age. She carefully set it down on the bench behind her and reached back in for the folder, both hands this time. She removed the bulky folder from the locker and placed it on the bench beside the apple. The label read, Paul Edward Upchurch. Inside the folder, she found at least 200 pages, some fastened to the sides, others loose. Reports, notes, test results, imaging. all dating back nearly a year. At the very top, written in familiar, blocky letters, was a note. "Hello, Detective Norton. Or maybe Detective Nash. I imagine one of you. I hope you have been well. Better than others. B." Chapter 121. Diary. I haven't been writing. I've lost track of the days. Father would be mad. Father would be mad indeed. It was 3:24 in the afternoon. I knew that much. My internal clock. But I had no idea of the day or how long I had been here now. So much of the same, each sameness blurring into the next. When the door to my room clicked with the turn of the lock, I looked up to find Dr. Oglesby standing in the opening. "How are you today, Anson?" "Fine." The word came out soft and low, and seemed to take him by surprise. The first time I had spoken or responded to him in days. I sat on the edge of my bed, then stood up, stretching my legs. Normally, the doctor smiled when he came for me for our sessions. Today, he did not. His eyes darted around my room, my empty lunch tray on the dresser, yesterday's clothing rumpled in a pile on the chair. The paperclip was tucked under the corner of my mattress, and I thought I saw his eyes linger even there for a second, although I was sure to be careful when I placed it, mindful of the camera. "Let's go, Anson." He opened the door wider and gestured for me to go first. At the nurse's station, Nurse Gilman did not smile as we passed. Instead, she looked down at some papers on her desk and shuffled them. The girl's door was open. I looked inside, hoping to see her propped up on her bed. She was not in the room. There were no sheets on the bed, and the room was completely empty. More so, soulless. Where is she? The doctor put a hand on my shoulder, pressed me forward. "Come along now, Anson." There were two men sitting outside the doctor's office, both in rumpled suits. They looked up as we approached. One of the men stood up. "Is this him?" The doctor's grip on my shoulder tightened, and then he let go. "Detective, this is Anson Bishop. Anson, this is the detective I told you about, Detective Welderman, and his partner, Detective... Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot your name." The other man stood up, smoothing out his slacks. "Stocks. Ezra Stocks. Go ahead and turn around, Anson. Put your hands behind your back," Detective Welderman said. I did as I was told. Cold steel slipped over my wrists and clicked tight. Handcuffs. The detective clicked both sides one more time until they bit into my wrists. They're tight. Yep. I thought about the paperclip under my mattress. I could open the handcuffs with the paperclip. "Let's go." Welderman again, pushing at my back. Detective Stocks led the way past the guard desk, through the metal door that opened with an electronic buzz. Then, down a series of hallways, an elevator, and finally, out the front door. I could hear Dr. Oglesby behind me, talking in a hushed tone with Detective Welderman, but I could not make out the words. A white Chevy Malibu waited at the curb, the paint covered in a layer of dirt and grime. Stocks opened the back door. I planted my feet firmly on the ground. Wilderman pulled up on the handcuffs, causing my arm to rotate painfully at my shoulders.
Keep moving, kid.
He pushed me toward the car.
Can I speak to the boy for a second? Privately?
Dr. Oglesby said from behind me.
Keep it fast.
The grip on my handcuffs dropped away, and both detectives went around to the front of the car. Stocks pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Wilderman raised a hand.
No time,
I heard him say. The doctor turned me toward him and kneeled on the sidewalk.
I gave you every opportunity to talk to me, Anson. Every opportunity. There is nothing else I can do for you.
Where is the girl? I asked. Where did she go?
You need to cooperate with these men. You're young. You can get through this.
I want my knife back. The doctor leaned in close. I thought he was going to hug me. Then came a whisper in my ear.
What knife?
The doctor stood up, took a step back from me.
Good luck, Anson. I wish you nothing but the best.
He gave the detectives a wave, and both men returned. Stocks forced me into the back seat, closing the door with a thud.
Chapter 122. Porter. Day 4, 8:01 p.m. They made surprisingly good time. Porter glanced over on more than one occasion and caught the speedometer deep in the red, though Sarah insisted that her BMW was police-proof. As the lights of Chicago came into view, Sarah finally slowed. Not because she was worried, but because they hit traffic.
Take exit 26A,
Jane said. She hadn't said a word for the entire drive. Porter had tried to get her to talk early on, prompting her with leading questions from Bishop's diary. Questions about the Carters, Franklin Kirby, and Riggs, her husband, even Bishop. But she said nothing, only looked at him with steely eyes or back out the window at the rolling countryside.
Chatty Cathy finally speaks,
Sarah said, merging to the right.
Where exactly are we going? Take exit 26A,
she repeated.
26A, check. Then what?
She said nothing. Sarah rolled her eyes.
Fine, but give me enough warning to get in the right lane so we don't get caught in traffic.
The city grew near and soon wrapped around them, the tall buildings looming above. The air looked cold. Snow had fallen recently, every surface covered in a bright white sheen. Porter knew by morning the snow along the highway would take on a dull, gray look, black in some spots, but for now it was crisp and white. His jacket was still in the trunk. There had been no need for it in New Orleans. Sarah was still in short sleeves. The BMW slowed, and Sarah followed the edge of the off-ramp as it twisted down and below the highway. The plows had been through, but he cautioned her anyway, unsure of how much experience she had driving in these conditions. At the bottom of the ramp, take Independence and follow it south to Hamilton. Porter knew the area. They were heading towards West Garfield and K-Town. This is not a good neighborhood.
We're not here to sightsee. We're also late.
It's 2 minutes past 8, Porter told her.
Anson was very clear.
I don't like this, Sarah said, her eyes on the various men standing at street corners, eyeing them as they drove past. South Independence Boulevard made a slight jog to the right, then became North Hamilton Avenue.
Make a left on Washington.
Sarah did as she was told.
There. Pull in there. Pull around back.
Porter pressed his head against the window and looked up. This is the Guyan Hotel, isn't it? I thought they demoed this place years ago.
Jane stared out the window like she caught sight of an old friend.
Many people have tried. But she's a fickle bitch. Just swats the developers away like mosquitoes. The federal government declared it a historic landmark in '85. She's not going anywhere.
Sarah pulled into the lot at the back and shifted the car into park.
Now what? Now we go inside. How? It's boarded up.
Porter studied the building. Sarah was right. Plywood covered every opening from the ground level to the 5th floor. The 5th was out of reach. The fire escapes long ago removed. A chain-link fence also surrounded the structure. Places like this were a haven for gangs and the homeless.
As I've already pointed out, we're late. Let me out of this car.
Chapter 123. Pool. Day 4. 8:07 p.m.
Are you sure she's in there?
Poole had been on his share of stakeouts, more than he could count at this point. But his patience had come to an end. He caught himself drumming his fingers on the passenger door while Dorenzo flipped through a paperback.
I can call in again,
Dorenzo said.
But as of 15 minutes ago, she was in that alley. There's no other way out. We've got movement and vitals. She's there.
Poole had called SAIC Hurless twice since they arrived, and he insisted they only observe, wait for Bishop. Porter wouldn't bust her out of prison only to leave her in an alley. They were coming back. Poole not only believed Hurless was wrong, but he was also beginning to believe Bishop was nowhere near here. Everything about this situation felt wrong.
What does it take to remove one of your monitors? We went over this back at the prison. Can't be done.
Anything can be done.
Tell me again. Each monitor has a unique key that can't be copied. If someone cuts it off, we see a continued drop in vitals. There's an alarm. The key for Jane Doe number 2138 is right where it's supposed to be. We checked that too. Does Widener have access to keys?
We have her key, Dorenzo said.
There's only one.
Poole cursed himself for not realizing it sooner.
Widener knows you checked the key. He'd switch them. He'd swap the key with one you wouldn't be looking for so nothing would be out of place. That's what I would do. You go in that alley and we're blown. There's no going back.
Poole was already out the door. Chapter 124. Claire. Day 4. 8:08 p.m. Claire hung up with Nash. He was still at the house. She and Claus had Upchurch's patient files spread out on a table, searching the text. They found references to everyone currently in the cafeteria, but it didn't stop there. They found a dozen other names scattered throughout the various documents. She had patrol cars running all over the city, picking up anyone mentioned and bringing them back here.
Here's one more,
Claus said.
Angelique Waltermeyer. She's a nurse in ER downstairs. Looks like Upchurch came in about a month ago and was held overnight.
Claire nodded to Sue behind her. They had recruited the orderly in their roundup efforts. Sue was already on the phone, dialing downstairs.
I don't care if she's plugging a gunshot wound with her index finger. I want her up here,
Claire said, returning to the folder.
This guy has had 3 surgeries so far. All performed here,
Claus said.
They might as well install a zipper on his head. They scrape away the tumor, and it comes right back. The first one was the size of a golf ball. And get this, it grew that big in only a few weeks. They're prepping him for another surgery right now,
Claire muttered.
I hope this fucker dies on the table. I'm not sure how he's even still alive. They took so much out of his brain, he could be a politician. Detective?
Claire looked up. Dr. Hirsch stood in the open doorway, a balding man of about 50, with small round glasses and a bright purple tie.
Yeah? Katie Quigley just woke up. Her parents are with her.
Claire glanced at Klazowski.
Go. I've got this, he said.
Claire rushed out the door, the doctor behind her. In the elevator, she asked,
"Any word on Larissa Beale?"
Dr. Hirsch scratched at his chin.
"Still in surgery. I think she'll pull through, but repairing this kind of damage can be time-consuming. She's with Dr. Crandall. He's a phenomenal surgeon. I know he called for a specialist to look at her throat, specifically her vocal cords. If there's going to be any permanent damage, it'll be speech-related. Too early to tell, but we should know soon. I'd expect them to be in there at least another hour."
The elevator doors opened. They turned left and followed the hall. Katie Quigley was in a private room on the second floor, a uniformed officer stationed outside her door. Claire could see her through the door's thin observation window. She was sitting up, her hands animated. Her mother and father stood on the left side of the bed. The doctor pulled open the door and ushered Claire inside. Katie and her parents all looked up. Katie's father stepped between Claire and the bed.
"Oh no, she needs to rest. She can give a statement when she's gotten her strength back."
He had been wearing a suit, but his jacket and tie were on one of the chairs in the corner. Claus said he was a lawyer.
"It's fine, Dad. I'm okay. I want to help."
Katie's mother reached down and squeezed her daughter's hand.
"Of course you do. But your father's right."
Claire felt the roadblock going up and wanted to knock these people over and push past them, but instead she counted to 5 in her head, drew a breath, and forced a smile.
"I completely understand, Mr. and Mrs. Quigley. I do. I promise I won't take a lot of her time. It's always best to do this when events are fresh. Dr. Hirsch here will monitor. If at any time she's under duress, we'll stop." "Damn it, Dad! This is important! Katie!"
Her mother glared.
"I'm sorry, Mom,"
Katie said.
"Please, let me talk to her."
Her father didn't move. "You have the monster who did this in custody, right?"
"We think there were 2. "Please, Dad?"
He closed his eyes, shaking his head.
"Okay, but only for a minute. Thank you."
Claire stepped past him and sat on the right side of the bed, opposite Katie's mother. She took out her cell phone and set it on top of the sheets. She reached out and took Katie's free hand, the one with the IV in it.
"I'm so glad you're safe. Do you mind if I record this?" "No, it's okay. Please tell me everything you remember. Start from the beginning and take your time. Sometimes the smallest of details can be the most important."
Katie nodded. Her face crinkled, and she sneezed.
"Bless you,"
Mrs. Quigley said. Claire handed Katie a tissue from the bedside table. The girl dabbed at her watering eyes. Chapter 125. Pool. Day 4. 8:08 p.m. Pool rounded the corner, and a dozen eyes were upon him from within the alley. Frozen stares. A woman of about 50, with colored beads in her tangled gray hair, stepped aside and pressed against the wall of the building at her back. With her foot, she tugged the cardboard box to her side. Poole raised his badge. She turned and nodded toward the back of the alley. The alley was about 8 feet wide and 30 deep, lined with large cardboard boxes and makeshift tents constructed of anything from sheets to garbage bags, held together with duct tape. The air stank of piss and rotten food. She nodded again. Poole followed her gaze. A refrigerator box along the wall at the left, about 20 feet in. The people in the alley began to move away from it, spreading out in all directions. 3 ran past him and out the front. Poole heard officers grab them at the sidewalk. He approached the refrigerator box with his hand on the butt of his gun. When only a few feet away, he kicked at the side. "I'm Special Agent Frank Poole with the FBI. I need you to come out of there." A hand poked out the opening at the opposite end, then another. Poole watched as a man in a filthy blue shirt and jeans shuffled out. "Don't shoot!" Lorenzo came up behind Poole, his weapon drawn. Oh, shit. The homeless man had an ankle monitor on his leg. Poole spun past Lorenzo. "We're in his office. Now!" Chapter 126. Porter. Day 4, 8:09 p.m. "Pop the trunk," Porter said. They had parked just outside the fence at the rear corner of the hotel. Porter was first out of the car. He rounded the back and grabbed his coat as well as Sarah's. After the warmth of New Orleans, it felt like he was stepping out into a bucket of ice. He handed Sarah's coat to her as she exited the car, then opened the back door and helped their passenger to her feet. He draped his coat over her shoulders.
"Aren't you the gentleman?"
she said. Porter didn't care whether or not she was cold. He wanted to further restrict the use of her hands. Although still handcuffed, he didn't trust her in the slightest. "How are we getting in?"
"Oh, I think you already know."
She ducked through a break in the chain-link fence and started across the parking lot toward the back of the building, with Sarah chasing after her. Porter understood them. He ran back around to the passenger side and opened the glove box. He tore open the plastic bag with the chain containing the locket and key. His eyes fell on the second bag with the knife. He tore that bag open too, dropping both into his pocket before closing the door, and ran after the 2 women. Without plows to attend to the grounds, the snow surrounding the Guyon Hotel had climbed to staggering heights. The wind drove it against the building and swept drifts up to nearly the second floor, along the back and sides. The white powder swirled loosely at the surface, a fine mist over a white lake. Porter quickly realized there were 3 sets of tracks in the snow ahead of him. From Sarah, Bishop's mother, and another. Bishop was already here, most likely alone. His tracks had already begun to fill back in. A few hours, and they would be gone altogether. He caught up with the women at a heavy metal door in a small brick alcove beside a loading dock. Sarah stood off to the side, glaring at the other woman. Bishop's mother was humming "Baby, It's Cold Outside" behind a Cheshire Cat grin. She nodded at the deadbolt.
"Chop chop, detective."
Porter frowned at her, then shoved a hand into his pocket and retrieved the chain with Libby's locket and key. His hand was shaking when he fumbled it into the lock. He wanted to blame that on the cold. The key turned smoothly. Someone had recently oiled the lock. The deadbolt slid back with a clunk. Porter tugged the door open and gestured the women inside, pulling it shut behind him, the icy wind arguing with the howl. Sarah pulled out her cell phone and activated the flashlight. They were standing in a kitchen, or, more appropriately, what used to be a kitchen. Most of the appliances had been stripped away long ago, along with many of the industrial stainless steel tables. All that remained was the unwanted clutter. The ceiling had given way in various places, adding chunks of plaster and rotten boards to the mix.
"What a hellhole,"
Sarah said, sweeping the light across the room. Porter stepped deeper into the room, avoiding the mess on the floor. "Where is Bishop?"
"This way."
Jane Doe shuffled forward, her ankles still in restraints. Porter and Sarah followed her past a series of rusted-out stoves and some old wooden crates stacked floor to ceiling on the left. A set of swinging double doors with round windows at eye level had once separated the kitchen from the lobby, but now one door was lying flat on the floor and the other held to the wall at a precarious angle from the remaining hinge. Candles flickered from the other side of the opening. They stepped through into the lobby, coming out behind a counter overlooking the once grand space. A popcorn machine, now old and filled with spiderwebs, stood in the far corner.
"A medium-sized buttered popcorn contains more fat than a breakfast of bacon and eggs, a Big Mac and fries, and a steak dinner combined,"
Bishop said from somewhere in the room.
"Maybe that's why we never ate popcorn at the Bishop house. Right, Mother?"
Porter peered out into the dark, at the shadows dancing against the walls and ceilings to some unheard song.
"Over here, Sam. You'll need to give your eyes a little time to adjust."
A bell dinged, and Porter swung around toward the front door, which was all boarded up. Bishop stood beside the large door, next to the bellhop station. There was a gun in his hand, but the barrel pointed toward the floor. It looked like a .38. His hair was longer than the last time Porter had seen him, the scruff of a beard covering his face. Porter had expected a disguise of some sort, possibly dyed hair. But no, this was the Bishop he knew, the man who haunted him. Porter took a few steps forward, putting himself between Bishop and Sarah. "You never struck me as the gun type."
"This?"
Bishop raised it and smiled, waved the gun about.
"Desperate times."
Bishop peered past Porter.
"Hello, Mother. How have you been?"
Before she could answer, Porter took another step forward. "Where's the bomb, Bishop? You said if I got her here, if I brought her to you, you'd tell me where you planted it. You said you released the girls too."
"I did say that, didn't I?"
He scratched at the side of his head with the stubby barrel of the .38.
"I do believe I gave you a timetable too, didn't I? You're late, Sam. Woefully late. It's never polite to keep someone waiting. But under the current circumstances, tardiness can be downright deadly. I always pegged you as Mr. Punctual."
Porter felt the weight of the knife in his pocket, pressing against his leg.
"We got here as fast as we could,"
Sarah said from behind him. Bishop dropped the gun and paced in a circle around the bellhop station.
"I suppose you did. That was quite a drive, wasn't it? A bit presumptuous of me to make this so difficult for you. For all of you."
He leaned back, the old wood frame groaning under his weight.
"You can relax. Nobody has died. Not yet. There's always time for that. Unfortunately, your lateness just cut into the time we get to spend together. I had hoped we would have a chance to talk, to discuss everything you've seen in the past few days. But now I'm afraid we simply can't. Not to the extent such a conversation deserves, anyway. That bomb is still ticking away. Our Boy Scout here would like to see to that. I think we all have pressing matters to attend to.
Bishop took a few steps forward, the 38 at his side.
You could have removed her shackles, Sam. They're a little barbaric, don't you think?
His mother shuffled forward, closer to him.
It's good to see you, Anson. So good.
Bishop smiled.
You remember this place, don't you? So many fond memories for you, I'm sure.
He turned and looked up at the ornate ceiling, his eyes drifting over the crumbling millwork and intricate patterns above.
There are ghosts in these walls, Sam. Can you hear them? Screaming. I can. Like it was yesterday. Libby. Loudest of all.
Porter reached over and grabbed the woman at his side by her hair. He pulled her close, the sound of her chains jangling beneath his coat. With his free hand, he snatched a knife from his pocket, flicked open the blade, and pressed the sharp steel against her pale, exposed throat. This is the last time I'm going to ask, you crazy shit. Where is the bomb? Where are the girls? Bishop smiled and raised the gun.
Thanks for bringing my knife, Sam. Maybe we can swap for the gun when we're done here. I like that knife.
He started across the room, the barrel growing larger with each step. The woman pushed back against Sam.
We're even now, Anson. I can't run anymore. I did everything you asked of me. Everything. Yeah? Almost.
Bishop said. The 38 went off with an explosion loud enough to rattle what remained of the windows. Sarah screamed. Jane Doe's head jerked into Sam's chest.
Now, maybe,
Bishop said.
Yeah. Now, I think we're even.
Chapter 127. Pool. Day 4. 8:09 p.m. It's that one, Dorenzo shouted. The shotgun with the green and white trim. Poole darted across the street, the alley at his back. A taxi screeched to a stop, fishtailing. The driver shouted something, but Poole couldn't make out what he said. Wasn't sure he wanted to. Werner's office was dark. He peered through one of the windows and saw the dim outline of a deserted desk and some chairs at the back of the room. No movement. At the door, he pounded with his fist. Sarah Werner? I'm Special Agent Frank Poole with the FBI. I need you to open this door. No response from inside. He shuffled back onto the small porch and tried to see through one of the second-floor windows. Too dark. Poole returned to the door. Tried the knob. Locked. Sarah Werner? He pounded again. Nothing. Poole pulled the lock from his shoulder holster and used the butt to break one of the door window panes. He reached through, mindful of the glass, and twisted the deadbolt. He opened the door and stepped inside, his free hand groping the wall until he found the light switch and flicked it on. Sarah? Sam? I'm coming in. If you're in here, I need you to come downstairs with your hands above your head. From above, the floor groaned. The barrel of his gun instinctively pointed toward the sound. Poole couldn't be sure if it was the result of someone moving upstairs or one of the many sounds made by old buildings as they sagged and settled slowly into the dirt. He crossed the room, his eyes darting over each shadow, every alcove. The office offered little in the way of hiding places, even with all the clutter. At the back of the small office, a hallway led off further into the dark, The office lights held back by the opening and the ornate millwork. Poole drew in a breath and started toward it. His gun rounded the corner first, and as he followed, he prepared to pull the trigger on whatever waited on the other side. He found nothing but a staircase leading to the second floor. He considered turning on these lights too, then thought better of it. If someone was up there, they didn't need to know he was on his way just yet. Let them think he was still downstairs. He tentatively placed a foot on the first step, then followed it with his weight, unsure of whether or not it would betray him with some kind of sound. Nothing but silence. Poole ascended the stairs, his eyes adjusting to the dark above. The shape of an opening coming into focus as he drew nearer, some kind of alcove, a closed door beyond that. His hands wrapped around the cold metal of the doorknob. He turned it slowly, careful not to make a sound. The lock wasn't engaged. There was a slight pop as the cylinder pulled free of the strike box. The door swung into the room. The smell hit him all at once. Decay. Rot. The lights were off, the room crowded with the dark. Poole stepped inside and switched on the light. Then wished he hadn't. A woman stared at him from the couch, her vacant eyes clouded over, milky. She slumped there, leaning awkwardly to the side. Her face was pale, the blood having drained away to lower ground some time ago. This accentuated the dark, black hole in her forehead, a puckered gunshot wound. She had been eating when it happened. A plate of something unrecognizable spilled on her lap and the vacant cushion beside her. Her killer probably stood right where Poole did now, surprising her from this very doorway. He approached the body, knelt at her side. This wasn't the woman from the prison. Couldn't be. This body had been here for at least a week. Maybe as long as 2. Decomposition hungrily eating away at what was once a living thing. She wore a silver ring on her right hand, the finger plump and swollen like a hot dog around the metal. Shit, Captain Dorenzo said from behind him. That's Sarah Werner. Poole hadn't heard him come in. Chapter 128. Porter. Day 4. 8:14 p.m.
Mother, give Sam your phone, please,
Bishop said, smoke from the gun distorting the air at his face. Sarah's hands reached out, held the phone out to him.
Anson, baby, why would you tell this nice man your father was dead? We raised you better than that. That whole little book of yours is scribbled for the lies.
The body fell from Porter's hands, crumpled at his feet. He dropped the knife. His heart thudded. Bishop knelt, retrieved the knife, and set the .38 down on the counter next to the popcorn machine.
Not all of the buck, Mother. Only some. Little white lies, here and there. You were always so good at those.
Porter's eyes flew from Sarah's outstretched hand to the phone, to the body on the ground.
You look pale, Sam. You should sit. I worry about you sometimes.
Bishop reached to his side and grabbed an old wooden chair from a pile of ruined furniture and shook the dust off. The floral print on the back and seat was riddled with holes, worn through to the stuffing. Something had chewed on one of the legs. Bishop slid the chair behind him, and Porter dropped into it, his own legs becoming jello. "What the fuck is this?" he breathed. "I don't..."
Language, Sam.
Sarah rolled her eyes.
Christ, Ensign. You're no better than your father.
Porter looked down at the body at his feet. The bullet had left a small, round hole in her forehead, and very little blood. There was no exit wound, probably a hollow point, lodged inside. Her eyes stared forward, her last words trapped forever on her lips.
We're even now, Ensign. I can't run anymore. I did everything you asked of me. Everything.
Who? The word sputtered out, caught on the edge of his tongue. Bishop knelt beside the body on the floor, looked into her vacant eyes.
Her name was Rose Finicky, and she deserved to die. She deserved to die 100 times over. Hardly pure at all.
Finicky?
Yes.
Who? Did she kill Libby? Is that why?
I wish we had time to go into all that. But like I said earlier, you're late. The world waits for no one, and we have a lot of balls in the air today.
Porter felt Sarah's eyes on him. Bishop's mother. He couldn't look at her, though. He couldn't see her face. Not now. Maybe not ever. He somehow knew she was smiling. And that made this all the worse. Are you going to kill her too? Sarah shuffled.
He won't hurt me. Will you, Ensign? No? We'll see. We'll see about that. I brought Finicky here, just like you asked.
Sarah shot back. Bishop tilted his head and smiled.
And she brought you. Just like I asked. Funny how things have a way of working themselves out.
Bishop brushed the blade of the knife against his pants leg, closed it, then dropped it into his pocket.
Finicky did some horrible things. Many of them here, right in this building,
Bishop said.
And I have been searching for her for a very long time. Nearly as long as I searched for Mother. Both had reasons to hide, of course. Some more than others. But nobody hides forever.
Porter's eyes returned to the gun on the counter. He was only about 4 feet away. He could get to it. If your father is still alive, where is he? Why make up some story about his death? Bishop let out a soft chuckle.
He hasn't figured it out yet, Mother. Not yet. But he will. I've got faith.
Sarah said. She came up behind him and ran her hand through Porter's hair. Porter dove for the gun. He was off the chair and pushing past her before she could react. His hand fell over the gun, and he scooped it off the counter, shuffled to the side, and leveled the weapon on both of them. Neither of you move. Bishop smiled.
Sam, that's not going to...
Sam fired a round past Bishop's head. The report echoed through the room, the bullet landing in the far wall with a thud. Bishop's mother let out a soft gasp.
I told you he'd shoot, Ensign. He didn't shoot me, Mother.
Give me your phone.
Give Detective Porter your phone, Mother.
I tried to give him my phone earlier, and he got twisted, all out of sorts. She stepped forward and handed the phone to him. Porter snatched it from her hand and swiped at the screen with his finger. Get back beside him. No signal.
Y'all want to go upstairs to place a call. These old buildings are not cell phone friendly at all. I left something for you in room 405. It'll work just fine in there. You can call when you go up.
Porter glanced around the room and located the stairs winding up from the far corner. We'll all go up. You're gonna tell me where the bomb is, where those girls are. Then you're both going to jail. If you don't, I'll shoot again. Maybe her this time. Maybe this time I won't intentionally miss. Bishop shoved his hands into his pockets.
I want to thank you for bringing Mother to me, Sam. Finicky as well. 2 birds. My ability to travel lately has been a bit restricted. You've been so helpful. The last few months have been challenging, but it's coming together now. I feel good about the future. I really do.
Toward the stairs. Now. Bishop smiled.
You're going to let us leave, Sam. Then you're going to head upstairs to room 405 and make a phone call. Not the phone call bouncing around your head right now. Something altogether different.
Last warning. Toward the stairs. Bishop reached over, took his mother's hand, and smiled.
You're going to do exactly as I say, Sam. Here's why.
Chapter 129. Claus. Day 4, 9:11 p.m. Klazowski stepped back into his makeshift office at John H. Stroger Jr. Hospital and carefully crossed back to his computer with 2 cups of coffee, one in each hand. The contents of Paul Upchurch's file, strategically placed across every flat surface in the room. He'd spent the past 2 hours going through every page, identifying every name, then working with the team they had in place to round everyone up and bring them here. 32 others in total, not counting spouses and children. They brought in so many people. Claire had been forced to spread out from the cafeteria and take over 2 adjoining employee lounges. She was in there now, trying to keep the large group calm, organize the uniforms, and get statements. Most of these people had no idea why they'd been dragged down here by the police. From what she said, only a handful recognized Upchurch by name. His condition, as horrible as it may be, wasn't uncommon. Anyone dealing with death on a daily basis learned to tune it out. Compartmentalize. Katie Quigley was awake and talking up a storm. Claire told him what the girl went through. Both girls. Claus blocked it out. He could compartmentalize with the best of them. Larissa Beale had come out of surgery 20 minutes earlier. She was in recovery with her father. Once she woke, she'd be moved into a double room with her mother, who also regained consciousness, both expected to make full recoveries. Claus set the 2 cups of coffee down and cracked his knuckles. Now he'd search the obits and put a nice bow on this project. His bed was calling out to him, and he'd be wrapped up in those glorious sheets soon. A small red box blinked at the corner of his laptop screen. Claus clicked on it, expanding the alert message. Shit. He scrambled through the papers, surrounding his computer, nearly knocked over one of the coffees, and picked up his phone, hitting Claire's speed dial button. The call went straight to voicemail. Shit. He dialed Nash. 1 ring. 2 rings. 3. Yeah? Hey, where are you? Still at the Upchurch house.
Probably have another row here. Why? Remember the trace I set up on Bishop's laptop? Yeah? We got a hit. And it's close. Text me the address. Espinosa too. His team just left.
Chapter 130. Claire. Day 4. 9:15 p.m. Claire was about ready to scream. She had the absolute worst headache, and the 3 Advil she'd swallowed did nothing for it. She stood in the middle of the cafeteria, surrounded by at least 40 or 50 people. Adults, children, medical staff. Everyone Claus had identified from all the documents they put together. Everyone they tied to the dozens of obituaries planted by Bishop. All these people shouting, either at her or at one another. Nobody wanted to be here. The faster she could get them out, the better. She'd spent an hour with Katie Quigley and couldn't shake the images of what the girl told her. She had just been told Larissa Beale was awake too. Larissa's father tracked her down, said he searched all over the hospital for her. Larissa couldn't speak. The doctors wanted her to rest her throat. But she was able to write. She began writing the moment she woke, and based on her father's hysterical state, her story might be worse than Katie's.
I need everyone to shut up!
A few heads turned. The noise softened for a moment, then roared back to life. Claire climbed up a chair and onto one of the tables.
The sooner you all listen to me, the faster I can get you out of here.
She waved a stack of questionnaires above her head.
If you haven't turned in the forms I passed out earlier, I need you to complete them and hand them in to one of the officers.
A little girl screamed about 5 feet away from her. Screamed for no reason other than to add to the chaos. The girl's mother scooped her up and rocked her, but that did little good. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Dr. Morton ducking back into the cafeteria. He saw her, too, and quickly turned away. She left strict instructions that nobody was to leave this room, but the various medical professionals they rounded up into this makeshift protective custody seemed to treat her orders as more of a suggestion. Nearly everyone had come and gone, at least once. Most had done so many times as their pagers and phones summoned them to various parts of the hospital. There was little she could do about this. In many cases, lives were ultimately at stake. Not just their own, and none of these people were really obligated to stay. She was certain a few had snuck out and not come back at all. Claire's phone vibrated in her pocket. She fished it out. Sarah Werner. She didn't know a Sarah Werner. She would have to wait. Claire pressed decline. She noticed that she had 2 missed calls from Claus. She'd head back there next. He was analyzing Upchurch's file and may have found something. The lab was also working on a substance found in the needle sticking out of the apple. If they couldn't reach her, they would pass the results on to him. Her phone rang again. Sarah Werner. She hit the answer button and pressed the phone to her ear, covering the other ear with her hand.
This is Detective Norton.
The voice on the other end was male, but she couldn't make out what he said. It was too loud in here.
Hold on. Give me a second.
She climbed down off the table, pushed through the crowd, and out into the hallway. When she reached the elevators, she tried again.
Sorry. This is Detective Norton. What can I do for you?
Do you have Paul Upchurch?
Who is this?
It's me, Claire.
Sam?
Yeah. She turned. One of the patrolmen guarding the cafeteria was watching her. She took a few more steps down the hallway, and turned her back on him.
Where are you?
I thought he had a bomb. He made me think he had a bomb. But it's not a bomb. Not a bomb at all.
Sam, you're not making sense. Who are you talking about? Upchurch? We got him. He doesn't have a bomb.
Do you? Do you have the girls? The two girls? Larissa Beale and the other one?
Yes, Sam. They're safe. Both of them. They'll be okay.
Wait. Something was wrong. This wasn't right.
Sam, how do you know about Larissa Beale? She disappeared after you left. We haven't told anyone about Quigley. Have you been talking to Nash or that FBI agent, Frank Poole?
Oh, Claire. I fucked up. I fucked up bad.
What's going on, Sam? Talk to me.
Porter drew in a deep breath. Is Paul Upchurch alive?
Yes. Espinosa's team took him into custody without incident. Nash said it was like he was waiting for them. He went peacefully. On the ride to Metro, he had a seizure and passed out. They brought him here to Stroger and he's in surgery. Stage 4 brain cancer. Doesn't look good.
Glioblastoma. He has a glioblastoma. Sam said softly.
How do you know that? How do you even know his name? Who have you been talking to?
Silence.
Sam?
Where are the girls?
They're here too.
Christ.
Sam, what is it?
Porter drew in another breath. You need to isolate them. Isolate them and anyone who came into contact with them immediately. Don't let anyone leave.
Why?
Silence. Again.
Sam, you're scaring me.
Bishop said he injected both girls with a concentrated version of the SARS virus. He told me where he got the virus, and I believe him. He also said he left a sample for you in the hospital to confirm. He told me to tell you. Snow White didn't know better either. Does that mean anything to you?
We found an apple with a syringe stuck into it.
Claire told him, the words catching in her throat.
The apple was sitting on top of Paul Upchurch's file.
Claire, listen to me carefully. I'm going to give you a name. Are you ready? No.
Go ahead.
Dr. Ryan Bayer. He's a neurosurgeon at Johns Hopkins. He specializes in something called focused ultrasound therapy. Apparently, this is some kind of treatment that can help Upchurch. But his insurance wouldn't cover it. Even though it's extremely effective, the treatment is still considered experimental. Bishop believes everything they've done so far has been a waste of time. He felt all the people involved in Upchurch's treatment failed him. The doctors, nurses, insurance, medication providers. He targeted everyone involved because he felt the system murdered Upchurch. He thinks insurance took the cheap way out. He believes everyone else just went along with business as usual. And he is not willing to let this guy die.
How do you know all this?
As soon as we hang up, you need to locate this Dr. Bayer and get him there. Bishop said. Porter's voice trailed off. Then he came back. Bishop said he has more of the virus. And if Upchurch dies, he's going to inject random people around the city. Find this guy. Isolate anyone who came in contact with the girls. You need to contain this.
Are you with Bishop now?
I have to go, Claire. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for everything. Porter disconnected, and the line went dead. All the voices in the cafeteria came to her then, a growing mass of angry voices seeping into the hallway past the two patrolmen, trying to hold them back. Claire looked down at the remaining questionnaires in her hand. She made sure everyone had one right after she spent over an hour with Katie Quigley. The forms slipped from her fingers and fell to the floor. An ache roiled through her, deep in her bones. Claire sneezed. Chapter 131. Nash. Day 4, 9:43 p.m. Espinoza counted silently with his fingers, holding up 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brogan rammed the door and burst through, the heavy wood splintering and cracking down the center. Go! Go! Nash watched the SWAT team disappear into room 405 of the Guyan Hotel, one at a time, until he was alone in the dilapidated hallway. They found a body down in the lobby, a woman in a prison jumpsuit and restraints, an execution wound in her head. Klazowski had traced the signal to here, something about triangulating Wi-Fi transmitters in the neighborhood. Espinoza then used a handheld gizmo of some sort to seek out the only electrical signal in the building, somewhere behind the door to room 405. Hands in the air! Don't move! He's got a gun! Nash wasn't sure which voice belonged to whom, the shouts overlapping between his earpiece and the open doorway. Another crash. Second door. Nash, get in here, now! Nash crossed the hallway to the door, the Kevlar vest cutting into his waist, making it difficult to breathe. He stepped through the doorway, into room 405, lit by a dozen or so candles and the concentrated beams of the flashlights mounted on the half-dozen assault rifles, all pointing to the same spot. A man. His back to the door, his hands raised above his head. A laptop glowed on an antique desk before him. A dozen or so black and white composition notebooks sat stacked beside the computer. A .38 sitting off to the side. Sam? Porter began to turn in the chair. Don't, Thibodeau said. Stand down! Nash shouted. Sam, what are you doing here? Porter looked down at the edge of the desk, closed his eyes. Espinoza and Thomas both had their rifles pointed at the walls, the beams of their flashlights crawling over the faded floral wallpaper, and the dozens of pictures hung about the room, all framed. Nash followed the light and stepped closer, studied one of the frames. It was a photograph of Sam. A much younger Sam. 40s, maybe. He was smiling at the camera. A boy stood at his side, also smiling. A boy of about 14 or 15. Espinoza frowned. Is that? I think it's Ensign Bishop, Nash said, his voice low. He glanced at the two others. All of them. Nash crossed the room, went to Porter. Sam, what is this? Porter opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. On the screen of the laptop, glowing bright enough to light Porter's face. Hello, Sam. I imagine you're confused. I imagine you have questions. Chapter 132. Diary. I did not know where the police station was. For that matter,
I wasn't sure where the Camden Treatment Center was located, either. I had no idea where I'd spent the past few weeks. We drove for a long time. I watched the city of Charleston roll past outside my window. None of the buildings were very tall. Father once told me city ordinances prevented builders from reaching too close to the sky. I wanted to hurt the doctor. The anger that swelled within me was greater than any I'd ever experienced. But I did my best to suppress it. Like time, anger could be held in check. It could be bottled and stored. It could be opened when it was most needed. I would open that bottle when the time was right. I would pop that cork. Neither detective said a word. I expected a flurry of questions, but nothing came. They did not speak to me. They did not speak to each other. I said nothing in return, letting the silence speak for itself. Outside, I recognized nothing of where we were. The city behind us now. Detective Welderman glanced at me in the rearview mirror more than once. I met his gaze. We turned off the 2-lane road that took us about 30 minutes outside of the city. We turned off the blacktop onto a gravel lane with tall weeds growing on either side. We did not stop at the police station, and this should have worried me, but I didn't let it. We stopped at a large farmhouse at the end of the gravel road. A woman of about mother's age saw us, waved, and came to the car. She had brown hair, cropped short, and wore a yellow dress with white dots. Detective Welderman gave me another look in the mirror. Then both men got out the car. The doors in the back did not have any handles. Even if I weren't handcuffed, I could not get out on my own. The detectives went to the woman, and the three of them spoke. I could not hear what was said, but it was accompanied by the occasional glance back at the car, back at me. Welderman stood with the woman when Detective Stocks finally opened my door and helped me out. The woman let out a soft gasp. My, are those really necessary? Detective Stock's face went red. Turn around, kid. He removed the handcuffs. I rubbed at my wrists. Welderman opened the trunk of the car and took out a green duffel bag. He handed the bag to the woman. The hospital put together some clothes. Not much. They didn't have much in his size. He lost everything in the fire. The woman came around to me then, stood in front of me, and smiled. Anson, my name is Miss Finicky. You're going to be staying with me for a while. Looking back over her shoulder, she called out, Paul, come here. Meet your new roommate. I hadn't seen him standing there. This boy on the porch, tall and lanky. He emerged from the only shadow able to evade the climbing sun. He pattered across the gravel and took the bag from the woman, extending his free hand. Hi, Anson. I'm Paul Upchurch. You're going to like it here. Detective Stocks snickered at this. The woman's eyes narrowed. Then her smile returned. Take him upstairs, Paul. Show him his new room. Yes, ma'am. Anson, Detective Welderman said. I looked up at him, at the scowl on his face. We know what you did, Anson. We all do. It won't take us long to prove. We just need to put a few pieces together. Feel free to unpack. Those clothes are only on loan. You'll get new clothes, soon enough. A new room. A new roommate, too.
I smiled up at him, at Detective Stocks. Thank you for the ride, detectives. It was a pleasure meeting you both. I followed Paul Upchurch. I followed Paul into the gaping mouth of that farmhouse. The house was much bigger than it appeared from the outside. Maybe it was the many dividing walls breaking up the many rooms, or it could have been because the house was much deeper than wide. Maybe a combination of both. But I felt I was lost the moment I stepped inside. I paused in the small living room, past the foyer, and looked back out through the front door. Paul had told me to leave it open. The two detectives were still out there, wrapped up in a conversation with Miss Finicky. The world seemed brighter outside, just past that doorway. There was a stillness to the air inside this house. Not stale or musty, just still. I couldn't help but think of the air trapped inside a coffin shortly after the lid was nailed tight. "What is Miss Finicky's first name?" I asked. Paul stopped at the base of a staircase and looked back at me. "Who cares?" "I care." The other boy shrugged. "Dunno. She's just Miss Finicky. Always has been. Finicky, Finicky, Finicky. Not Finn or Mrs. Finicky. Maybe ma'am, but never you." I imagine the other kids have come up with a few good names for her over the years, but you can bet nobody is going to say any of them to her face. "Other kids?" He paused again. 5 steps up, 2 before the landing. "You do know where you are, right? They told you." "Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. We all trudge through that door from our own path. Some are old hacks and others are fresh to the game. You don't have that scared, deer about to meet bumper look on your face. So I assumed your rodeo has been running for a while now." He came back down the stairs, took my hand, and pumped vigorously. "You, my friend, have just entered the system. Congratulations! I'm afraid there's no cake or welcome wagon. Just little old me. But there are worse things to run into when you step into a stranger's house. You'd think there'd be a instructional video or a pamphlet or something. But funds are tight. If there were a video in the works, I'd like to see Rod Serling narrate. That guy is awesome. Old school, but awesome." Paul jumped back up the stairs to the landing and spun in a circle with his arms up high, his voice dropping an octave. "There is a 5th dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pits of a man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is a dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call..." He stopped spinning and steadied himself on the railing. "The Finicky House for Wayward Children." I couldn't help but laugh. I had never heard so many words come out of one mouth so fast. He nodded toward the top of the large staircase. "Onward." Pictures of children lined the walls with such abundance. The flowered wallpaper beneath was barely visible. At least 100, maybe more. Boys and girls of all ages. Some smiling, others not. All standing in the driveway with the large house
looming at their backs. Paul pointed at a brown frame near the top. I'm right here. Don't worry. You'll get your turn in front of the camera soon enough. We all do. There was something about the way he said this. Something in the tone of his voice. The way he trailed off, his thoughts lingering a little longer than his words. How many kids are here? He reached the top of the stairs and turned back around. You are number 8, my friend. 3 girls and 5 boys, ranging in age from 7 to 16. I myself am 15. 3 more years, and they'll be forced to unleash me upon the unsuspecting world. May God have mercy on them all. I reached the top of the stairs, which opened on a long, narrow hallway. More photographs up here. Nearly every inch of wall space. Closed doors sandwiched between them on either side. Paul pointed to a closed door on the left. That there is Vincent Widener. We don't talk to Vincent Widener. Avoid Vincent Widener, and he will avoid you. That seems to be best for all. He crossed the hall and opened the second door on the right. This here is us. Only a couple of solos in this place. Most of us double up. That's still better than some of the places I've been. I once shared a room with 6 other kids, and it was smaller than this one. You couldn't sleep without someone else's foot in your face. He ducked inside and poked his head back out. Bathroom is the door at the end of the hall on this side. Right side is boys, left side is girls. Leave the door open when you exit so everyone else knows it's vacant. We keep matches in the medicine cabinet to take care of the aroma after a most glorious evacuation. And the latest girly magazine can be found in a plastic bag in the bowl. Be sure to seal that Ziploc back up. Nobody likes foggy porn. Return everything to where you found it upon exit. Or there will be repercussions. We take turns cleaning. The schedule is on the refrigerator downstairs. Paul ducked back into the room. You coming? I stood there for a moment, outside the room, and looked up and down the narrow hallway at all the pictures on the wall. Miss Finnerty wasn't very old. I wondered how long she had been doing this, how many children had passed through here. I stepped into the room. Bunk beds. I'd always wanted a bunk bed. The duffel bag containing my loner clothes sat in the middle of the bottom bunk. I've got seniority, so I officially lay claim to the top, Paul said. If you outlast me, maybe someday it will be yours. Dare to dream, my friend. Dare to dream. Like the hallways, the walls of the room were also lined with pictures. Unlike the ones in the hallway, these were not photographs, but drawings, cartoons, and sketches. Are these yours? Paul nodded proudly. Every last one is a pull-up church original. He crossed the room to a small desk, picked up a sketch pad, and carried it over. I've been working on my own comic. It's about this little girl who is constantly stepping in all kinds of trouble. Just because it's about a girl doesn't make me a queer or anything. She's a major tomboy, and she's a little sexy, right? I've done some serious market research, and I've determined that by using a girl as the main character, the comic book will appeal to all kids. He tapped at the side of his head. Always thinking. You've got to consider these things, because I'm sure the publishers do. I studied the image of the girl. She was cute. About our age, with a mischievous little smile curling up at the corner of her mouth, and a glisten in her eyes. The detail was amazing. I had read my share of comics, and was a bit of a connoisseur. Paul's drawing was as good, if not better, than most I had seen. Do you have a name for the comic book? Paul's eyes brightened. Do I have a name? Of course I have a name. I call it The Misadventures of Mabel Markle. You're very good. Paul lifted the sketch pad to his lips and kissed the drawing. Feels like the daughter I never had. Baby girl here is going to make her daddy a rich man one of these days. I heard a sob then. A soft, muted cry from behind the closed door across the hall. I knew that sound. That cry. Paul set the sketch pad back down on the desk and followed my gaze to the door. She came in yesterday. Hasn't really been out of her room yet. She kept most of us up last night with the waterworks, but we all try to cut some slack when someone first gets here. The other girls have been taking shifts with her, so she's not alone. He paused, his thoughts elsewhere. Some fosters can be rough. She'll like it here. You will too. I think Miss Finicky said her name was Libby. I took a step closer to the door. I felt Paul's hand on my arm. His fingers tightened. The boy's voice dropped low, barely a breath. I think they listen to us. Be careful what you say.
To be concluded. Acknowledgements. Special thanks to my agent, Kristen Nelson, for finding a home for Sam Porter and his story. Tim Moody, who edited this book with a sharp eye. And my first readers, Summer Schrader, Jenny Milchman, Aaron Kwiatkowski, Darlene